Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our conference, the Pleasant Bay Ecosystem, Past, Present, and Future. My name's Owen Nichols. I'm Director of Marine Fisheries Research at the Center for Coastal Studies, and I also coordinate some of our interdisciplinary projects. I'm wearing a couple different hats today. I actually have notes today because it's been so long since I've done anything like this in person. So bear with me while I check on my notes. But first, I just want to welcome and thank you all for being here today. That includes the presenters, the speakers, the panelists, everyone who's helping make this possible, and of course, our audience members as well. Really, really appreciate the support. Town of Chatham staff here making the AV and everything go and giving us this wonderful space. AmeriCorps Cape Cod for helping out behind the scenes and at the front desk. So a lot of folks have made this happen, and we'll circle back to them at the end of the day as well. But a couple of housekeeping things here. Restrooms are just outside. There's a couple places around the building you can fill your water bottles if you have them. There's refreshments in the back room there. Lots of good stuff there. You are encouraged to eat lunch on your own, either on the premises or off the premises, but there's lots of time to look at posters and displays in the back room during lunch as well, so we hope you'll stick around if you brought your lunch and do that. Let's see, what else? If you haven't registered or signed in yet, we encourage you to just visit the front desk at some point just to put your name down so we can follow up with you after the meeting. We want to stay engaged and keep conversations going. That's a big part of what we're trying to accomplish today. And then finally, for the presenters, we do have a pretty packed agenda. So those folks who are speaking today, we do want to stay on time. We've got a wonderful social event at the end of the day that we'll remind you about as well over at Pleasant Bay Community Boating. And we want to be able to get there in time to enjoy some daylight and a little bit of the remaining warmth of the day. So I'll be kind of keeping time. So if those of you who are speaking, a couple of just quick technical details here. Your presentations are loaded on this laptop. I'll take care of queuing up your talks. There's a little pointer here. Green line is your laser. Right and left are your slide advance buttons. We have 15-minute time slots for presentations. What that means is the speakers are encouraged to use about 12 or 13 minutes of that to talk and to please leave time for questions. Somewhere between 12 and 13 minutes, I'm going to be kind of seated over here the whole time today taking notes, and I'll stand up. And if you're at 15 minutes and you're still talking, I'm going to make myself very present next to you, and we'll encourage you to please wrap it up. Again, just being respectful of everyone's time, and so we can all gather together later on and enjoy this beautiful day. So really appreciate that. A little bit about the conference itself here. This is part of a larger project that we'll talk about at the end of the day as well. This is part of a peer-to-peer learning grant from the Environmental Protection Agency's Southern New England program. It's a watershed grant administered by Restore America's Estuaries. And it was a grant to the Center for Coastal Studies and Friends of Pleasant Bay to work with the Pleasant Bay Alliance. And you're going to hear from representatives of those other two organizations today. We're really trying to set priorities for monitoring Pleasant Bay going forward, kind of at an ecosystem level, and we're going to hear about a lot of the pieces and parts of the system today, and also some more interdisciplinary studies that weave in some different parts of the system together. The goal here is really to kind of get some of these different pieces together and come up with a plan going forward. So we'll kind of circle back to that idea at the end. I think we'll get a lot of ideas and conversation today. One thing you won't see today is presentations about some of the more charismatic single species. There's no horseshoe crab talk, sorry. There's no seals, there's no sharks. They're all apex predators. The horseshoe crabs, they're bioturbators. They're really important parts of the system. But today we're going to try to think more holistically, kind of big picture stuff. So I think with that, last couple remarks I have. The idea for this meeting, and one of the reasons I wanted to apply for this grant, goes all the way back to Herb Height and Mon Cochran from the Friends of Pleasant Bay in their support of some of the research, the real interdisciplinary stuff that the center did. And one of the things that Herb and Mon encouraged us to do is to try to share what we're doing with other scientists and with the community. Also, Bob Granger, more recently with the Friends, kind of encouraging the Friends as a group to prioritize and think about how to fund future science in this area. And so that process, having engaged with them a little bit, kind of got me thinking. And then finally, wanting to revisit, there was a Pleasant Bay Symposium back in 2006 that many of you were at. Some of you even presented there, organized by the Pleasant Bay Alliance. So it's kind of good to come back and revisit a lot of those topics and ideas and hopefully see how far we've come, but probably also realize that we still have some of the same questions. So anyways, last words, and I'll turn it over to Sarah and then Carol. it's been kind of a challenge figuring out how to do this. It's really nice to see familiar faces, see faces at all. It was a real challenge for us trying to put this together to be inclusive and get the word out, but not get the word out too much. So we did our best to try to get folks in the room today. It's nice to see so many people sitting here, but we do intend to follow up with everyone after the meeting as well. But it's being taped thanks to the town of Chatham. So there'll be a video recording of this as well for folks who weren't able to be here today for various reasons. So we're going to continue to engage with the broader community after today. And I think with that, I'll step aside here, and we've got some time for remarks from Sarah Griscom and then Carol Ridley. Thanks for being here, everybody.
Happy to see all you guys. Owen, it's like putting together a wedding, and it's really been wonderful sort of gathering and knitting the community together, finding all the people that are playing different parts of this game. I wanted to thank you and also let you know I'm a science advisor for Pleasant Bay Community Boating, and we do a lot of science education there. We try to bring relevant things to the community, as well as bring a very fun sailing program to the community. Right now, PBCB, we feel, can play a big role in dealing with the climate emergency. We need to have a lot of education. We need to have that education happen quickly in order to deal what we're facing in the near future. So I feel very strongly that PBCB can play a big role in educating the community about what we need to do, what changes we need to make, and hopefully move fast, because we're not moving fast enough. With that, I'm very happy to be here with all of you, and hopefully we can put on a good show today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Carol Ridley, coordinator for the Pleasant Bay Alliance. And as Owen and Sarah have said, it's great to see everyone after so long, so many friends and colleagues. And I just want to talk a little bit about Pleasant Bay. It is an incredibly special, unique place. And I think the fact that all of us have given up what looks to be like a pretty gorgeous day out there to come and sit in the Chatham Community Center is really evidence of that. It certainly is incredibly beautiful. You drive by Route 28 and South Orleans or Chatham any time of year, or any part of the bay, kayaking, sailing on Little Pleasant Bay. It's incredibly beautiful. So that's certainly special about it. And we're going to hear today about a lot of very important and significant ecological and environmental features that make it important as well, and special and unique. But there are a couple of other factors that I want to hit on that I think are equally important. One is Pleasant Bay, and I've been involved with the Alliance now for a couple decades or more. And one of the things that's always struck me is the passionate stewardship this place evokes. People are really dedicated to the health and the future of Pleasant Bay. And that I find very special and unique. And it's not just the bay itself, but it's their piece of the bay, whether they grew up there or moved here recently, or even just visit here. So that passionate stewardship, and certainly through our many volunteers that we have in our water quality monitoring program, that's generated a ton of data that's been so vital to so many local decisions. I think that's really extraordinary. I also think it's special because it's really been a case study of effective regional collaboration to save a special place. And I give a ton of credit to the Friends of Pleasant Bay, to the select boards of yore some 40 years ago, and I think Alan will probably help us with the history here. But they invested in this concept of regionalization and regional action and collaboration way before the buzzwords of regionalization or watershed became popular. And I think that foresight we're really benefiting from today, because we have an established format and form for collaboration that's allowing us to move in a lot of important directions. So I think that's really special. And as a result of that, Pleasant Bay has really been a place where science and management and political decision making have really converged in very meaningful and effective ways. So I think about just a number of pretty complicated, important decisions that have been made over the past couple of decades, whether it was the management response to the 2007 break, whether it was the restoration of Muddy Creek. I think about the tens of millions of dollars that our communities are investing in wastewater infrastructure and non-traditional technologies to deal with nitrogen loading. And I realize that science that's been generated by many of the people in the room has really helped our select boards and town meetings make good decisions. And that's extraordinary. So I think the point today is how do we strengthen, how do we build on that successful history, and how do we strengthen that tie between science and management, all for the good of Pleasant Bay. So I want to thank Owen and Sarah for initiating this conference and getting the funding and pulling this all together and inviting the Alliance to be a partner. I think this is a really important opportunity, and we're grateful to be here. And I really look forward to all of what we're going to be talking about. So with that, I would like to actually have the honor of inviting our keynote speaker up, and I'd like to introduce Alan McLennan. And I can think of no name more synonymous with the stewardship of Pleasant Bay than McLennan. I had the honor of working with Alan Sr. in the early days of the work the Alliance is doing. Fran is now a valued member of our steering committee. Eliza, Herb, Jamie, the list of family members and varied contributions to the health and well-being of Pleasant Bay goes on. And Alan certainly has been a leader among stewards, not only for the health of Pleasant Bay, but many critical issues in the community of Orleans and the region through the many posts he's served on, often in leadership positions on the Select Board, the Community Preservation Committee, the Affordable Land Trust, the Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners. I've got a long list here, APCC, Orleans Pond Coalition, and I'm sure there are others. So we really value Alan's leadership, his stewardship, and Pleasant Bay and the Lower Cape is better for it. So I would like to ask you to join me in welcoming Alan McLennan. And Alan, we look forward to your introduction to our Day of Discovery.
Advance your slides, Alan. It's just these.
Oh, okay. We want to get back to the beginning. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Carol, thank you. There's a problem with McLennan's. The tears come easily. So bear with me for a minute. I want to try and put this in perspective. And I want to thank my sister Eliza, who is the third generation of keeper of McLennan photographs. Her husband Herb, who's a farm boy from Georgia, who came to Cape Cod, and I taught him how to sail. And we won a national championship. And Herb was great because he didn't know port from starboard, he didn't know mainsail from jib, but he was a great storyteller. And I had to rig that boat green and red. It wasn't trim the jib, pull in the red line, Herb, pull in the green line. And he pulled off the most incredible stories with these people from across the United States. And he didn't know anything about sailing, but he knows about planning and map making and presentations. And finally, my wife, Fran, who is the driver. Now, she's a Ting, but she's a McLennan too, and you've all worked with her over the years. You can imagine what our lunch and dinner conversations are about. So let me try and put this in perspective, and you've asked me to bring this 10,000 years together in 15 minutes. 83 years, I'm going to try it. But I want to put this in perspective. If the Ice Age ended and the glacier left us with Cape Cod 10,000 years ago, there have been 73,100,000 tide cycles in Pleasant Bay. And think about the grains of sand that have moved back and forth over those tide cycles. Now, let's see. Yes. So, in 1619, this area was known as Sutcliffe's Inlet in the records of the town of Chatham. By 1622, it was referred to as Manamaic Bay. In 1626, it was referred to as Potawatomi Harbor when the Sparrowhawk came ashore in Orleans, behind Strong Island. This, by the way, is a map of the Nickerson holdings, and up in the top, Monomoic Bay, then somebody put in parentheses, Pleasant Bay. That was added later. By 1651, it was Bay de Malabara. In 1672, it was called Monomaic Bay, spelling mistake, I think. 1676, it had become the Bay of Malabar. In 1682, it was named Middle Harbor or Portonomaquat Harbor. By 1691, it was changed to Monomoic Bay. And finally, in 1730, it became known as Pleasant Bay. Now, there's an interesting bit of history that sort of dawned on me. Every name of this bay, up until this time, was related in general to the Native Americans who were here first. As we know, for those of us that worked on Simpson Island, John Simpson sold Simpson Island around 1711, I think, or 1716, and a vast number of Native Americans that had been here left. So this map of Quasson's purchase in 1730 tells us we had taken over and we had forgotten the Native Americans who were here. Now, there is still some names left, and we know them. I happen to live on Pawa Pond, but anyways, that's a little bit of history that struck me. So here is the picture from Heritage in up above Heritage Lane in South Orleans, 1890s, H.K. Cummings. This is the beginning of a change. There's still agricultural land here. The trees are gone. We took them down to burn, to build salt works, and to build houses and farm. In the upper left, there's a little dot on the horizon. That is the Payson family new house, which was built in 1890. One of the first summer houses built on Pleasant Bay. This is Pawa Pond. I live on Pawa Pond, and I'll tell you, there is no beach in Pawa Pond anymore. And by the way, if you look at the lower right-hand side, there's a little creek, and early maps say, well, it may have been connected to Pleasant Bay, Little Pleasant Bay, or maybe not. One of the first dredging projects in Pleasant Bay was Stanley Smith dredging the channel into Pawa Pond, probably 1920. His boathouse now sits on my property. It's the second oldest boathouse on Pleasant Bay. This is another picture, again, looking southeast. You see Money Head up on the left. And again, farming was the predominant thing here. And here, this is a focus on Money Head from Barley Neck, the little island there. Now that's a place, story says, Captain Kidd sailed through here and put treasure on Money Head. People have been looking for this treasure for years, including this crowd. This is Camp Pawa that Fran and I started with our grandchildren, and we didn't know what we were going to do, and it started to rain the first couple of days. What are we going to do with 5 kids who are under 6? We said, we'll do pirates. So we went down to the McLennan Boathouse, took that skiff, brought it back, and said, what are pirate ships painted like? Black. We painted it black and then rigged it. And lo and behold, later, one of the other grandchildren found this map in a book. in our shelves. And he looked at it. You can see how old he was. Said, my God, this is Hog Island, and there's an X. Let's go hunt for treasure. He and his brother went out there, and they found treasure. But anyways, now, why did that happen? This is Captain Scythian Southwick's map that was used to go find the Ouida after she went down. But notice that the entrance to Town Cove, which was the original Cape Cod Canal, Jeremiah's Gutter, shows that you could pass from there into Nantucket Sound. Southwick forgot Pleasant Bay was here, but nevertheless. All right, here's the Payson family arriving by train, 1890s, going to the new house. And they also had an old house there from 1700s. Train to Orleans, horse and wagon, and then a trip across by rowboat. And there was an industry here as well. This is Quonset Pond cohogging. And up at the top, you can see the original hunting lodge that belonged to Sidney D. Winslow, the founder of United Shoe Machinery, which has now been replaced by the Hermitage owned by Kenny and Ginger Winslow, or as our kids used to say, the haunted house. The boathouse, that's the oldest boathouse on Pleasant Bay, still there. Okay, cohogging, that was the business. The natural resources of Pleasant Bay provided income. This is a Cummings photo again from 1890, but look at this rowboat. Protruding from the bow is a mast with a wrapped sail. No outboard. These people rowed or sailed, did their work, and came home. And above the bow is the tower and the original home of Sidney D. Winslow. The tower still sits next to the big red house that owns to Vera Johnson above Tarkiln Creek. The house burned down in 1942. Kids still learn how to row. Yes, they can all have motorboats, but my grandkids learned how to row. Okay, this is important for Pleasant Bay. This was the original Wading Place Bridge. Well, now what's fascinating about this is the coastal bank on the left side of this picture and the fact that the pilings probably didn't have much impact on tidal flow into Monomoy River or Muddy Creek, however you want to call it. Here's a picture from 1920. Dirt road is 28. By the way, this picture was taken from where there is a house that is vastly eroding, okay? You couldn't take this picture today. But I want you to notice that after the Wading Place Bridge was removed and the culvert was installed, the town of Chatham removed the coastal bank to fill to get that way up through. And as I was driving through this morning with Fred, I said, look on both sides. You didn't used to be able to do this. All that fill was taken down to fill Muddy Creek. This one is important. Again, cohogging, working on the land. In the top of the picture is the Chatham Hotel. Unique opportunity. And I want to just show you again, this is what is now Eastward Ho with Chatham Hotel on the right. There's an economic message here. Chatham Hotel was built in 1889. It survived for a couple of seasons. 1892, there was an economic crisis in the United States, and the Chatham Hotel basically didn't open and eventually was abandoned 1896. But the important thing is the land passed through a couple of people and eventually became Chatham Country Club. And so the whole of Nickerson Neck, although privately owned by the country club, is open to all of us off-season. Cross-country skiing, sledding, you name it, it's there. And while I talk about the pandemic, or the panic, economic panic, what I learned recently is the Payson family were very successful merchants in Boston, several generations. The prime building at the Perkins Institution for the Blind was the Payson family castle. They used to own another castle on what is now Oakley Country Club in Watertown. And our years in Belmont, there was Payson Park, Payson Library, and so forth. Payson family went under in the panic of 1892. And the creditors took everything from that family. Yet, they were not interested in the three islands. So in 1892, the creditors, in effect, they didn't realize what they were doing. They made sure that those islands are open to everybody today. Thank you to the Payson family. Ah, yes, industry. World War I, Naval Air Station, blimps, I'm not going to spend a lot of time with this. You know that the sub that attacked Orleans, fired in World War I, was attacked by a plane from this air station. The grenades didn't work. They threw a monkey wrench, I think, finally. But the one other bit of story here is that one of the buildings on this site still exists in the town of Chatham. It is the workshop, boat building shop at First Light Boat Works. It was collected by Spalding Dunbar from a pile of lumber at the airport and reconstructed on Little Mill Pond in the mid-30s. Again, I would just want to show this is sort of Minister's Point. No houses on the water here. It's all working people making their money from the resources of Pleasant Bay. This is below the Chatham Hotel, below the 5th green of Eastward Ho Country Club. Again, working shanties. People made their money on Pleasant Bay. And there were no boatyards, by the way. No boatyards. Everybody maintained their own vessels. This is the McLennan Boathouse prior to what Pleasant Bay Community Boating owns today. Look at the working attire. Okay, Sidney D. Winslow, founder of the company in United Shoe Machinery, excuse me. He wanted to have a club on Pleasant Bay at his playground. So he created Pleasant Bay Yacht Club in 1902. And the building was just north of where Wequassett Inn is, near my cousin Jamie's family's house. And there was this formal event. I have a poster that was used for that event. 2-hour speech by some Civil War general and everything else. The interesting thing is I saw a copy of the annual report, and there were all these owners and boats. Most of the owners were from Boston, and their boats were 100 or 150 feet long. None of them ever came to Pleasant Bay. There were locals that were here that sailed their working catboats and their Sharpies, and if you see the small Sharpies, those were the boats that we used during the week for cohogging. Now, some people in this family still interested in boats. This is part of Camp Pawa, kids making their own boats, learning. Now, this is McLennan's arrive in 1903. This is my aunt, Mary McLennan Nolenberg, her first venture to horseshoe crabs, okay? Look at the beach attire. It was early summer, but it was a little different then. In the back, you can see her father bringing in a horseshoe crab in his hand. And in behind his knees, I think there's the picture of Gladys Nickerson's catboat. Hey, we still do this. These are my grandchildren, Herb and myself, off Strong Island, explaining to these kids what was really going on in the waters of Pleasant Bay. This is my grandfather. He was a farmer from Wrentham, Mass. Didn't know anything about sailing. But the first boat that they had was Crab. And most of the McLennan photographs were taken by Mary Crane McLennan. She had volumes of pictures. And this is what you're seeing today. We don't have any pictures of Mary Crane because she was always behind the camera. The important thing of this picture is in the background, just to the left of the mast, is the construction of the Cochran House in 1907. And it's interesting, the Cochran family was from Minneapolis. And they came here to visit the Brooks family, and they decided that they wanted to come here, and they've been here ever since. Now, around the turn of the century, people began to realize there was land here, the railroad had come, there was an opportunity to sell land. This is a for sale sign for all of the land north of Pawa Pond on Viking Point. This was in the shed of the Sparrow family when it was given to me. It's important to me because Grandfather McLennan in 1904 negotiated with John Kendrick to buy all of these 32 acres. I think they were fighting over $800, but my grandfather was a conservative Yankee and he wouldn't pay what John Kendrick wanted. Instead, we went to Pleasant Bay. This is my grandmother and 2 daughters. Look at the sailing attire. No life jackets. Goddamn, what would happen if you went in the water? Now, my grandmother, Mary Crane, was the sailor. She grew up in Catawmet, and here she is with her catboat Trana, and she is the one that brought sailing to the McLennan family. She was also very close with people in Orleans and Chatham. This is Carol Nickerson. Carol Nickerson owned and sailed the last non-motorized sailing vessel that fished out of Chatham. And I can remember Carol sailing out in Gladys every morning with the tide, going out, then coming back in. My father, I'd never been on Gladys, but my father said the rails and the coamings had deep grooves in them, jig and cod. That's the way it worked. And Carol would come in, set up his stand near the McLennan property, flake the fish, and my ancestors would have fish for dinner. No cars. My grandparents didn't have a car till 1921. This is the way they traveled. And the important thing about this picture is on the right of the wheel is Route 28, dirt road. And on the left, there's a barn and just the corner of a house. That is the main house of what is now the Little Inn, which the McLennan family owned for a number of times. It was a way station on the Underground Railroad. Mail, no mail delivery. You had to go to East Harwich to get the mail. And as a matter of fact, you used to sail different places in the bay to get food. More formal racing. This is 1921. The sailing committee of the Chatham Country Club decided that they would have one design racing on Pleasant Bay. This is one of the first one design regattas in the United States. 20 boats, all built by the same person in Marblehead, Chamberlain Boat Works. And they were towed from Marblehead in early July 1921 into the bay. And the first race was held there. I have the records of all of that. I could tell what the wind was and everything. And my grandmother and grandfather had gone up to Chamberlain's in 1921 in winter and looked at the bay birds being built. And my grandmother said, "Seat's got to be wider for me, Ed." So one of the bay birds had a wider seat. When the boats came down, they had numbers, but you had to draw the number out of a hat. So it was free, no custom boats. And I'm told that the McLennan family number 8 was not what they originally drew, but there was some side deal with a person that got the wider seats. Just to note another activity, motorboat racing in 1928. Pleasant Bay was a great body of water. Motors were coming in. Let's come to race. This is the traffic jam right in front of the Little Inn. My grandfather made sure that never happened again. He had friends at the Mass Department of Public Works. They went out and they installed the guardrails closer to the road. You haven't been able to park there since 1928. Thank you, Edward F. McLennan. This is when this is again Chatham Yacht Club becomes the sailing committee becomes Chatham Yacht Club in 1927. Again, this is from Eastward Ho, the tennis courts there now where the paddle courts are. Now this is one that might interest some of you. This is Chatham Beach Club, 1930. People's there watching tennis, but look in the middle of the picture. There is a pier, a walkway that goes to the beach. A little different than it is today, and a little different than what it was when I was sailing by there every day in the late 60s. All right, Carol talked about this, and I just want to remind you what has happened. Here we are, March 20th, 1987, Pleasant Bay is designated as an area of critical environmental concern. I think that's 35 years ago this week. Celebrate. Now, I want to just give you a little bit of background, why this happened. The previous generation, my father's generation, is sort of the hinge generation for Cape Cod. They came here as children and grew up here at a time when things were pretty slow. Pretty slow. No powerboats. You sailed, you rode, you drove on dirt roads, and you went to this new thing, Eastward Ho Country Club, or you went to the Chatham Beach Club to socialize. Things were quiet. People came here to get away from the city, which was hot, smelly, and everything else. And that generation, Paul Donham, Alan McLennan, Jerry Gilmore and others, got together in the early 80s. They had all retired here, and they said, you know, if we don't do something, this place is going to change. It's going to change significantly. So they created the Friends of Pleasant Bay, which Carol talked about. And then my father and a couple of other people from some of the other towns worked together to create the application to make Pleasant Bay an ACEC. Now, they were a little devious. They got Orleans, Howard, and Chatham to sign on. The select board says, yes, we want to do it. That's just how we want to preserve this. What nobody realized, except probably my father, devious planner, was that once you got the designation, you had to have a management plan. And until you had the management plan, effectively most permits were frozen. So they went back to the select board and said, you got to raise money to do management plan. Oh, you didn't tell us this, we're not going to do that. So from 87 through, for about 8 years, Friends of Pleasant Bay went out and raised $30,000 from its members in the early 90s, and then said to those 3 towns, pony up. We've got to have a management plan, because things like piers can't be built anymore. So then in the mid-90s, 1996, my father came to me and he said, you know, Alan, the towns have finally put together this RFP. We have responses from all these planning consultants. I said, oh, okay. He said, would you take a look at them? I said, sure. Having been in the planning business as long as I have, I said, yeah, I know all these people. I know the companies. I know what they do. Who's this woman, Carol Ridley? I said, did he? My experience has been, when you find an individual who's savvy, hire them, because they can make all the difference. Carol, thank you. Now, I want to close, the last slide I want to put up here for you is, this is a picture of the mooring racks at Nauset Marine East. I could have taken it at Riders Cove as well. I couldn't get a picture of the sterns of these boats, but let me tell you that any motor on any one of these boats, horsepower, exceeded the total horsepower of powered boats on Pleasant Bay in 1945 to 1955. This is what has happened. Now let me close. 100 years ago, Liza said I wasn't going to have problems doing this. My grandmother wrote this poem, and I want to share it with you. September 1921. I stand by my cottage window, where I see the searchlights play, and the countless stars shine dimly o'er the silent silver bay. There's a stretch of long, dark land behind, and a single gleaming light. Who only dwells in all that space to greet me every night? The wind is faint, no notes disturb. The wondrous peace that falls, let woods and ponds their murmurs send, and plaintively at channel's end, a lonely seagull calls. Soon, when the stress of winter comes, I shall be far away. Can I so fill my soul with calm that all that might in future harm be stilled like Pleasant Bay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan. That was amazing. And thanks to Herb and Eliza for helping to put together the slides. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to get underway with our scientific program here. Our first speaker is Mark Borelli from the Center for Coastal Studies.
So I have to go on after Alan McLennan and before Graham Geis. Yep. Thank you. All right, it's a suicide mission. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get, we're gonna start the science bit of it. So what I wanna do is talk about the barriers, right? This is what I'm talking about. I usually come in and talk about inlets. We're not gonna talk about inlets per se. We're gonna talk about the barriers. They are the barriers, right? These are what protect Pleasant Bay. So I'm gonna start with just a regional approach, and we're actually gonna talk about Nauset Marsh, so hang in there. We're gonna talk about Nauset Marsh for a little bit, because it sets the stage for what's going on with the Pleasant Bay barriers, and then we'll talk about what we think is gonna happen in the future. So start with this. We see the pessimist says the glass is half empty, the optimist says the glass is half full, and the scientist says it's half full of water and it's half full of air. We just say what's there, right? This is what we do. It's not good news, it's not bad news. We just say what's there. So we start with Georges Bank. Alan talked a little bit about this. 13,000 years ago, the glaciers had left the area, but the sea level rise was much lower, or sea level was much lower than it was now. And as we come up, Georges Bank is getting inundated. It's still creeping out a little bit, and you can see. Oh, let me just point this out. So this is obviously the present day shoreline, and this is the contemporary shoreline with this sea level. Should have pointed that out, right? And this is Uchupi et al. Second author is Graham Geist. Third author is Dave Aubrey, which we're going to talk about a little. This is a paper it's a monumental paper. It's like 40, 50 pages long, and it's something everybody reads when they come to Cape Cod to learn how Cape Cod formed. It does coastal processes, glacial processes, does everything. So it's a really, really wonderful publication. So what we're seeing here is that's the shoreline, that the dark line, solid line, is the shoreline 10,000 years ago, approximately. So we have the water keep coming up. Now we have another shoreline about 6,000 years ago. It's really taking on the shape of Cape Cod now. Right? So this is, if you think about Billingsgate Shoal right out here. Oh, look, there's a spit. Right? And then this is High Head, and this is all the sort of Holocene material that gets deposited later as it erodes. 4,000 years ago, Georges Bank is now underwater just about completely. 2,000 years ago, and the present. Now we know Georges Bank is pretty shallow. It's still pretty shallow, but the reason why I wanted to show you this is I want you to think about what the wave energy was like, what the wave climate was like on the Outer Cape during this time period, during the last few thousand years, when Georges Bank was shallower and there wasn't as much wave energy coming from the southeast. So that's sort of the context. That's sort of the background for what we're going to talk about. So we're going to zoom in on the Outer Cape. There's a couple really good publications here. Greg Berman put together a really nice piece 10 years ago. 10 years ago. What he did was really, really clever. He got all the studies he could find, charts, maps, he looked at all the aerial photographs that he could find, and he drew arrows indicating which way the sediment was moving, right? So this is, it's a very generalized view, but it takes there's a lot of science here, and Greg put it all together in one publication. So these little arrows are showing you the net sediment transport direction, right? So during storm events, things like that, it's going to change, but they're giving you the net sediment transport. Now, these little red areas, these are areas of conflict between different studies, and that's fine. But everybody puts what we call the nodal point right around there in North Wellfleet. The only discrepancy here is maybe one study thought it was a little further north. So what does that mean? That means that the net direction of sediment transport, starting here, goes south, right? And the net direction above this goes north. So that's our nodal point. There's another study done more recently, but it was based on Steve Leatherman's work. Dr. Beach, if you know him, did a lot of work out here, and he puts the nodal point out here. Different studies using different methods. Duncan Fitzgerald, the most recent one, the last one in this sequence, did the same kind of thing, and he puts the nodal point here. Again, using different methodologies, right? So we have a nodal point here. We have sand coming from the north for Nauset Marsh and Pleasant Bay, and all the sand is coming off the bluffs, the high bluffs that we see, and feeding these barriers. Now I want to show you Nauset Marsh real quick. This is Nauset Heights, 1868. Right? Now, this is Marinden stuff. We'll talk about him later. And we don't see any growth here. 1893. 1938, there's a little. You get a little here. 1944, it's the same. But now, 1952, it really jumps up. Right? Sand's moving to the north here. 1970, it's getting bigger. And then we know that in recent years, last decades, this is right after 1993, the pictures from 94, where we had two inlets in Nauset Marsh for a while. And then the north one closes, the south one's here, and it just keeps going north, keeps going north, keeps going north. So we see this, and we think, that sediment transport is going to the north. But Dave Aubrey did an important study that looked at inlet migration and updrift inlet migration. So we take all those data and we look at how the inlet's moving. Right? We have three basic periods here. From the 1844 to 1938, it didn't move at all. Right? The inlet didn't move at all. Now, you go to 1938 to 1990, it starts to move a lot. And most recently, it's really cooking, right? We have data from 2021. So we have these three phases of inlet migration. So there's still this piece here. What Aubrey said was in 1984 is that this is an example of updrift migration. The inlet is migrating in the opposite direction of sediment transport. This is in the literature. It's been cited over 50 times in the peer-reviewed literature, almost always as an example of updrift inlet migration, right? It's anomalous. It's unusual. There aren't many. I don't know of another one that has seen updrift inlet migration for decades, except for this one. So it doesn't sit well. It seems odd. Scientists don't like anomalies, right? We want to explain this stuff. Okay, so again, he says it's updrift migration. And I'm going to show you a video. This is Google time-lapse. If you ever want to waste an afternoon, go to Google time-lapse. So this is from 1984 to 2020, right? So we're just looking at Nauset Inlet here. Now, what I want you to focus on, yeah, the inlet's moving fast. What I want you to focus on is just offshore. Look at just offshore. Now I'm going to do this. Now, look at just offshore. Which way do we think the sand's going here? Just offshore. Looks to me like it's going north. Right? Keep looking. Looks to me like it's going north. Now we do the opposite. Right? Sand's going to the south. This is not proof. This is not proof that this is happening. This is not proof that Aubrey's wrong and all the sand's going south. This is not proof at all that the nodal point has moved south and that's happening. But it does support it. Right? These are just images taken once a year and played in fast motion, but it does support that idea. Okay? So the migration of the inlet it's much more likely that the sand's going to the north if the inlet's going to the north, especially over decades, right? Looking at these images supports that idea. What you want is independent corroboration from a different study. Well, I started looking at this stuff in 2013, 2010, and I thought it was interesting. And Graham has been working on the Merindon project for a long time. This is Graham and Mark Adams at the Cape Cod National Seashore, formerly of Cape Cod National Seashore, and I was a co-author on the Guy's et al. 2011. So what he did was he looked at the Merindon profiles. This is Henry Merindon, who collected 229 profiles from Chatham all the way up. In the summers of 1888 and 1889, he started at the tops of the bluffs or tops of the dunes, and he went out a quarter of a mile into the water. He was the first person with the federal government that said you cannot map the land or the water. You have to map both, right? It's one system. You have to map them at the same time, right? And that kind of got lost for a while. We started focusing on terrestrial techniques and marine techniques. He was the first person to do this consistently. So he shot all of these over like 2 or 3 summers, the old-fashioned way, 1888, 1889, right? 229 profiles, over 40 miles of beach, and he did it at 300-meter intervals, and again, he went way offshore. He went as far offshore as he thought he needed to capture that sediment movement on and offshore. Old lead lines. You get in a boat, and he did lead lines. Graham went back and reoccupied. Graham and Mark went back and reoccupied as many of these as they could do, and I think they did just about all of them. And they looked at the profiles. This is the top of the bluff. These are the meters here. So that's meters. So now we're at one of the high bluffs. And he looked at the change from 1889 to this one was done in 2007. So he looks at the change of these over this time. While he's doing this, he notes that the shoreline orientation changes of Cape Cod during this time. It rotates let me see if I can do this. This Cape Cod rotates just a little clockwise, right? The entire shoreline, the entire shoreline of Outer Cape rotates clockwise, just a little in this time, but measurably, right? He also notices that the nodal point is shifted. Based on these analyses, he can tell which way the sand's moving and just sediment bed. So now we have a different kind of corroboration, 2 different studies, one looking at geomorphology and one looking at the change in these profiles over almost a century. So now we've got these pieces. So now this makes sense. Not updrift migration, downdrift migration, right? So the nodal point is shifted. All right. So now what implications does this have for Pleasant Bay? So this is the past. This is where everybody put the nodal point. And Graham and I have been working on this for quite a while. We have a grad student working on it. This is what we think is happening now. The nodal point is shifted. And I'm using the universal measurement units of green arrows. Okay? You used to have 5 green arrows supplying Pleasant Bay, and now you've only got 3. That's not great. But what's less great is that these two were eroding those bluffs, those big, tall bluffs with a lot of sand. But not only is the nodal point shifted south, which means all the sand, again, the net sediment transport's going this way, and the net sediment transport's going this way, but you got less sand here. These are barriers. When they erode 10 feet, you get a lot less sand. So this is the problem. So we know about the 140-year cycle for the inlets, in part, largely in part, well, to McLennan and Graham, right? They did this work. So how is this going to change things? What's going to change? The outer coast has been pretty stable. That's a pretty picture. That's a nice, healthy, long barrier. It's a nice straight shoreline, and it's a nice barrier. Now, I show you in 1986 because we know what happened in 1987, right? The inlet forms. But what I'm going to do here is I want to show you that's a nice straight shoreline right there. And then you have a little change in orientation as you get further down, and that's okay. But now we jump ahead to today. The yellow is still pretty straight. That shoreline, yes, it's eroded in that 35 years, but the shoreline orientation hasn't changed all that much. But this one has, right? So shoreline's changing here too. Much smaller scale, and this has to do with, well, it has to do with, so you got the south inlet here, the south inlet here, the one that opened up in 87, the north inlet here. And these are changing the way the sediment's being transported, obviously. There's a lot less sand. All the sand that's filling up in here would have gone here. And if that nodal point has shifted south, this is just getting less sand in general. Okay? So now I'm going to take you through, we're going to divide this up into 3 sections. Northern part of the barrier, and I'm going to cycle through these and show you some interesting stuff. It's 2002. Now you get 2005. You have this washover fan here, right? Washover fans are really, this is what you want to see for a barrier, right? So this is that same area, 2003 and 2005. This is great. This is about 200 yards across, this washover fan. Happens during a storm. All the sand gets deposited on the barrier, and now the barrier is that much higher. And you say, well, that's not that much. Well, how much sea level rise is that? That's probably like 10 or 15 years, right? One storm, it puts all this sand on the salt marsh, and guess what? The salt marsh just grows right up through it. Right? So your barrier island's keeping pace with sea level rise. This is a good thing. This is what you want barriers to do. It's going to move landward too, right? Because this stuff's going to get deposited on the back side of the barrier, and the ocean side's going to erode, and the back side's going to move toward land. This is what you want. Am I out of time? Uh-oh. 2 more minutes. Okay, so I can talk faster. In case you thought I couldn't. So now we want to see, so 2013 it becomes the interesting one. 2013, this whole area gets overwashed. Again, good. 2012, 2013, so remember that one. But 2014, we're seeing more in the same area, lots of overwash here, lots of overwash here, and the same kind of thing. So the story here for this northern part is that it's in very good health in terms of washover, in terms of 2-dimensionality. We need to look at it in 3 dimensions, but you see this barrier is evolving the way we want it to. So now I'm going to go to, so this is just 2001. So the first one and the last one. It's doing really well. I'm going to, we'll just cut through this one really fast because I'm out of time. So we have the inlet forming in 2007. That's the north inlet. And again, in 2012 and 2013. Oh, let me go back. Sorry. There's that big event, 2012. Oh, geez, it's going a little slow. And right here, 2013. So a lot of overwash right here. But the upshot to this one is, and I'll just jump ahead, is that there's the shoreline orientation didn't change all that much in the northern part, but in this part it changes dramatically. Right? So we do the same thing, 2001, and then 2000, and that's, sorry. Oh. Right, so that's 2001, so it's changed a lot. That's over 100 yards. Right, so it's starting to move, starting to change orientation, and I think, I have a couple more minutes. God, I'm sorry, I went too long. So now we're going to do the inlet. We know what happens here. I'm going to cycle through this. This is going away fast. And And let's see, just get down. It's a little slow. Sorry. A lot of growth down here, even though this is going away. The dunes are going away. What's really interesting about this part is, oh boy. Okay, so we're back to in 1986. I just want to point this one thing out. 1986, you see this line right by the dunes? 2001, you still see that same line, and just to the present day. Dunes are really important for helping barriers hang on. Dunes are really, really good at hanging on sand. We want to protect these dunes. We want to allow them to sort of get built up, and they really, really help out. So the barriers, you're going through 3 different stages of these barriers. It's a really interesting time. This is just 2 dimensions. We need to look at it in 3 dimensions. Look at barrier volume, past, present, and unfortunately, that's probably the future. Even less sand getting here. And if I go any longer, Owen's going to keep walking and tip me over. All right, thank you.
Please do try to catch Mark at the coffee break. We've got 2 more presentations, so please catch Mark at the coffee break if you have questions. Up next is Graham Geis, also from the Center for Coastal Studies. Graham. The right-hand arrow advances the slides.
What's that?
The right-hand arrow advances the slides right there, or you can use the arrows on the keyboard.
Oh, wow.
Either one.
Either way, great. There's too many choices.
Hi, everybody. Certainly nice to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. It's good to see so many friends and colleagues from over the years. And
Microphone, Graham, if you would. Just so they...
is this?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay? Oh, great. Thanks. Mark has been talking about the barriers which control the tidal flow into our estuaries, into our systems, into specifically Pleasant Bay and Pleasant Bay systems, and we're also interested in the effect of those barriers on the flow of water into the bays, and again specifically Pleasant Bay. And we're going to be looking today at the results of studies that we at the center have been able to make over the years, thanks to so many people here in the room, but of course specifically the Pleasant Bay Alliance and the town of Chatham. I'm going to kind of go over here the history during the present century, beginning, of course, at the end of the last with the so-called South Inlet that formed in 1987 that Mark showed us, and we'll look at this in a minute on a graph. And then continue on to talk about the tide recordings that we started in Pleasant Bay at Meeting House Pond in 2005. Actually, it's begun by Cape Cod National Seashore. Kelly Medeiros took the first set of data. It was only in 2005. Those were monthly. They were 1 month a year in 2005, 2006. And we're thinking doing the same in 2007. And while the instrument was in place, the North Inlet opened. And so it's been operating ever since. Again, thanks a lot to Pleasant Bay Alliance. These are just the pieces that we have been talking about. Let's see how we do this. The pointer is the, oh, I see, yeah, oh, neat. So here in 2019, not so long ago, is the location of the North Inlet. But we began by talking about the South Inlet, which is way down here. However, in 2013, it was here, and when it formed, it was about in here somewhere. And so that was the inlet for 20 years until North Inlet formed over in this region, about in here, I think. So we're going to be looking at the tide measurements made here, Meeting House Pond, since 2005. And of course, those tides will tell us a lot about the interaction between these geomorphic features, the channels and the inlets, and the interaction between them and the outside forcing tides. So this is a record from Meeting House Pond. Again, those first few years was just 1 month readings, and then, as I said, on the third year, we'd put it in, expecting to have it in for a month, and the breach occurred off Minister's Point, and we've continued until the present time. The next slide will continue this a little bit more toward the present. Just a few years ago, this one starts in 2020. But what we see is what you might expect, I guess. This is tidal range. These are in meters, so this would be 0.1 meter, so that's 3 1/3 feet, more or less. So this gives you an idea of the mean high water above above this datum, 0 datum. Mean sea level is shown here, and mean low water here, and mean tide range is simply the difference between the mean high water and the mean low water. It's just a difference between those two. And so we should concentrate in the few minutes we have, really, I think, on the tidal range, the amount of water coming in and out of the system. And what we see then is that tidal range jumped up very quickly over a few years after the North Inlet formed. So I might say already in the previous tide range had been increased in 1987, when the South Inlet, the first inlet, broke through, but then slowly decreased. It got a big jump up for a few years, and then mean tide range slowly became less and less and less until 2017, 10 years. 10 years after the North Inlet opened, and that would be 30 years after the original South Inlet had formed. So the South Inlet was the inlet only inlet for 20 years, and then there were 2 inlets between that time, 2007 and 2017, when 2 inlets existed, but South Inlet remained the dominant inlet during that time. So it was only here in 2017 that the North Inlet took over as the dominant control. And the interesting thing, I think, here is that the tide range has remained relatively constant since that time. So I think we go through. How are we doing on time?
You've got 4 or 5 more minutes.
Okay, all together?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. So this is just extends that plot that we saw into the future. And again, we see that since 2007, the tide range has remained relatively constant. So that's what we're watching at the present time. Won't bother about these. These are relationships between the Meeting House Pond tide and the Chatham Fish Pier tide, and just showing that there was a sudden shift in 2017 that marks that change that we were talking about, that dominance being taken over by the North Inlet. South Inlet is no longer significant, is not no longer the major supplier of water. And so that's where we are today. This is a close-up of North Inlet. North Inlet. And the tidal channel flows around and back up and out, just north of North Beach Island. The flow that we're looking at all passes through here. But putting this together with what Mark has just told us, this is the end of Nauset Beach. That's the spit, the barrier spit at the end of North Beach, we might call it. And that's been moving landward. That's been moving westward. And this is the mainland. This is Minister's Point, and that's not moving westward. In previous centuries, it did. It eroded. Alan has given us a good sense of the type of changes that we used to have, but we don't have those changes anymore, just like we don't have the catboats that we used to have either. In any case, that's where we are today, and this is just a repeat, really, of what Mark showed. This is these are two outlines. One is 1938, and one is, I can't read it from here, but someone can tell me. What does that say, 2018. And the 2018 is the red outline. And this angle gives you a sense of the change that Mark was talking about between orientation. So we have a bending in of Nauset Beach, right opposite Minister's Point. But as I say, in the last few years, the tide range has remained about the same. So we're going to keep watching and see how it develops. And so I've covered these points, I think, pretty well. We saw that big maximum a few years after North Inlet opened, and then after that it decreased. And we didn't talk about the reasons, but largely it was due to flow restrictions in Chatham Harbor, which is a story in itself. And so again, repeating, North Inlet became the dominant inlet, and since that time, the tides have remained, the monthly tides, and including the tidal range, have remained about the same. We had not expected that. I guess that's what I need to end up with. We had expected that when the so-called cycle, which we don't refer to that as a cycle any longer. We think of phases. Cycle is too suggestive of absolute repeat, and nature doesn't like to do that. But nevertheless, we had expected that when the second inlet, North Inlet, became the dominant inlet, that we would get a significant increase in tidal range. And we have not seen that. And I mentioned some of the reasons why that may be the case, but we don't know what the future holds, and we will find out by continuing the measurements. With your pleasure. Thank you very much.
Got time for a couple questions.
Oh, good. Okay.
We're right on time.
All
So,
right.
thanks,
Time for
Graham.
questions.
Yep, yeah, we do have time for a couple of questions. If anyone has one for Graham.
Mark, yeah.
Great talk, by the way. So if Minister's Point is locked in and the barrier is moving westward, those currents have to be, if the tide is the same, the currents have to be going faster.
Right.
Right, because the same amount of water is getting in and out.
Yeah, that's the case.
Getting faster, so you could see some more scouring, you could see deepening of the channel kind of thing over time.
Yeah, you could indeed. Agnes, where's Agnes? Agnes keeps reminding me that nature tends to be lazy. Take it easy. And if you're forcing nature to work harder and harder and harder, nature sometimes looks around for other ways to handle the matter. So we don't know what's going to happen, but we're watching it. Good question, absolutely. Yes.
Hi, Graham. From the figure, I just wanted to, it looked like, and I think you said it and I missed it, it looked like the tide range increased after the initial breach in 2007, and it, between 2007 and 2015, it kind of stayed at that higher range, but then in 2015, it started to decrease.
I think it's, yeah, that's about right. I think it's a little sooner. I think it started to, I think the range increased to maximum several years after the inlet opened, and then it started gradually going down. That's true both of the range in Meeting House Pond, but also Chatham Fish Pier. They both decreased. And then in 2017, what really happened in 2017 is that Fool's Inlet opened. That was the former connection, the connection from the former South Beach to the mainland, which had been there following the 1987 inlet, the South Inlet opening. Some years after that, the South Spit tip was migrated landward and attached to the mainland. When that opened, and that's not the only reason, but that's a major reason, that changed the tidal flow coming through South Inlet, and that began to go southward and then westward into Nantucket Sound. And Nantucket Sound levels are lower than they are out here. Certainly high tide levels are very much lower, and so there's a net flow that way. So that took away the major source of water coming from the South Inlet up to North Inlet, so since that time, the tidal range in Pleasant Bay at Meeting House Pond has remained fairly constant. Does that cover it?
Yeah, we saw similar patterns in eelgrass, so eelgrass recovery, when the breach formed, and we were seeing eelgrass in deeper depths for a number of years, but sometime between 2014 and 2015, it started to revert and retreat back from the deep to shallower water, and so I thought, oh,
that's it.
It seems to be following the same pattern.
Absolutely. We should let's compare notes, and I can share some data with you. Yeah.
We're just out of time for questions, but
Later.
Yeah, at the break, please. Thank you, Graham, so much. Yep. All right, our last speaker in this first session is Greg Berman. He's going to close out the trio of geologists here for the morning from Woods Hole Sea Grant and Cape Cod Cooperative Extension. Come on up, Greg.
Hi all. So that is not a picture from Pleasant Bay. It's not a picture from Massachusetts. We typically don't have living shorelines in this area, depending on what you call living shoreline. So just very, very briefly, the spectrum of living shorelines, right? I mean, even just planting marsh grass could be considered a living shoreline in some situations. Some things that definitely aren't living shorelines is just building a revetment or a bulkhead. And then we start to get kind of the in-between type things. So we have edging, we have sills. That thing on that first image, that was a rock sill intended to break up the wave energy a little bit to increase the ability of that marsh to grow. So we've done certainly the vegetation. There might be a little bit of, bioengineering involved with some living shorelines in this area. We don't have these types of things in Massachusetts. It's very hard to permit. That's probably one of the main reasons why we haven't gone down this path yet. That said, I mean, this is par for the course. It's been happening for decades in other parts of the country, like the Chesapeake. So in Pleasant Bay, we've in our scientific community, we've always thought that if living shorelines are going to happen on Cape Cod or even in Massachusetts, Pleasant Bay seems like a really good spot for them. But why? Like, so you actually have to put the numbers to actually quantify why these things may or may not work. So we got involved with a CZM grant back in fiscal year 2020, and it had three main steps to it. The first, the Center for Coastal Studies, was looking at marsh vulnerability in Pleasant Bay. So what areas are, potentially in danger from erosion, from sea level rise, and those things, don't necessarily preclude marshes by themselves, but when they start pinching up against infrastructure, when you start getting accelerated sea level rise, there's going to be areas that are going to be vulnerable, might be lost in the future. So now that we know where the marsh is vulnerable, we were looking to see what types of living shorelines might work in some areas. You might have a really vulnerable marsh, but if a living shoreline won't work in that area, we shouldn't go any further, right? So the last step is actually the conceptual design, coming up with a few spots around Pleasant Bay where we could actually see if a living shoreline might be permitted. So what I'm talking about is that big question mark in the center. That's kind of my piece. I did step 2, and then Wilkinson moved on to the conceptual design at the end. So really this is looking to see the various types of living shorelines and what areas they might be suitable in. So as Owen said, I'm with Barnstable County Cooperative Extension and also the Sea Grant program over at Huey. So Sea Grant is actually a network. It's all through the coastal states. One of my colleagues in New Jersey is an engineer. We don't tease him too much for that. We're mostly geologists. But he mostly, engineers deal with the revetments and bulkheads. There's a lot of information about those types of structures. Engineers feel very safe and happy when they're talking about those. Very easy to put numbers with. It's a lot harder to put numbers on these living shorelines. That said, he did. So we came up with various parameters. Right, so these are the things you need to look at when you're designing a living shoreline. He actually came up with kind of a how-to or what should be examined. For this particular study, there's various stages. So if you were going to, look at your particular house or site for a living shoreline, you would take care of all this stuff. But what we're doing is looking at a desktop study. So I'm just on a computer, and on a computer, we're only looking at certain things. We have to deal with all the system parameters. We're looking at erosion history, sea level rise, tide range. Probably the most important thing for living shorelines is the wave environment. So that's definitely involved. And we also look at the offshore depth. So these are the phase 1 desktop, and once you kind of narrow down what you can do in certain areas, then you can really dive deep into the other stuff. So I'm just going to go through these various parameters kind of step by step. And this first one here is erosion history. This is that Miller document that I talked about, but also in 2017, there was a state of the practice for living shorelines. Not that there's that many living shorelines in this area, but this was intended to be updated for our region. So the idea with erosion rates is if it's eroding too quickly, you're not going to be able to do certain things. So these gray areas preclude the type of shoreline treatment, and then you can see each one of the shoreline treatments. There's just the vegetation, the edging biodegradable below it, edging with structure, and then offshore breakwaters at the very bottom. So you can see, regardless of how fast it's eroding, offshore breakwaters are always going to, survive that kind of erosion rates, whereas marsh vegetation may not. So as part of looking at these parameters, this was a very, collaborative process. We were involved not just with the Center for Coastal Studies and Wilkinson, but we had the technical committee at the Pleasant Bay Alliance who chimed in with a lot of this local knowledge and experience, right? So, kind of deciding between these two, we looked at, 3 feet per year of erosion may not be appropriate for, just marsh treatment. So that's one of the reasons why we went with the Miller for this particular example. And then I would bring this information into a shoreline, put it into GIS and map it up here. So you'll see each one of those maps, kind of the green is good, yellow worse, red bad, as we move down these different characteristics. The next step, I'm sorry, I didn't even bring that up. Sorry, Mark. So the erosion history is looking at the center's work with digital shoreline mapping. So this is actually changes in marsh. The center did the marsh work. The CZM looked at wet dry lines, but they didn't go in estuarine areas. So that's why this work is so important. That's also why this was kind of a feasible project, because we had this kind of information, and then it was updated for this study, looking at more recent marsh lines. The next step was looking at sea level rise, right? So we're not necessarily need a map for this. We're not so hyper-local on sea level rise. It's probably going to be about the same in the entire bay. But this was another study back in 2017 by the center, funded and managed by the Alliance, where we looked at current rates and potential future rates. And the nice thing here is even the fastest rate still kind of falls into the mid-range. So it doesn't necessarily preclude any of the shoreline treatments. So that's pretty much a gimme. We didn't even need to map it for this one. Next is looking at the tide range, which Graham so nicely talked about. I just stole a couple of his figures from an old study. But the idea here is this may have changed, right? So, I mean, Meeting House is going to have a different tidal range than down at Chatham Fish Pier, but all these numbers still kind of fall in the mid-range. And for this one, we did go with the New England because we have very different tide ranges than down in New Jersey. Pretty much specifically, over 9 feet is going to preclude a lot of those, and so Cape Cod Bay is not going to be very appropriate for living shoreline treatments. Going into the fetch, this one I actually had to work. So I actually had to create this data layer. It wasn't existing already. So there's two types of fetch, and when I say fetch, it's the uninterrupted distance the wind travels over the water to create waves. You can use the longest fetch, which is kind of the worst case scenario, the longest stretch, and that's what's used for designing coastal engineering structures like revetments. But the literature really shows that for living shorelines, you should use the average fetch, because these things are designed to be inundated. They just need to deal with the normal conditions of waves. So what I used was this USGS wind fetch model, and if you have Esri GIS software with the appropriate expensive plugins and models, you can too. It's not necessarily plug and play, but it is feasible to do. It doesn't take that much time. Certainly the second or third time you'll do it, it'll be a lot faster than the first time. But you can see this one is really discriminatory, right? So this is the one that's really going to say you should or shouldn't do a lot of these treatments on the shoreline. Okay, so offshore depth, this is also important. So if you have too steep of a slope offshore, this is kind of a proxy for that. We're not going out and taking surveys, but we looked at some of the various depths around the area. There was a lot of LIDAR. There's some, localized multibeam bathymetry, but honestly, it wasn't coherent enough. It wasn't consistent enough across the entire bay. Sadly, we actually had to use like a 1956 NOS survey. So it is what it is. If we had, perfect example, we'd have somebody drive their boat all the way around the shoreline, but it's the distance away. So various studies look at various offshore depths. Really, if it's less than 5 feet, it's appropriate, but you have your low, middle, and high to see how appropriate or how feasible it is for these various treatments. The last parameter is marsh presence. So this wasn't, brought up in the Miller work, but it has been brought up in other living shoreline suitability projects. And this is certainly not the first characterization of living shoreline suitability. A lot of states have done this sort of thing, and a lot of them use marsh presence, because the idea is if you have a marsh, that means the area is probably, suitable for growing marsh. They went with a 25-foot. We bumped it up to 50 because in a lot of our areas, we may not have marsh, but we may have the underlying peat, which can support marsh. So this wasn't used to discriminate, but it was used when actually working with the design project. So here's the results, kind of the happy answer that we had. So breakwaters, these offshore breakwaters, really aren't suitable for anywhere within Pleasant Bay. And if you're looking for what's going on here, these aren't suitable because they're not warranted, they're not justified. Whereas when these start not getting, when those are red, that means they're going to be wiped out too quick. right? So it's kind of finding that the Goldilocks, the sweet spot in the middle there. So everywhere where it's red, it's not appropriate. So this is just vegetation. So some areas are green, that's good. Just vegetation's bad. This biodegradable sill really was appropriate for most of Pleasant Bay. And then this, structural edging may not be appropriate for some of the, less fetch areas. But if it doesn't work in some of these areas, the biodegradable doesn't work, it might be appropriate here. So just moving on to the next step, I believe this was right around when everything shut down and we stopped having meetings in person. So over Zoom, I kind of flew people around. And this is how we figured out where certain areas might be that could be used in the future. And then we narrowed it down further. But it was kind of an experiment to see how Zoom worked. And it worked well enough. We got down to a couple of sites. And that's what we handed over to Wilkinson for further development. And then that was a further funded CCM grant that's wrapping up presently. So if you or somebody you know wants to do this sort of thing, looking at why it works, it can cover a large area. It's good for that. That said, this isn't, site specific. You're going to have to go in deep and actually get all the parameters. But this is good for doing all of Pleasant Bay or in all of an estuary, that kind of a shoreline. It's relatively faster on the models. It's cheap. It doesn't take too much time, especially if you have that data already. A lot of places have this data. Once you get into estuarine systems, it's a lot harder to get that shoreline change, which is really nice why we had the centers work on that already. It really jump-started the project. Some of the, limitations for this is that the barrier beach migrates, as we have learned. And inlets form, inlets move. When I did that fetch, we actually assumed the inlet was closed, just because we couldn't model how it's going to move in the future. That might be something we look at, but it just wasn't feasible at this stage. We didn't look at socio-political factors when we were doing this. That was step 3. And we also didn't include coastal engineering structures. And with that, we can, I don't know if we have time for questions, but my acknowledgements are down there. Thanks for CCM, Pleasant Bay Alliance, and everybody who helped out.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, we've got time for one quick question and one quick answer.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I noticed on the previous slide there was a mention about oyster reefs and eelgrass, and I actually did have a question about if those were considered, and also like the offshore implications of getting rid of some of that wave energy before it actually hits the shore and would cause, issues for living shorelines.
Right, so excellent point. I didn't dive into that too much. So part of it is those offshore sills are intended to be, artificial oyster reef type things. That's how they can grow up and keep pace with sea level rise. But that particular slide was talking about existing shellfish and eelgrass beds, which are really important for permitting, and we did not include whatsoever. So even if, this project shows something suitable, if you have an eelgrass bed, you're not going to be able to put down a rock sill there. So it's just another parameter that has to get included later.
Thanks, Greg. All right, we're gonna take I think we'll do a slightly abbreviated coffee break. Coffee break's up next, right? We'll cut it down to 10 minutes so we can ease our way back on schedule a little bit here. So please do be back in your seats in 10 minutes at 10:40, and we'll continue with the next round of talks. And please do catch the presenters at the break if you have more questions for them. Thank you. We'll get underway. We're switching from geology to a little bit of biology and how those things interrelate. And our first presentation is going to be from Holly Plaisted from the National Park Service. You're up, Holly.
Thank you, Owen. So I'm sorry to let you guys know that Owen lied at the beginning. I am going to present about a charismatic species, eelgrass. So my name's Holly Plaisted. I work for the National Park Service in the Northeast region. And today I'm going to share with you some predictions for the future of seagrass, our eelgrass, in Pleasant Bay. And I'm the only person here today from the team of co-authors and collaborators, but you know, I'm just one cog in the wheel, and this is a true team effort. Okay, the basics. Seagrass beds are ecologically and economically vital. Eelgrass is the dominant seagrass species in the Northeast. So seagrasses form the foundation of coastal food webs. They protect shorelines by baffling wave energy. They promote water quality by filtering particles out of the water column. They stabilize sediments with their dense network of roots and rhizomes. They cycle nutrients and sequester carbon. But despite all of these wonderful services and values that they have, they're quite vulnerable because they rely on clean water. So eelgrass, over the past 25 years in Massachusetts, has been on the decline. A recent study that is in preparation right now estimates that at least 26 square miles of eelgrass meadow have been lost between 95 and 2017, and 65% of that loss occurred in Cape Cod regions. So Cape Cod eelgrass area here on the figure is shown in the yellow and gray bands. And you can see that there's just this downward trajectory statewide. So these losses translate to tons of eelgrass biomass and the ecosystem services they provide. Use a pointer. So I think that most of us all know that human impacts have led to eelgrass declines, and there are many of them, both direct and indirect. But one stressor that has come to light, one threat that has come to light in recent times is increased water temperature. So in the Northeast, our sea surface temperatures are rising very quickly at a rate of 0.4 degrees Celsius per decade. So that equates to a 1 to 2 degree increase in the next 30 years, so by 2050. High water temperatures can cause eelgrass mortality, exacerbate other stressors, and lead to species shifts in species composition. So in light of this rapid temperature increase we're seeing in our region, predicting how seagrass communities will respond to increasing temperatures due to climate warming is a priority in the Northeast region of the National Park Service. So the Park Service partnered with our colleagues at the USGS to start to tackle this question and predict how eelgrass communities at our 3 parks in the Northeast will respond. So Pleasant Bay is one site in this project. So I'm going to share with you today some results that are really hot off the press. We just started looking at the model results for Pleasant Bay and starting to think about what they mean. So this is the first time I'm presenting to a big audience about the results. So yeah, bear with me. Okay, so what we're doing is modeling eelgrass distribution and abundance. Here is a map of our Pleasant Bay. It's a very busy map because it's showing all of the data sources we used for this model. So we have long-term water temperature data, air temperature, sea surface temperature, seagrass biomass, all collected, a lot of it collected by the National Park Service and other agencies. And we used data collected by the Center for Coastal Studies also. So for our model framework, I promise you I will not get into the details of the modeling. I have 2 slides at the end if folks are interested in watching a video. So we developed a data-driven model, and it's a deterministic model. Because our primary research focus is the effects of temperature on eelgrass, the primary manipulated variable is temperature. And what we do is we grow eelgrass based on current temperature regimes, what they've been in the past 30 years. So that gives us a model baseline. And then once we have the results for the model baseline, we then increase the temperature by these 3 scenarios here of a slight increase in temperature, 0.6 degrees, 1.2 degrees increase, which is the current rate that we are seeing, and then a really warm increase, a really high increase, like worst case scenario, which is probably going to be our scenario. So these are the model results presented, shown here on the map. So I want to just start by orienting everybody to what's going on the map. This is the baseline. The dark blue to light green polygons are the predicted average above ground biomass. So the model predicts both above ground and below ground biomass. Above ground biomass is just easier to think about. It's the leaves. The striped polygons are the 2019 Massachusetts DEP eelgrass mapped layer. So comparing how the model baseline and the mapped eelgrass match up, we were pretty happy with the agreement between the model and where the grass is actually on the ground. Overall, the model overestimates the eelgrass extent, its distribution and abundance in the system, but it is a model, and the disagreement highlights some of the limitations of the model and the limitations of the aerial mapping. Both are imperfect. So for instance, our model does not consider any of these many things on the list in the green box, but it is a data-driven model, and it actually can take on a number of these different parameters. So one important thing is nutrients. We don't consider nutrients, but we could easily add it. I say easily if we had a modeler who had the time to do it and the supercomputing power to also do it. So another consideration, something to mention, is this is a large-scale spatial model that takes days to run on a supercomputer. Okay, so is everybody on board with the baseline? That's what it looks like. So now we'll look at what the model is predicting with increased temperatures. All right, so what I'm showing is the 1.2 degree increase. So that's the current rate of temperature, sea surface temperature increases we're seeing, 0.4 degrees per decade. And we see a reduction, well, I'll start with the good news. The good news is you see green in both scenarios. The temperature increase rate we're seeing right now, and then the worst case scenario, we hope it's the worst case scenario, of 2 degree increase by 2050. So the good news, eelgrass meadows persist in Pleasant Bay. That's great. We have resilience. We might have pockets of cold water refugia. On the other hand, although it persists, the extent and the abundance are severely reduced. So the footprint of meadows is reduced by about 450 acres. And if we look at the high temperature scenario, that doubles. So we lose, and what the model is predicting, because this is a model, It's not with Joel, our modeler on the project. He always says, all models are wrong, some are useful. So I think this one is very useful. And I think it's useful for a few reasons. And we'll look at the worst case scenario and kind of dig down into it. So I think it has conservation and management application. I zoomed in.
Can everybody hear me if I stand over here?
Yes.
Okay. So here is a zoomed in high temperature scenario model prediction. That's the same map we're just looking at. So we think that these model predictions could help guide targeted conservation and management, and in a few different ways. And these are just like a couple that we are just kind of throwing around now. And like I said, we're just starting to think about the implications. So the first thing, where eelgrass is currently present and the model predicts that it will be present with the increased temperature, suggests some level of resilience or refugia. And maybe those areas should receive increased protection, or kept an eye kept on them a little closer. Where eelgrass is currently absent in the yellow, but the model predicts presence with temperature. So this is where the model is in the yellow, over predicting where eelgrass is. And if we look at the northern reaches of Pleasant Bay, I think we all know that that's where nutrients are highest. Our model doesn't consider nutrients. But what it's saying is that there's other factors at play. And maybe if you look a little closer at those areas. And lastly, where eelgrass is currently present, but the model predicts complete loss with the increased temperature, we might want to think about managing for more heat tolerant species. So those are just a few ways in which we think that the data-driven models like this, and this model in particular, could be useful for making management decisions in an informed way with our changing climate. So with that, I will end. This is out on Hog Island, where we have been.
Oh, hey, Owen.
Now I know why you're standing over there. No, you're good. You still got time.
I'll stop. Thank you, everybody. There's so many people who have contributed to this monitoring data set, which the monitoring began in 2003 and has continued since.
Time for one quick question.
Given the problems with modeling, is it possible to add some of those other elements into your model and play it out further so you can see the impact of some other pieces like sea level rise and low nutrients?
Yeah, and sea level rise would, if we were just going to say, okay, we know sea level rise in Pleasant Bay is occurring at whatever level, 2 millimeters for whatever, it can easily be added. It's another parameter. So it's just, part of the model is water depth. So it's just looking at all the distribution of water depths and adding that. So that is easy, and so is adding other limiting factors like oxygen or nitrogen.
All right. Thanks. Good job. All right, up next is Agnes Mittermeier from the Center for Coastal Studies, and it looks like somehow she snuck a horseshoe crab in too.
Yeah, there's lots of charismatic species in my talk, because we're getting to the bottom of it. All right. So some of you, maybe all of you, remember the big benthic habitat project that was going on in Pleasant Bay a long time ago. So let's go back. We received funding from numerous sources and support from numerous sources to look at 48 different stations, and the dots here are in different colors because the pink ones were funded by the Park Service and the blue ones were funded by the Friends of Pleasant Bay. So this is a leftover from a previous presentation. So at those 48 stations, we took sediment samples. We took biological grab samples for invertebrates. We collected pictures and videos every time our grab went down. We collected data on temperature. We collected acoustic data, about 2,370 kilometers of lines of acoustics were gathered. And these are the results. So, see, another charismatic species, one of my favorite worms, the mudworm. So just by looking at what came up with our grab, we could identify 4 different habitats. That's eelgrass, which Holly talked about, a sandy mud mixture, pure mud, and pure sand. We found 146 different invertebrate species, and those are the small ones. Those are not like big crabs or oysters or mussels. Those are the really, really tiny ones you need a microscope for. And we found more than 67,000 animals in those, which is pretty impressive. So once we collected all this data, we decided to input all of the information into CMEX. CMEX is the Coastal and Marine Ecological Classification Standard. That's quite a mouthful. But it's a national framework for coasts and oceans to make the data that's collected more comparable. So technically, we could use what we found in Pleasant Bay and compare it to Hawaii or Florida or Alaska, because everybody who uses CMEX makes their data comparable, which is really helpful to see how an embayment like Pleasant Bay is doing. So CMEX is based on 4 components. That's the water column component, geoform component, which is basically the geology of the area you're looking at, substrate component, sediment, grain size, a lot of different sediment characteristics like skewness or kurtosis, which we'll talk about later, and the biotic component, all the invertebrates, all the animals that you find. And together, those 4 components create a biotope map. So initially, I was kind of on the fence about this because pigeonholing nature never really works. But after many, many projects using CMEX, I'm convinced of its usefulness. So first, the geoform component. We found 8 different geoforms in Pleasant Bay. That's basins and channels, different kinds of flats, some deeper, some more shallow, slopes, platforms, and banks. And those were all collected from acoustic data. Then the substrate component, the sediment, there were, I think, 13 different substrate or sediment variables that were used for CMEX. And then finally, my favorite, the biotic component. And here you can see, talking about pigeonholing nature, it was quite challenging because not every species that we found fit perfectly into this framework. But we're in touch with the developers and we made it work. So here are the geoform components of Pleasant Bay. You can see big, deep channels down here. Up here, Meeting House Pond, a nice basin. All the flats of different depth in here. And so not the complete bay was mapped because it would, number one, take forever. And some of the areas are very, very shallow. So we couldn't get to everything, even though now we have a great new boat, the RV Portnoy, not Pontoony. So next is a substrate component, the sediment, the grain size. Here you can see that most of Pleasant Bay is pretty coarse sand. And then we get into those little Meeting House Pond, Pawa, those are pretty muddy areas. And finally, the biotic component, again with the pigeonholing. But those numbers down here are all the stations that we looked at. And just by looking at the species and the numbers we found at those stations, we could figure out which stations are similar to each other. And this is what you're seeing here. So for example, station 3 is on its own, nothing compares to station 3. But up here, 1, 9, 11, 18, those were all very similar. So we used this information to create our biotopes. And it turns out that for the biotopes, and I kind of don't like admitting that, but geology is the most important thing. So those three factors are what are driving the biotopes in Pleasant Bay. And those are skewness, percent silt, and cortosis. So we got 5 biotopes in Pleasant Bay. Biotope number 1 is driven by skewness. And skewness is a grain size metric describing if a sample has more fine or more coarse particles, but it does not actually talk about the grain size itself, just if it's more fine compared to a normal distribution or more coarse. And the animal, the species that was most associated with biotope 1 is this cute looking amphipod right here. So most of the inverted species don't have common names, so I get to make them up. Biotope number 2 in yellow was associated with a different kind of skewness. It's a lower skewness, so it means that more fine particles compared to the normal distribution, and a lot of silt. So those areas in yellow are the really, really silty spots, more than 80% silt. And the animal associated with that was Shrublospio benedicti, a really cool worm with really neat antenna down here. It's also called the green-gilled mudworm or something. And then biotope number 3, here in red, down here, and by the inlet. No silt at all. No silt at all, but the normal distribution still tended to lean to the left and more negative skewness, so a little bit more fine particles. And the animal associated with that was the Amaritella agilis, which is the northern dwarf telin. And I forgot to say all the animals that we have here are slightly pink. They're not like that in nature. That's because we use a dye called rose bangle, rose like the flower, bangle like the tiger, to stain our samples, because our dozens and dozens of volunteers who sit downstairs, or not anymore, who sit downstairs in the lab, they get a scoop of sand and then they pick out everything that's pink. And the pink dye makes it much easier to find the animals. So no silt at all for biotope number 3. And then biotope number 4, cortosis. So cortosis is a grain size metric describing if a sample is homogeneous, and Mark is smiling because that's not really it, but that's what my biology mind tells me, or heterogeneous. So biotope number 4 is the biggest biotope by area, and it is associated with the 4-eyed amphipod called Ampeliska, and it has It has some silt, but it doesn't have as much silt as biotope number 3. And Ampeliska is an amphipod or side swimmer that actually lives in little tubes in the mud, kind of. I'll show you pictures later if you want. I have lots of pictures. And then biotope number 4, again, the cortosis is different with this one, is associated with like a high peakedness, which means a bit more homogeneous in terms of sediment grain size distribution, which is associated with gemma or the amethyst gem clam. They're about this big. That's it, they don't go bigger. They're important food source for horseshoe crabs, for example. And when they're not stained pink, they are this beautiful purple, almost like your shirt. They're a beautiful animal. So, in conclusion, we learned that the geoforms that we found, the 8 geoforms, depend on the distance from the 2007 inlet. We also learned that there's a wide range of sediment grain sizes. We got gravel in some areas, and then we have a lot very silty areas as well. The clusters and the biotopes that we found and the species that are associated with those biotopes didn't all show up in the CMEX framework. So we had to get in touch with people to see if those could be added as a new category for future studies. And then overall, we could only explain about 24% of species distribution. So compared to other studies that we conducted with the same methods, this is pretty low. For example, we did a similar study in East Harbor, and we could explain 80% of species distribution. So something is missing here. We're missing something to help explain species distribution. And water quality might be that, or nutrients, or we don't know, something might be missing. And also kurtosis. So we had this big debate in the geology department at the Center for Coastal Studies, and Mark gave me this book, a geology textbook. And it says, and let me quote here, although kurtosis is commonly calculated along with other grain size parameters, the geological significance of kurtosis is unknown, and it appears to have little value in interpretive grain size studies. So what do I do with that? I don't know what I do with that. So that's definitely something to look into, because kurtosis might be the most important thing for invertebrates. We just don't know yet. And then I have a few fun facts about invertebrates in Pleasant Bay. So the most common animal we found overall was the amethyst gem clam. We found 18,659 individuals of that one little clam. The most diverse station was station number 15, down here, with more than 51 species. The least diverse station, up here, Meeting House Pond, 2 species. The most abundant station, most animals, here just off of Hog Island, with 7,242 individuals. Eelgrass, big biodiversity and species driver. And then the least abundant station, again, Meeting House Pond with 5 individuals. But overall, we found 146 species and 67,204 animals, which is a pretty good deal. Yeah. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Got time for one quick question, and as long as it's not about kurtosis or skewness.
Worms, anybody? No? No? Yes.
Okay, eelgrass beds and biotopes. Did they match up?
So we did not, when we picked our stations, we chose them randomly because we didn't want to go like, oh, this looks interesting, let's go over there. So we had a map, we had polygons on that map, and we picked those stations. If we could not get to them because it was too shallow or there was a big boulder or something, we moved slightly to the side. But that also meant that we did not sample a lot of eelgrass. So it was not representative in terms of eelgrass. Yeah.
Thank you, Agnes.
All right.
All right, our last speaker of this session is Sophia Fox from the Park Service, and kind of starting to weave in water quality to the conversation here.
And you'll all be happy to know I took the word kurtosis out of my presentation. And I just talk about sediment properties. All right, so I'm here today to talk about kind of integrating a lot of the work that we've done at the seashore and with our partners like the Center for Coastal Study and Friends of Pleasant Bay. And I'm actually going to be presenting on some work that was done by an intern of mine a couple of years ago, and I'm talking about a lot of that today. So as resource managers, we're interested in understanding the water and the habitat quality together. And in estuaries and salt marshes, some of our major agents of change here at the top have to do with nutrient inputs. And so those are the things that we kind of focus on right away, knowing that those are major drivers of change in our systems. So septic systems, the atmosphere is actually depositing nitrogen on us all the time, and the residential development of fertilizer that are applied. So in general, our human population growth has led to these excessive nutrients in our waters. This has cascading effects on our ecosystems. One of the major ones are algal blooms that grow as a result of the increased nutrients. Those lead to decreased oxygen and light availability, declines in eelgrass. We all know about these. And then the altered species composition, so those small invertebrates, even larger things like fish, and the things that they feed on. And then lastly, warming temperatures and climate change. We're only at the tip of the iceberg, really, of understanding how these things are going to impact these systems, along with all those other drivers that we understand much better. The invertebrates that Agnes just talked about really are important parts of the ecosystem. They really support the food webs that we associate with estuaries, and also are important indicators of ecosystem changes and degradation. And so we're really interested in understanding the changes in invertebrate assemblages that happen as a result maybe of water quality. So they can be telling us there's a change in the environment if we measure them appropriately. And they also help us identify some vulnerable areas in our systems. So I'm going to tackle a lot today, but some of the things are, have there been significant changes in water quality in Pleasant Bay? Really, actually, I'm looking at a period from 2007 to 2019. And then, are there differences in water quality in different areas of the bay, which of course we know there are. What are some of the bay-wide trends in water quality over the last decade? What are we seeing in our long-term seagrass monitoring, which Holly talked about how we've used that data to model into the future. I'm going to talk about what we've actually measured, and how is this impacting the invertebrates. So I'm combining a bunch of projects that we've been doing. One is our estuary nutrient enrichment monitoring, which we've been doing in Pleasant Bay, actually from 2007, 2008. It was annual till 2014, and then it's been biannual-ish since then. The submerged habitat mapping study that Agnes presented on, which was a project that we did all around the Cape with Hurricane Sandy disaster relief funds. And so we basically split the Pleasant Bay into these hexagon station areas and 12 salt ponds. and we measure water quality measurements, phytoplankton biomass, and at all these different locations. And then we have the 48 benthic sites. And so we have a lot of coverage across the bay for this presentation. And what we did was we took these areas and we divided them up into 4 sections. We have the salt ponds, which are our kind of terminal upper parts of the bay, the upper bay, which is upper Little Pleasant Bay, the mid bay, which is what we consider kind of the well-flushed area of the bay, and the outer bay, which is near the inlets. Oh, and as I need to update this. There's now 146 species, not 133. So were there interannual differences in water quality? We looked specifically at 2014, 2016, and 18. And what we saw is that there are differences between years. And from 2014 was a cooler year than 2016 and 2018 by about 3 degrees Fahrenheit. And we saw differences in light attenuation, so how the light moves through the water column in those years with the clearest waters in 2014 compared to 2016 and 18. And then across the 4 sections of the bay, we really started to see that impact of temperature differences, where the outer bay, where we're getting the Atlantic Ocean water coming into the system, we have the coolest temperatures, and in the upper bay and salt ponds, it's even warmer. Interestingly, the upper bay, which is kind of shallow, and was the hotter than the salt ponds. And so that was a difference in the upper bay of about 75 degrees Fahrenheit to the outer bay of 66 degrees. So a difference of about 9 degrees Fahrenheit, which is quite substantial. And anybody who's out there can feel that difference if you are in the water. And we also saw major differences in the water quality parameters. The light moving through the water column, the water's much clearer in the outer bay and mid bay, and pretty hard to see through and to see light get through in the upper bay and the salt ponds. That corresponded with phytoplankton biomass in those areas. The upper bay had the highest phytoplankton biomass along with the salt ponds, and very low biomass in the outer and mid bay. And dissolved oxygen was lower in the upper bay and salt ponds than in the outer and mid bay. And this data here is integrated across those 3 years from 2014, 2016, and 2018. But what does it look like if we treat Pleasant Bay as one place rather than these sections? What have we seen over the period of time that we've been out there from 2007 to 2019? At the top we have chlorophyll A, which is a proxy for phytoplankton biomass, and the green is a good environmental condition of phytoplankton biomass. As you get into yellows and reds, those are kind of more degraded ecosystem conditions. And so what we saw was that around the time of the inlet formation in 2007, the water quality was fairly good. About 70% of our stations were in the good condition, and only about 30% in the poor condition, fair condition. But there was a big decrease after that, where we had many years in a row where more than half of our stations were in the fair condition, and we're seeing a trend of recovery, where we're headed back towards most of the bay being in a good condition. Temperature, we expected to see more here, but what we see is that there's really no trend during the 12-year period. Between 5 and 30 stations are having 5 and 30% of our stations are having water temperatures greater than 77 degrees. That could be extremely problematic if you're in the 30% range. So those are things that we're paying extra attention to now. And on the whole, I would say the oxygen trends in the bay look great. These are bottom oxygen at our stations. We had more fair conditions earlier on in the 2007 to 2009, and we really haven't measured those except in the deep holes in the salt ponds more lately. For eelgrass, this is from our site at off Hog Island in Orleans, kind of at the, if you go out, straight out from Port Inimicut Landing. And we have 3 transects that we visit each year from 2003 to 2019 here, are shown here. And we have a shallow transect that's in very shallow water, a deep one that's kind of at the edge of the channel, and then a mid-depth. And this is percent cover of the eelgrass in plots that we revisit the exact same place each year. And what we see is that the eelgrass is highly variable across the years in these exact same locations, as close as we can get to where we were. And we see that these locations are really susceptible to physical disturbance. What we can see here, this drop off here was a big storm that tore up all the eelgrass in the shallow transect in 2006, and in the mid-depth we didn't see the same effect in the deep site. Then in 2015, in the mid-depth, we had a whole bunch of ghost fishing gear kind of land on our transect, and that killed it off, but then it recovered. In the deep transect, we're watching this closely because in 2017, we had a massive algal bloom that wiped out all of the eelgrass in that area, and it hasn't really recovered. We're not seeing any recovery yet. So these physical disturbances seem really important, but we have generally seen recovery after these disturbances, but that's really dependent on the water quality and all these other factors that we're talking about allowing that recovery to happen. So the cute little inverts are charismatic. We don't usually get to be the charismatic animals at a presentation. That's right. We're all fond of them here. So these are plots where we're looking at this is our 48 sites in Pleasant Bay. From invert data, we're looking at how similar, we take all of the species that we found in each location and we feed them into this program, and it tells us how similar the sites are to one another. So if they're all clumped together, they're similar, and the ones that are on the outside are different. And so what we found was that a lot of Pleasant Bay is really similar, but there are some different places. And when you look at that a little more closely, by the bay sections, what we see is that the outer bay near the inlet, which is 100% sand and high currents and kind of a tough place to live, is a little different than the cluster kind of coming out on the edge. And then also the salt ponds, which are these green ones. So the salt ponds are unique and different from one another as well. So you're not seeing them clustering together. Each salt pond kind of has their own thing going. And as Agnes talked about, Meeting House Pond is the most unique, being the least diverse and the least numerous in terms of its organisms. But they're all kind of on that scale in a way, outside of the range of the other sites in the bay, which are more diverse and have more individuals. So here's where I took out kurtosis. So this is a slightly different analysis than what Agnes was talking about, because we did add in all these water quality parameters to the model to understand how the invertebrate communities are being, what are the factors driving those differences. And what we found, even with the phytoplankton biomass and the oxygen and everything that we had, it was still sediment properties and the turbidity of the water were the main driving factors, and we could still only account for 22% of the variation. So even with those water quality parameters in there, we're still not figuring out what is exactly determining the invertebrate populations, communities. But we did see that in general, there were lower number of species in the salt ponds compared to the rest of the estuary, though it wasn't significantly different from statistical point of view. And there were lower densities both there and in the outer bay. So moving away from the inlet, we found the evidence of nutrient loading, water temperatures increased and water clarity declined, and Pleasant Bay condition is generally good. So we're happy about that, and it stayed good over the last decade. The high temperatures are a big concern. I'll just stop there.
We've got time for one very quick question, and maybe you can answer that while we start getting ready for our panel discussion that's coming up.
The slide that had the phytoplankton where they were high in the beginning, sort of, and then you referenced the inlet break. Is it the relationship there that the change in conditions drop phytoplankton that's been trying to recover, or do you have any sense?
We think that there was an improvement in water quality as a result of the 2000 inlet formation. Since our sampling kind of started around that time, our intensive sampling, I mean, the Pleasant Bay Alliance probably can fill in some of those gaps. We can probably piece those together and actually see whether or not there's a shift where that improvement was seen within a couple of years of the new inlet formation. But we do have some information from the seagrass beds that do indicate from stable isotopes, which are one of our tools, that the water quality did improve with the inlet formation. But now we're kind of wondering, after Graham's talk, whether that tidal range stabilization may be something that stops that progress or changes that progress. But all the things we're doing on land and in the watershed hopefully will counteract that too.
Thank you, Sophia. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit here. I'm going to turn things over in a moment to Charlie Sumner. He's got a distinguished panel of experts, and you're welcome to come take your seats at the front of the room here. Charlie, as always, answers the bell when we need him. I think many of you who know Charlie know that, so really, really thankful for Charlie stepping in today and being willing to moderate a panel discussion. Charlie wears a lot of different hats, town moderator, town administrator, town many things. I don't think I could cover his full resume, but we're very thankful to have him here today. If one thing I know Charlie is good at, it's moderating discussion, whether it's contentious or not. Hopefully today won't be contentious, but I think I'll turn it over to Charlie. He's going to in turn introduce his, or let his panelists introduce themselves, and we're going to have a little bit more free-flowing discussion here. Charlie's got a couple of questions he wants to ask the panelists, and we'll see what kind of discussion that brings. But I'll turn it over to you, Charlie, and your panel. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. It's much appreciated. Actually, and I should say, you know, I kind of got burnt out, ran out of gas as the town administrator in Brewster, but I was fortunate enough to serve as the first executive director for Pleasant Bay Community Boating, and that was like the best job I ever had. So, so anyway, so we're a little bit behind, and let's move right into the panel that we have here. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. The panelists are each going to spend 3 or 4 minutes answering them. If you have questions, even in between, just raise your hand and I'll entertain that, and we'll try to manage that within the time that we have available to us. So anyway, I'll start with Bob and I'll work our way down the panel. But the first question we have is, how is science used in the natural resource management of Pleasant Bay? And if the panelists can briefly introduce themselves as they start answering that question. Bob, please.
Okay. I'm Dr. Robert Duncanson, Director of Health and Natural Resources for the town of Chatham, and I've been the technical lead for the Pleasant Bay Alliance on the water quality monitoring program basically since its inception. You know, from a management point of view, when the biggest issue we have is convincing folks like finance committees, board of selectmen, and town meeting voters that they need to do something. And the only way you do that is with good science. Because there's always somebody out there. If we just go in and say, you need to do X, there's always somebody out there saying, no, you don't, or let's do Y instead. And so having good science to back up your position is what makes all the difference in the world. We've been very successful in Chatham with our comprehensive wastewater management plan. So far, the town has approved over $150 million to implement that plan. If we didn't have 10, 15 years of science to back it up, that never would have passed. And luckily, most of those requests have passed unanimously at town meeting. And it's only as a result of having good, sound science that's discussed beforehand. You can't discuss these kind of things on town meeting floor.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Miller. I'm the Natural Resources Director in the town of Brewster. So I think one of my main roles as a department head is, educating the decision makers, the select board and the elected boards like the planning board and, the Board of Health, those kind, about what the science is. Communicating the science to those decision makers is a big part of our role. But a lot of that happens kind of behind the scenes. The final decision's always made by the public at the town meeting, but it's only on the articles that we present. So in Brewster, we've always had a very strong narrative about water quality. Everything is about preserving our water quality. It's not just our drinking water, it's the pond water quality, it's the water quality in the estuaries and in Cape Cod Bay. So we've had a very strong public perception that water quality is one of our main goals. It's helped us buy a lot of the open space that we have. It's helped us participate in these regional groups like the Pleasant Bay Alliance, and I've been the town's representative to the Alliance since I started back in 2007. So I think it's been a very important part, and it's hard in Brewster because we don't have a substantial part of the bay. We have 40 foot of frontage on Pleasant Bay, so if we have to talk about the benefit and the need, it's really based on water quality and our responsibilities for what we do in Brewster and how it affects the rest of the resource.
Good morning. I'm Heinz Proft, Natural Resources Director in the town of Harwich. I serve as a department head for the Natural Resources Department. I echo both what Bob and Chris have already said. It's very similar to that in Harwich in terms of managing Pleasant Bay, addressing Pleasant Bay in terms of water quality, shellfish, anything natural resources related. I'm on the Water Task Force Watershed group of Pleasant Bay Alliance since I started in '98 in Harwich. And a couple of the other questions we're going to address today kind of talk about how we use science to address some of these projects that we have, as large as the comprehensive wastewater management plan that the town has put together, to as small as maybe looking at perhaps where shellfish would be seeded in a certain season within Pleasant Bay. Bob touched upon the education portion of the conversation with Board of Selectmen, town administrators, town officials. And as I've found over the years, they are willing to listen. I found it's better to do it in small bits and in piecemeal and kind of updates. If I put together a big presentation or something that's quite data-driven and then just bring it to them in like a sledgehammer, it doesn't get me very far. Because I do with it every day. I've raced along in presentations before about nitrogen and maximum daily loads and databases. And one of the questions I got back one time was, well, what's a watershed? Because I'd used that in my presentation. And the embarrassing part of it was on my behalf, that I assumed that they knew what that was. And so I felt, not bad, but just felt that going into larger projects like that, their backgrounds are quite diverse. And so some things have to be brought in very small parcels over time so that you can build towards a town meeting or to a decision by the town in general. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Jeff Sanders. I manage the Natural Resource and Science program at Cape Cod National Seashore. I've been with the park for almost 3 years now, so probably not as familiar with a lot of the resources of the fellow panel members, but I will say one of the nice things about speaking last on a panel is you don't have to say too much because everyone that went ahead of you covered all the important points. But we are very fortunate at the park to have an incredibly strong science program, and we have incredibly strong partners that we do science with, and I think you saw some examples of that in some of the talks earlier today. The Park Service is a management agency, so when management decisions are based on science. So we take that to heart, and when there are issues that have to be dealt with, the decisions need to be grounded in good science. I think there's a lot of examples across the park that we could use, specifically for Pleasant Bay. I mean, the presentations earlier today kind of teed this up very nicely, because there's really, really strong examples of a lot of the work that's going on down there, here, excuse me. And I think Owen mentioned something in his opening remarks about looking at things at the landscape scale. One of the things the Park Service has historically focused on is, what's going on inside our boundaries. Nature doesn't really care about boundaries. So one of the things that I think maybe wasn't clear on some of the presentations is where that Park Service boundary falls on some of those maps of Pleasant Bay. And all of those points that Sophia showed and Holly showed and Agnes showed, they fall inside and outside the Park Service boundary. So the decisions, the data that we're collecting, the results we're finding, the science we're conducting, it incorporates both what's going on inside and outside. And I think that's an incredibly important thing to recognize, that we're looking at this across a much larger scale than just what's going on in the park. So I'll stop there.
Thanks. Do we have any immediate questions for our panelists at the moment? Okay, thank you. Okay, gentlemen, I think the next question that we want to talk about is how could the link between science and management be strengthened?
Money.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Science is expensive, but as we've all indicated, it's critical to the management side. And the other thing is, people have to understand that sometimes science takes longer than we would hope it would. So it's really money and time. You can't go out necessarily and get the answer to a management question in, a week or 6 weeks. Sometimes it may take 2 or 3 years to gather the necessary data. And unfortunately, it is expensive. We've got, and I'll talk about this after lunch, we have the Pleasant Bay Alliance Water Quality Monitoring Program. There were people who said, well, why don't you just hire a consultant to do it? I said, okay, give me $150,000 and I could do 1 station a year. We have 40 stations, so do the math. It's expensive to do. And so you need those volunteers, you need those people that have the vested interest, and those are the kind of things that make the management side doable. Because as we all said earlier, if you don't have the science behind it, the management side's not going to work.
Okay. I can try and add to some of that. Have to remember this is a very dynamic system. They talked a lot about that. If we even took away things like sea level rise and climate change and things, the system is still very dynamic and things are constantly changing. So the science isn't one and done. We did a study, it's good forever. No, every year it needs to be updated to look at the changes in these things. And then on the other side, the decision makers change constantly. So you have a select board member elected for 3 years. He may not be the same one that was here. I mean, if we have a 35-year-old ACEC, Area of Critical Environmental Concern, the people who set that up are not still in charge. The boards and committees typically deal with individual properties. They're not used to looking at a regional or, an intergovernmental agreement and how these things work. So it does take a lot of time, there's a lot of repetition, and like Heinz was saying, a lot of times you have to not dumb it down, but simplify it so that they understand the very basic questions that we're dealing with and the way the regulations apply.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with either what they said, Chris or Bob. Some of these conditions within an environment didn't happen overnight, but the response by sometimes town officials, members of the town, think that the correction to that should come quite quickly. And so when money is allocated to something, either the study or the beginnings of a remediation, it's not like a light switch. You don't turn it off and get an instant result. You'll start seeing trends. You'll get these long-term things. And the way, if you view it as a problem, the water environment or condition, it took a long time to get there. It's going to take almost as long to get back out. And so if there's change at the top levels, there's a review of how far along we've come, or, well, didn't we already address that and fix it? Well, we are in the process of that, and it takes time, and that's why we've got the monitoring that takes place. And one final comment I'll make is, although we rely on volunteers quite often for many of these things, there's a benefit to that when it comes to a townwide either review or a vote to some of that. They themselves have, and I look in the audience today, you're part of it already, and they're aware of it, and so there's a vested interest there, and so there's this kind of all in to solve the issue. That's an advantage to that when you have the volunteers that we've used over and asked to help for many years. Thanks.
So I'll echo some of the points that have already been made. I think communicating science is an incredibly important part of this. Science is complex. It's not necessarily easy. Sometimes the scientists aren't the best ones to communicate it. So I think making sure that message is conveyed appropriately to the appropriate audiences, and that sometimes might mean having very different approaches to very different audiences. The other thing is networking and collaboration, which I think is pretty well established here, which is really encouraging and nice to see. This is clearly a system that has a ton of stakeholders, a ton of different municipalities, towns involved, and everyone is doing their part and communicating, the data that we collect to make sure that's available to all of the towns and everyone else so they can see that. So everyone has access to all of this information because, we could be doing something and, Harwich could be doing something, Chatham could be doing something. Making sure we cooperate and collaborate on those things just builds the power of what comes out of it. So continuing to build on that, improving ways we can share information. So I think that'd be really important.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? Sir?
You guys are doing a great job and we benefit from the work that you're doing, so thank you for that contribution. How do you crosswalk from the science back to the regulatory framework? In the discussion this morning, for example, we heard about the impact of the new channel being resisted by the hard solutions that were put in place to protect people's homes. What do we do to address that sort of disconnect in terms of natural resource management?
I didn't quite hear the exact point. It was how do we cross from the scientific to the everyday, or what?
The regulatory framework which guides decisions about how we use the resources that we have.
In Harvard, certainly not alone. I have department heads and kind of a network to reach out and kind of discuss some of those things to say, all right, is there something that I'm not bringing up, something that I'm missing, something that I've not included, something that I should make part of that to kind of, I guess, to crack that nut and make progress in that. Does that help?
It's also a lot of education.
Sure.
As you stated, there's been times when the science says one thing and the regulators say something different. And then it's a question of educating the regulators, talking with the regulators, to get them to understand and potentially the science proposing some changes to the regulations. We've dealt with that within Pleasant Bay because, being in ACEC, dredging was the big issue that was not allowed. And then there were discussions with the regulatory agencies that, got a minor change that allowed dredging in certain circumstances where there was proof that there had been dredging before the ACEC. So it wasn't that they wholesale opened the regulatory door, but they cracked it a little bit so we can address certain issues. But, that's the way it's done. And then through, as was alluded to earlier, a lot of cooperation. I mean, one of the big things the Alliance has worked on over the years is to try to get the towns to have consistent regulations. Because, we all share Pleasant Bay. And so what Chatham does affects Brewster, Harwich, and Orleans. What Orleans does affects us in terms of the bay. So by having consistency among regulations among the 4 towns, that's helpful. And sometimes that requires changes within a certain town because their regulations were different than the others. And again, those things just take time, but again, the science can help formulate that change.
Anybody? Jeff? You look like you have a...
I was just going to say, I think maybe the park is a bit of the oddball out here because Park Service regulations and rules maybe don't necessarily align very neatly with local towns. And so I think getting back to your question, sometimes it's difficult because the sort of philosophy is that we don't really mess with what natural processes. And I think when you're talking about things like the changes we're seeing, you could argue that how natural are these things, because they're obviously being influenced by a lot of things that we're doing. But yeah, it's a bit of a sticky wicket because there's the Park Service tends to sort of, okay, well, we're not going to mess with this. At some point, I think that may be something that we're going to have to reevaluate in some cases. But yeah, it's a little bit different for us.
And sometimes at the local level, you just have to understand that. And for Chatham, for us, it's been the dredging issue in Chatham Harbor. We would love to put sand out on North Beach Island to help preserve the island. We can't because it's within the seashore. And so, once we got people in Chatham to kind of understand, they may not be happy about it, but at least they understand it. And then we, at the staff level, have to look for what are the alternatives that we have. If we can't do X, what can we do? Because we still have to maintain access for the fishing fleet to the Chatham Fish Pier. So if we have to dredge, where are we going to put it? It may be more expensive to go to these other locations. It may have a longer permitting timeline to go to these other locations, but that's what we have to do to make it happen, because we can't just go to the simple solution to, stick it 50 feet away because we're in the seashore. So yeah, from a regulatory review, sometimes you just have to understand that and manage it, and manage the expectations.
Sarah? Oh, I'm sorry.
Carol.
Carol?
I just viewed you hadn't seen her.
Oh, hi, Carol.
So, it seems that sometimes, science leads the management discussion, and sometimes it comes in response to an event that occurs. I think a good example of where science has really led, along with a lot of communication and education, has been the wastewater issue. I mean, the science has really led the communities to making some very big, expensive decisions. Looking down the road at this whole question of resilience, and we're seeing a lot in the information today about changes in temperature and changes in geomorphology and long-term potential severe changes to the system as a result. How do we start to move the dial on the conversation? I mean, I know it's starting, there are local groups and there's awareness, but it doesn't seem to be at that level yet where it needs to be to really foment the kind of action and policy that's going to be needed. How do we get ahead on that particular issue?
I wish there was
question.
a quick, short answer to that.
Yeah.
It's probably multi-tiered and multi-leveled, yeah.
Yeah, it comes back to the education. Let's face it, the average citizen is not concerned about, I shouldn't say not concerned. They're not cognizant of what sea level rise and climate change and all necessarily means. The fishing community is getting there because they're already seeing changes in species. We're seeing more southern species here, and the northern species that were the backbone of the fishing industry for years are now up off Maine or somewhere. Coastal property owners are starting to see it because they're the ones being directly impacted. But, the summer resident who comes here for 2 months in the summertime and has an inland house, they're not really concerned about it yet. We as managers are concerned about it because, we have to deal with the loss in public access at landings. We have to deal with it in terms of wastewater infrastructure. I'd love to do certain things, but I can't because I can't have a pump station, 30 feet up in the air in a residential neighborhood. And so, that's where it's just education, folks, that these changes are coming, and we're going to have to alter the way we do some things that we've historically done in the past. So, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that dialogue is beginning. Well, not unfortunately, it is beginning, but unfortunately, it's not taken on the urgency yet that, it probably needs to take. We get the huge headlines, when the UNESCO climate groups issues their reports kind of things, and it's in the headlines for a couple of days, and then it disappears. And then 3 years later, they issue a new report, and it's at the headlines again. But until it starts affecting people day to day, or doing things that they like to do, then we're not going to get their attention, unfortunately,
I was going to add that, if there's a town-wide way to address their wastewater management plan that involves betterments or something like that, that gets attention too from the public, good or bad. But then that gets right back, it's kind of that ping pong, it goes back and forth from management to a decree to back to education, basically saying, how does my house, which is 5 miles from the harbor, where I don't even see, how does that affect the harbor? What are you telling me? That kind of discussion begins, at least some of that.
Yep. And part of it is trying to decide what's the most important right now. We only have limited dollars. Where do they go? So we all have competing priorities, whether it's in Brewster, a lot of it's water quality around ponds or drinking water, and not about estuary health right as much. So how do you split that up? And then the other thing that sometimes drives this, not wastewater, but is I look at what happened with Hurricane Sandy to the south of us. A lot of those communities are now taking these issues a lot more seriously. We haven't had those significant storms in such a long time that we're complacent. And hopefully we won't get one of those storms, but it does make a difference when it happens.
A question in the back?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm from the Friends of Pleasant Bay, and I just wanted to highlight a few things that we might be able to help you with, which includes science, communication, and most importantly with money. Many of our members are the people that are here for 2 months now and then, but they have checkbooks. And I think we've made that very obvious, and we presented some of our materials. And I will be asking many of you to contribute articles for our newsletter, which we could really improve by making it based on hardcore science and focusing it at the level of not the scientist, but the person that comes here and cares deeply about Pleasant Bay and wants to know where to put their checkbook. So I'd be happy to chat with any of you, or you can email me, but we really would like to try to focus our science and our communication skills for all of these issues.
Seth?
Hi, my name's Seth Goldheim, and wear a few hats and most importantly,
Just a few.
And
You're a true Cape Codder.
Yeah. And one thought I'd like to throw out in terms of this communication that we're talking about is that, Owen and Shireen really walk the walk. The commercial fishing fleet has great resources in this community, and they would love to participate in this and help out in ways that would move forward our understanding on the water. This is a fleet that understands this water probably as well as anybody, and also has resources, as in boats and captains and things like that. So to the extent that the scientific community works with the fishing community, I think it enhances everybody's credibility and moves the conversation into the community in a great way. So we stand by, we're ready.
Just in response to that, I will say that Holly will agree, and probably Agnes, when we show up at the landing and there are a bunch of fishermen there, the first thing we do is go talk to them and ask them what's been going on, and we'll cut an hour out of our field day just to talk with them about what's happening. That is just an incredible resource of information, and working with them to look out for things and talk about it is critical. I completely agree. Some really important information has come from those conversations.
Yeah, Dr. Duckinson talks about how expensive it is to basically implement some of the findings you can find in science, and now you have to go. There you know, we at the county, and I know I'm on the Cape Cod Commission, we get lots of money from places that nobody knew were places. And I'm not sure that, you know, Vic talks about the ARPA funds and so on, but I mean, there are obscure corners of the federal government and state government that have money available to do projects like this. Even with the commission doing coastal resilience studies to study the barriers that might be overtopped by a storm. So, I mean, it seems beyond the capability of any one person to understand all this. Mark Forrest, who works on the board, worked for Delahunt, so he has a little insight into how the federal government works and what's available. I think at some point, maybe, and I know your organizations probably do this all the time too, but at some point, somebody has to hire a consultant, something to look at, somebody who understands what resources are available, what financial resources are available to do this stuff, and get a handle on it, and then we'll know the challenge we face at the local level to try to do this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there are many programs out there to support what we're talking about. You know, you mentioned the Cape Cod Water Resource Restoration Project, which Mark is involved in through the Cape Cod Conservation District. You know, that's been a great program. It's federally funded. The first round, we were able to get $10 million to the Cape, and hopefully we're getting another. Then we had 6, and now we're trying to get more money. But, you know, as was alluded to earlier, and I've made this comment at other meetings, folks, we screwed the Cape over the last 300 years. We're not going to fix it in 5.
Thank you.
You know, and you know, even though there's these grant programs out there, they can do 3, 4 projects a year. The last time we updated the Cape Water Resource Restoration Project, we had identified 180 projects Cape-wide that needed funding. So, you know, do the math. You know, 5 or 6 a year, 180, you know, you're looking at 20 or 30 years to fix all the ones that we identified at that point. So, you know, it's, as I say, it's managing the public's expectations. You know, yeah, wastewater projects are great, but you have to make sure people understand, well, yeah, there's a 10-year time of travel from your house to the water body. So even if we sewer you tomorrow, there's still going to be 10 years for that clean water that's now coming for your property to get to the estuary. So don't think because you sewered your house today, the estuary is going to clean up tomorrow. You know, so again, it's education and managing people's expectations are the 2 biggest issues that we have to deal with. Sorry.
Oh, no, and I think, you know, just following up Bob's point is, I just having worked in local government for so long, people think you solve a problem by inaction, and you spend money to do it. Well, the reality is that's the first step in a long journey. And maybe I'd like to ask that part of the panel a little bit too, is to me, serving as a town administrator in Brewster so long, it's the collaboration. It's all of these support organizations, other environmental organizations. I serve on the board for APCC, because they did so much for me when I was working in Brewster. And that, having relationships with these different organizations make it a little bit easier for us to survive, because you can't do it alone as a town official. You get burnt out. You need collaboration and partners, especially I'm thinking about Chris when we're working on our beach projects when you have opposition. So maybe if you want to talk a little bit about that aspect of what we do.
Yeah, I can make a few comments. First of all, we know we're an aging population out here. So the planning horizon for a lot of the individuals is the next 5 years. They don't care about the water quality in 30 years. That's their kids' problem. They just want to sit here in their special place and enjoy their next 5 years. And that's true whether their bank is eroding in front of their house. All they want to do is save it for my next 5 years. They don't care about the impact of hardening in 30 years. It's really not their concerns. Mm-hmm. So that's a hard thing. And sometimes we need people like Charlie who have that long vision. They've been there for 30 years in the same position to be able to implement these long-term projects from the very genesis to the final solutions. And we often don't get that, especially with elected officials who, are usually retired. They're already pretty far beyond their career. They don't have 25 years to give as an elected official. So that can be very difficult for us.
We have a question here.
Yeah,
This is a little bit of a different kind of a question. It's fabulous to see the different towns in the park here and your collaboration together. But as I understand it, your collaboration is largely built around goodwill and kind of common caring for the issues at hand. Are there governance things that could happen that would facilitate the kind of region working more effectively as for and efficiently as one, that you would like to make recommendations for, that we could look at? You know, granted, governance changes take time and systems approaches, but it could ultimately be more efficient.
Well, I think that's the one place, well, not the one place, but one of the places where the Pleasant Bay is in the best shape of any estuary I know of in the Northeast, because we've had the Pleasant Bay Alliance, which is an intergovernmental body between the 4 towns, in place, Carol, 25 years now, at least. And that's specifically why the alliance was formed. Because of the ACEC designation, it was determined that the most efficient way to manage Pleasant Bay was to have some governance structure. Now, the alliance is not regulatory, but the alliance is that connection that keeps the 4 towns' feet to the fire, if you will. And we recently, I'm not sure updated that is the right term, but the 4 towns cooperatively got the first watershed permit issued by Mass DEP on the wastewater side of things. And that spells out specific actions the towns will take to protect Pleasant Bay. So as I said, I think Pleasant Bay from a governance perspective is already in pretty good shape. In the ideal world, we'd want it there to be one set of regulations that cover, say, the entire Pleasant Bay watershed. This is Massachusetts, home rule. I don't think we're ever going to get there. But the Alliance has been very effective over the years of getting the towns to work together to come up with the same regulations in each town. Instead of having 4 different sets of conservation regulations or 4 different sets of planning. Each town has their own set of regulations, but we've managed to get the important things into those regulations from a watershed perspective. And the Alliance, frankly, has been held up as a model around the country for efficiently doing that. Now, can that be expanded through the Cape Cod Commission Cape-wide? Yeah, and that's why we have the Cape Cod Commission, which is basically, they fill that role at the regional level, if you will. So I think from that perspective, I think the Cape is way ahead of other places.
Yeah, I'd say one of the strengths of the Pleasant Bay Alliance is that we didn't look at just the shoreline of Pleasant Bay, but we looked at the entire watershed, which extends far beyond the borders. Right. And that really is what ties us together, the watershed, not just the common bay itself.
And I guess the only thing I would add is that as far as what the park contributes to, or can contribute to this, is some of what's done out there is project-based, so they're relatively short-term, 3 to 4 or 5 years projects, but a lot of what we do out there is long-term. So the work that Holly's doing, the work that Sophia's doing, that's long-term monitoring. So that's intended to go on in perpetuity. And the park has plans, there's management and monitoring plans that outline that. So these are not data projects that are just going to be intermittent. These are things that are long-term and will continue to contribute to the overall decision-making process. And again, just kind of making sure that that's available to everyone and decision makers. Because some of these decisions obviously don't sit with the park. But we can definitely contribute information to help with that.
All right, do we have any other questions for the panel? I think not, and I think we're at least getting closer to back on schedule, I think. Good, okay. Thanks, everybody, much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charlie, and our panelists. Really, really appreciate you taking the time, and that was a really great start to the discussion. And I'm already hearing a lot of common themes, both in the individual presentations and now in the panel discussion. So that was excellent. Thank you, guys. We're going to take a lunch break here. I'd encourage you to take some time and check out some of the displays in the back room there. If you brought your lunch, please do stay close here. If you're running out for lunch, please do be back at 1 o'clock. We're going to get started promptly at 1. And this is a great time to view the posters in the back and enjoy your lunch. And it's looking beautiful outside, too. So stretch your legs, get some fresh air, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. All right, our first presentation in the next session is going to be Dr. Bob Duncanson. We're going to get back into water quality, dig a little bit deeper into that, or I guess dive a little deeper into that. You don't dig into water quality, thinking like a geologist here. All right, you're up next. Thank you. Pointer right there. Right hand arrow advances the slide. If you want a laser, it's the green dot.
The green
line.
Jeez, could they have made it any smaller? Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I have the dubious distinction of being the first speaker right after lunch, which is never a good place to be. But anyway, and they told me to take 20 years of water quality data and condense it down into 12 minutes. So we'll see how it goes. All right, so just to quickly, in terms of the water resources of Pleasant Bay, and you've all heard about this morning, the Pleasant Bay Alliance made the change years ago to deal with the entire watershed of Pleasant Bay, which is 21,000 acres. So it's a huge area. We have 9,000 acres of water, multiple freshwater ponds that we have to deal with, and that's all part of the water resources. It's not just the bay itself, because what happens on the land, as you know, ultimately may impact the bay. I'm going to skip that one and probably skip that one, and just concentrate here on water quality. So water quality in Pleasant Bay is not new. It's been going on for almost 50 years now. It started with really the first kind of broad-based study was DMF back in the mid-60s. And then there was some DPH work also in the 60s. Then DEQE, which was the Department of Environmental Quality Engineering, which changed their name to DEP. That's when they classified water quality in the bay back in the mid-1970s. And then there was a study in 1987 by the Friends of Pleasant Bay with Boston College. They looked at a total of 18 stations throughout the bay. And then DMF, as everybody knows, they have been ongoing bacteria monitoring for shellfish growing areas since the beginning of the shellfish program. And then starting in 2000, the Pleasant Bay Alliance started their basically bay-wide citizen water quality monitoring program. And one of the primary reasons for starting that program was, a bunch of us got together after the bay was designated ACEC and said, well, we know pretty much nothing about water quality. The Mass Estuaries project was coming along. It was in its infancy, if you will. And just for plug, that program actually started out of work that Chatham had done previously, and we were able to educate, if you remember that being a major phrase in our panel discussion, but we were able to educate DEP that, trying to address water quality, especially for shared water bodies, by having each town do it independently and each town hire their own consultant who used their own modeling and whatever to do it, could be a real problem in an area like Pleasant Bay, because you could theoretically have 4 towns with 4 consultants with 4 different models coming to 4 different conclusions. And so we had the experience of Chatham where we had done some of the first water quality modeling in the state, and we knew what the price tag was. So we were able to sit down with the state and convince DEP that, it made more sense to do this if you guys took it over, managed it. That way it'd be uniform throughout the Commonwealth. And you wouldn't have to deal with dueling consultants and all that kind of stuff. And you could do it more cost efficiently. So that was actually the genesis for the Mass Estuaries project. But one of the underpinnings of the Mass Estuaries project is water quality data. You really can't do a water quality model without data. And at the time, it was really set as a minimum of 3 years worth of water quality data. And so the Alliance, we all kind of sat around, well, if that's the case and we want to get going on this, we better start now. So we started the water quality monitoring program in 2000, and we had a number of objectives. One was to provide the needed background data, because other than those studies back in the 60s and the 80s, we really didn't know what the conditions were in the bay. You know, we had the old anecdotal evidence. You know, people would call up and say, hey, my sub-embayment turned green last week. What do I do? Should I swim in it? Should my grandkids swim in it? You know, we had shell fishermen telling us they were seeing, you know, declines in shell fishing and all those kinds of things. But we didn't have the actual scientific data. And then we wanted to be able to monitor trends. Was the bay getting better, worse, or staying the same? And we couldn't answer that question. We needed to provide the data, as we alluded to earlier, to convince the regulators or the people holding the purse strings for the finances that, hey guys, something needed to be done. You know, we needed to provide that data. As I said, we wanted to provide data for the the MEP program. And then probably one of the biggest reasons is, if we're now going to go to the towns and ask the taxpayers to pay tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to fix something, how do we prove to them that it works? You know, they don't like to spend money just to spend money. Well, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes they do. But other times, you know, they want to spend money and they want to see a result. And so we needed to provide something that could show them that their spending the money was worthwhile. And then, as was alluded to earlier, Pleasant Bay is a very dynamic system. You know, we now are dealing with 2 breaches, plus the Fool's Cut. And we had people coming up to us after the first breach in '87 saying, oh, there's no issues anymore. They've all been solved, because, you know, now instead of water flowing all the way out down by Monomoy, it now flows out by the Chatham Lighthouse. Everything's improved. We heard the same thing in 2007. The 2007 breach solved all the water quality problems in Pleasant Bay. You know, and you know, in the general public, that to them is a logical conclusion. You know, if you've got water quality problems here and you now create this brand new inlet right there, that should solve the problem, shouldn't it? But, you know, we, meaning those of us that think scientifically, we needed to get some data. So we created our citizen-based water quality monitoring program, which had 34 stations all the way from off the Chatham Lighthouse, and this basically predated the 2007 breach, obviously, but we started all the way off the Chatham Lighthouse and all the way up in the Meeting House Pond, with, as you would expect, a concentration on the smaller sub-embayments, the more interior embayment systems that we knew were less flushed than Big Bay and Little Bay. So just to give you, and you know, like I say, 22, well, this will be summer 2020. This will be summer 22. We don't, just so you know, full disclosure, we don't have the nutrient data yet for summer 21. It generally takes the lab about 8 or 9 months to get us that data. So it should be coming in sometime in the next couple of weeks. So you won't see summer 2021 on the graphs yet, because we don't have the data. But just to give you an idea, because, you know, the other thing that people said, well, how good can we expect it to be? You know, how much improvement should we get? These are flood tide measurements. So these are measurements taken just off the Chatham Lighthouse to try to answer that question. So obviously the water inside Pleasant Bay can't be any better than the water outside in the Atlantic Ocean. So for a number of years, about 14 years, we did do those flood tide measurements to see just what the water quality coming into the bay might look like, with the expectation that we're not going to get any better than that, because half the tidal cycle is bringing that Atlantic Ocean water in. And as you can see, you know, the total nitrogen levels were pretty low, as you would expect in the Atlantic Ocean, and that ended up resulting in the Mass Estuaries Project setting that dotted line down towards the bottom here. Okay, I'm not seeing the pointer, but anyway, if you see that dotted blue line down towards the bottom, that was the background level for bioactive nitrogen that was set by the Mass Estuaries Project based on this data. So they basically set that condition as that's what we'd like to see in all of Pleasant Bay ultimately. And it's bioactive nitrogen, so really those forms of nitrogen that could be readily taken up by phytoplankton and aquatic plants, that, was alluded to earlier. That's what causes all the problems with low dissolved oxygen, shading, and everything else that affects the whole ecosystem. And now, so just quickly run through some data. So this is Chatham Harbor. This is station PBA1, which is just east of Turn Island. So pretty much in the middle of Chatham Harbor. And you can see, for the most part there, as you would expect, because it's pretty close to first the original 87 inlet and then subsequently the 2007 inlet, water quality is pretty good. The two graphs on the left side are dissolved oxygen and measured in two different ways. The upper graph is the dissolved oxygen in absolute measurement, so milligrams per liter. And then the bottom graph is on a percentage basis, with the dotted line being 6 milligrams per liter, which is the Massachusetts water quality standard for Class SA water, which is the highest class water you can have in the Massachusetts rating system. And so you can see, for the most part, we are at or above that line for both surface and bottom samples, because we do both surface measurements and then also take measurements a meter off the bottom. There was a gap there for about 4 or 5 years because, the other thing we dealt with, this is a volunteer-run program. We have a DEP and EPA-approved QAP and all that, so it's good citizen science, because as I said earlier, you could never pay consultants to do this work. But one of the things that happened was, after the MEP was done and they issued all their reports, a lot of volunteers said, oh, we're done now. We've got all this data, you've got the water quality model, we don't need to do this. And I said, well, no, that's not the case. We need to keep doing this. And I still hear that to this day. Now that we're 20 years into it, people say, geez, I've been doing this for 20 years, aren't we done? And I'm like, no, because we're just starting to implement the things that hopefully will fix some of the problems. And we need to continue this to prove that they work. And then on the other side, on the right-hand side, the top graph is a eutrophication index. And this is the one that really makes the impression with the boards of selectmen, with the finance committees, and with the town meeting members that have no clue what I'm talking about. All right? We stole this from Buzzards Bay. They had developed this about 25 years ago. And basically, it takes all the scientific data, dissolved oxygen measurements, nutrient measurements, chlorophyll measurements, Secchi disk, all those things that the average citizen has no clue what it means, and it puts it into a 3-tiered scale, blue, yellow, and red. And that people can understand. If they see everything like this one in the blue category, water quality is pretty good. And I'll show you some other ones in a second that very quickly they can figure out, oh, things are pretty bad. The middle graph is total nitrogen. So this is the sum of all the nitrogen species, because we analyze all the nitrogen species. So DON, dissolved organic, particulate organic, dissolved and dissolved inorganic. And then this basically lumps them all together. The important thing to note there, that first scale at 0.5, under NOAA guidelines, anything above 0.5 milligrams per liter is considered eutrophic. So if you're below that, you're pretty good. If you're above that, you're not so good. And then down on the bottom is pigment concentration. We measure both chlorophyll as well as phaeophytin. So we measure the green pigments as well as the red and the browns. All right, and that all goes into that number. And there, same thing. If you're down below 5, water quality is pretty good. If you're above that, you have issues. So, Chatham Harbor is pretty good, as you might expect. Now we get into Big Bay. Big Bay's pretty good. Dissolved oxygen, and you can see that, again, we have that kind of gap in the middle there. But the big distinction between the right-hand and left-hand sides of the graph there are the 2007 breach. Unfortunately, we didn't capture the actual year of the 2007 breach, but you could tell all the early years, especially if you look at the eutrophication index, it was on the borderline of bad to somewhat okay in the middle. But then after the breach, water quality's been great. And you see the same thing in some of the other parameters. There's been a definite decrease in, say, total nitrogen levels ever since the breach. But then when you start getting into some of the smaller sub-embayments, in this case, Meeting House Pond, the break in 2007 had absolutely no impact on water quality in Meeting House Pond. It's as bad today as it was prior to this 2007 breach. All right? And you can see in terms of dissolved oxygen, didn't improve it, nutrients didn't improve it, and the overall eutrophication index didn't improve it. So, that's a very important message when we get these people that stand up at public meetings and say, well, the breach solved all the problem. When I put that slide up there and say to them, here you go, here's before and after the breach, had no impact on water quality. And then just another one, because it's always a topic, this is Aries Pond, same thing. Water quality maybe a tad better right after the break, but you can see in the most recent years, we've actually seen a downgrade, and I think that is, as Graham would allude to, the break has kind of stabilized now, and things are a little bit steadier, and we're not seeing that impact. We're seeing increases in the chlorophyll, we're seeing a little bit of indication of an increase in the total nitrogen, and really there's been no improvement in dissolved oxygen, especially the bottom water, which is critical for your invertebrates, critical for all your shellfish resources. Fish, if the oxygen decreases, they move. But if you're a shellfish, you can't move. If you're an invertebrate, you can't move. So you don't want to see those extreme levels in bottom DO. Now, keep in mind, we're taking these measurements first thing in the morning. We're looking for worst case. All right, we're out there from 6 to 9 in the morning so that, before the sun's come up, the wind started up again. So we're really trying to mimic worst case conditions. And so just quickly, a number of years ago, we actually hired a consultant to do an analysis of all this data that we had to look at the impacts primarily of the 2007 break. And this is Bay-wide. So this is all the station's data thrown together and then analyzed to see what impact the break may or may not have had. And here for dissolved inorganic nitrogen, it lowered the curve. It lowered the slope of the curve, if you will, but we're still seeing an increase in that. And then for total nitrogen, again, things were actually trending down even before the break. And then, it's still continuing down, which is a good sign. So, anyway. And I know Owen's standing right next to me, so I'm done.
Thanks, Bob. We definitely do catch him at the break. We've got him for at least on the hook for one more presentation today, so we're not done with him. You'll have time to ask him questions at the break, but we're going to move on to our next speaker. And that's Josh Reitzma from the Barnstable County Cape Cod Cooperative Extension and Woods Hole Sea Grant. Advances the slides if you want the lasers, the green line.
All right, thanks Owen, and thanks everybody for sticking around. I'm going to talk a little bit about shellfish and a project that we've been part of for about 20 years now, so we have a little bit of data, and we just thought it would be good to share with a group here who cares about Pleasant Bay, because one of our sites is Pleasant Bay. And those are my associations, Barnstable County, Woods Hole Sea Grant, and CMAC, which is funded by Department of Ag Resources in the state. Oh boy. So the program or the project that I'm going to talk about is called Shellfish Habitat Assessment. That's our name for it. And really it's a program that we set out to do in a sort of simplified way of trying to monitor shellfish seed growth and survival in the environment, and do it in a number of different areas. So have a pretty simple way to put the seed out and monitor it in different areas. And it began way back in 2003, way before my time with Extension. And we've kept it going for almost 20 years now. And we have 4 Sentinel stations. So these are Wellfleet Harbor, Cape Cod Bay in Brewster, as well as Barnstable Harbor and Pleasant Bay. We've since added a 5th site in the 3 Bay system of Barnstable because of a lot of stuff going on there. But we don't have a lot of data on that, so I'm not going to share any of that with you today. So the seed deployment, pretty simple system. So we're working with oysters and quahogs. I don't think they're particularly charismatic species, but they are commercially important species that we're talking about. And we get seed from a local hatchery every year, try to standardize it 8 to 10 millimeters in size. People like to think about it in the size of their nails on their fingers. It's about a pinky nail or less than a pinky nail size. The oysters go into those racks that you see in the upper right picture there. 25 oysters per green bag, and the racks hold the oysters up off the bottom just a little bit. And then the quahogs go into pots. They're pretty hard to see in that picture, but way off to the right in that top right picture, there's pots, and literally flower pots that we dig into the sediment. There's 3 that remain uncovered with mesh, and then 3 that are covered with mesh to provide some level of protection in each area. So the seed it goes out usually early July. It usually ends up being the week of 4th of July based on hatchery timing and tides and whatever else. And then after 2 months, we take it back and we assess it for growth and survival, which is what Abigail is doing in that picture in the lower right. So the ultimate, or not the ultimate, but one of the other reasons we do this, we're collecting some longer term data as a sort of a baseline. And then we offer this program to towns as well to sort of assess different environments for potentially propagating shellfish as a resource. So we'll lend these out, and then they can compare against the monitoring we do at the Sentinel station. So, is it within this sort of average, or is it better than the average growth? Or are there survival challenges that I need to be aware of if I'm going to be propagating shellfish in these areas? So it's really just sort of a tool used for multiple things, but in a lot of times just to help the towns assess different environments. So our Pleasant Bay site pictured here is, we work with the growers out in the Little Pleasant Bay area, the upper portion there where that arrow is pointing to. And our site has actually moved around quite a bit within that little area over the years as growers retire, and we need to find a new spot. So there's not exact site fidelity, but it's moved around a little bit. But we definitely rely on the growers for the permitted site to plant shellfish seed and the overall monitoring of this project. So I'll talk a little bit about oysters first. This is what oysters typically look like at the end of a season. You'll have some live animals and those ones that look a little sort of gross at the bottom there, the bottom right of that left picture. They're probably mortalities, and we'll go and look at them. Sometimes you can tell what caused the mortality. Oyster drills, for example, leave a very telltale sort of hole through the shell. Moon snails the same way. If the shells are cracked, it's often a crab. So, we try to ascertain what caused the mortality as well, and then they'll be measured. So this is a figure showing oyster survival, and I think the important line here is the blue bars. That's the ultimate survival per site. So we have Wellfleet Harbor, Cape Cod Bay, Pleasant Bay, and then Barnstable Harbor. And then those other lines or colors indicate the potential cause of mortality. So you'll see survival, it's fairly consistent among the sites, 80 to 90%, except for Pleasant Bay. We've had some challenges with mortality there, and the red shading is dead unknown, so it died and we don't know why, and the green shading is dead due to an oyster drill. So we know that 20 to 25% on average over that 19 years died due to oyster drills. And in Pleasant Bay specifically, this is the percent survival over the years. You can see there's a sort of an upward trend, and there's years where data are missing, and those are years where oyster drills just took them all out. They literally killed everything. So in 2012, we sort of regrouped with the growers we were working with there, tried a few different things to keep the drills off the oyster gear, and we ended up finding a method. It's actually just copper tape around the legs of the racks. Snails don't like to crawl up over copper tape, so they hit that point and generally stop. There's a few that seem to have adapted to getting around it. But you'll see that mortality, or the survival, has improved over the years due to that, so that we actually have animals to measure to look at the actual growth rate as well. And so this is a figure of growth rate. Again, this is our 4 Sentinel stations: Wellfleet, Barnstable, Pleasant Bay, and Wellfleet Harbor. And the green line is Pleasant Bay, and you'll see that, you know, it's in that sort of top tier, Barnstable, Wellfleet, and Pleasant Bay, sort of the top tiers of oyster growth. This is in millimeters per day, averaged growth over the 60-day deployment or so. And Cape Cod Bay tends to have the lowest growth. It's a more sort of oceanic type environment rather than an estuary type environment. And this is that oyster growth rate specifically to Pleasant Bay. You can see there's some missing data points. That's where we had no live animals left to measure. And that thin line, the thin green line, is just a simple linear trend. And you can see oyster growth has been pretty uniformly good over the last 19 years and might be slightly trending upward over those years. In particular, it looks like 2018 and 19 were particularly good years. That's actually 2 years we had it in a specific site that was a little bit intertidal, and they came out of the water a little bit, which actually cut down the fouling on the animals, and I think it allowed them to feed a little bit better. Tunicate fouling is pretty bad in Pleasant Bay, so that's actually a pretty interesting anomaly on the growth rate there. So talk a little bit about quahogs. This is what quahogs look like at the end of a season. Definitely a slower growing species overall. You know, we're lucky if we get them to 15, 20 millimeters by the end of the season. And again, we're sort of looking at the live and dead that remain in those pots. So this is the quahog seed survival, similar to that oyster figure, but there are two bars for each site. So one is the mesh coated or the mesh covered pots, and then the other one is the unmeshed pot. So the green, the lime green color there is survival, and you can see in each pot that is meshed or mesh covered that has mesh protection, survival is pretty good, usually around 80–90% through that 2-month season. And then the gray bars, which you'll see are pretty prominent on the unmeshed replicates, they are animals that have just gone missing. So it could be carried away by a predator, could be washed out by wind and wave action. We don't know. And, you know, basically the take home there is unless you're providing protection, the animals kind of just disappear for whatever reason. And we do a little bit of, you know, trying to ascertain what the mortality was, and there's a little bit of drill activity. I think that's the yellow in these figures. But by far and away, it's just animals disappear from the planting. And, you know, specifically in Pleasant Bay, the blue lines are the meshed pots and the red are unprotected. You'll see that overall survival is much better, providing protection, and may actually be trending slightly upward over the 19 years of data here. Again, that's no change in the system. It's all just subpidal planting of these pots in the environment. So in terms of quahog growth rate, this is where Pleasant Bay definitely differs from the other sites. You'd expect the green line being Pleasant Bay to be up where it was with oyster growth rate, with Wellfleet Harbor and Barnstable Harbor, the top tier. But Pleasant Bay is consistently lower than all the other sites, even lower than you know, out in Cape Cod Bay and Brewster. So that's a pretty interesting anomaly to us. Can't necessarily explain it, but the growth rate of quahogs is definitely a little lower, and that's certainly been observed by people working with shellfish in Pleasant Bay as well. And this is just that plotted across those 19 years. Again, that straight thin line is the trend, pretty consistent. 1 year of anomaly there looks like 2019 with exceptional growth rate, and then besides that it's sort of dipped and then come back in recent years. So sort of the take home from 19 years of observation, oyster drills are a definite challenge, and we've certainly heard that from resource managers on Pleasant Bay that oyster drills are tough, as well as the growers themselves trying to deal with them. And those of you who don't know what an oyster drill looks like, the top right figure, the snail on that oyster seed is an oyster drill. Fouling by tunicates is a definite challenge in Pleasant Bay. Specifically, that lower right picture there is gear that has just been deployed for 2 months. That's it, and you can see the tunicates are well present on that. And quahog growth is slow. And this is specific to Little Pleasant Bay. I can't make that generalization to the bay as a whole, but in that area of Little Pleasant Bay where we're working, it's pretty slow. While oyster growth is pretty good and consistently good, and the oyster growers definitely do not complain about their oyster growth rate, so that's a good thing. Why they're so different, I don't necessarily have an answer. People have told me, especially at small sizes, oysters and quahogs tend to feed on different things or different size algae. So it might be something about the phytoplankton community there that's just a little bit different and consistently different over those years, despite all the changes in the coastal geology over those years. And ultimately we have this data and are happy to share it. We're committed to sort of keeping this project going. So if this data is of use to anyone, we're happy to share it. And I have to acknowledge many different people that make this project going. It's not just me. All the growers that have participated, the Gallows, the Orcuts, David Slack, Dan Howes, Frank Albino more recently. And then, Diane Murphy and Bill Walton certainly sort of started this project, and Abigail and Harriet and myself have sort of kept it going over the years. And that is my quick overview.
We've got time for a couple of questions if you have them for Josh.
Sure.
You're not off the hook yet.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Presentation. I noticed that both the quahog and the oyster patterns and the survival patterns seem to be the same across the sites. So if you had to look,
To be honest, I have not looked that closely at all the data and the physical patterns, but it's on the list to do, yeah. Good observation. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, Josh, two questions. One, do you see any difference in water temperature among the sites? Because that obviously is going to impact growth rates.
So yeah, we have temperature monitors on the equipment. I didn't have time to get to that data, but yeah, we do have that. And
then the second question, and this is more thinking to the future, and it's one of those dichotomy things that I think some of us managers are dealing with. Towns are going to be spending tens of millions of dollars dealing with the wastewater issue, which provides a food source for the shell fisheries around the Cape. Any thoughts on what potential may happen if we start cleaning this water up significantly? Are we going to start to see drop-offs in shellfish? Any thoughts on that?
yeah, I mean, it would all just be conjecture at this point, but I will say Pleasant Bay has some of the clearest water that we work in, as opposed to Barnstable Harbor and Wellfleet Harbor, which are, there's definite phytoplankton there. Like you see it, it's green, it's brown, it's, but the oyster growth there is good, and it remains to be good. So it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen, but at some point, yeah, if there's going to be large-scale harbors like Wellfleet that become a little bit more or less nutrient-rich, maybe that growth does become limiting at some point.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
All right. You can catch Josh at the break if you have more questions. I saw a couple more hands up. So introduce our next speaker. Actually, in all of the chaos of today, I sort of forgot that I'm also giving a talk today. We'll pull that up and we'll see how that goes. All right, I'll start the clock on myself here. There we go. Yeah, so just a quick introduction to this project. I should have a long list of co-authors up here, but I want to point out one co-author in particular, and this speaks a little bit to what Seth mentioned earlier. Ted Lucas is one of several co-authors on this study, and that's him pictured there. He's a commercial fisherman from right here in Chatham, and it was his expertise and body of knowledge that really helped move this project forward, along with extensive interaction and conversation with the fishing communities of several towns. It was that expertise and a lot of their questions that were a big part of what drove this particular part of the project. we had a great history lesson early on, so I won't take up your time with that. But this is one of the few maps that didn't go up as Champlain's map of Pleasant Bay. And even back then, they noted the abundance of commercially and recreationally important shellfish that we think of today, like bay scallops and oysters. More recently, I'll fast forward past a lot of what Alan talked about and just point out some of the sort of the most recent heyday that was within the very beginning of my lifetime, and the one that I hear about the most from the current generation of commercial fishermen or their parents' generation, depending on who you're talking about, is the 1960s and 70s. And obviously Pleasant Bay has a long history of natural resource harvesting, but in particular, those were some of the last of the big years. And there's some examples of fishermen's logbooks here, and I don't want to get into all of the data, but there's familiar places to those of you who work in and around Pleasant Bay: frostfish, lanies. The species here are quahogs and winter flounder, which we'll talk about more. There's a commercially harvestable abundance of winter flounder in a lot of those coastal ponds around Pleasant Bay, and you'd have these little tiny draggers that would go in and work in those ponds. Towing for winter flounder is one of the more important commercial species in addition to shellfish and eels. Of course, we heard a lot about quahogs already from Josh, but again, that for a very long time was a very important commercial fishery. Alan had some great pictures of how long that industry has been in place, and again, just more logs. And I'm not going to talk a lot about shellfish today, only to illustrate that there's been such a long history of fisheries and fisheries harvesting in this area. And it's a lot of the questions like the ones Josh is trying to answer that prompted us to do this work. Bob mentioned back in 1965 and 66, the State Division of Marine Fisheries did a really comprehensive study of the system in terms of species inventory, and they were focused, just as we were, on commercially and recreationally important species, but they also collected an enormous wealth of data on abundance of marine species in general, some water quality measurements that Bob mentioned. I won't talk too much about that other than to say that we work to try to replicate some of their methods, and you'll see that in a minute. But also one of the main recommendations of this study back in 1965-66 was that we should do it again in 10 years. And that was a recommendation that was not heeded. That work hadn't been done for a very long time, and I'll get into a little bit more about our attempts to replicate some of that work. It was a great foundational work that was done by the state throughout many estuarine and lagoon systems around the state. But they just didn't have the funding to continue that work once it was done once. But they strongly wanted to keep repeating this when they did it back then. Enter the Pleasant Bay Alliance, and back then it was the 2013 version of the Natural Resource Management Plan, which again we look to very much to help set research priorities. And among the recommendations of the 2013 plan was that research ought to be done on fisheries habitat in Pleasant Bay, in particular revisiting a lot of the work that had been done by the state back in the 60s, noting that there'd been a lot of changes. Certainly you talk to any commercial fisherman that knows the area, and you've witnessed a lot of changes in the last several decades. The Friends of Pleasant Bay, as we mentioned earlier, funded a variety of different research projects, part of a comprehensive multidisciplinary study of the system undertaken by the Center for Coastal Studies in partnership with some other organizations. And I'm just going to focus on one subset of that study, and that's the finfish and shellfish component. And I'll talk very quickly about the methods. We took a kind of a pilot approach to this, just looking at lobster settlement in 2014. So basically putting down these passive collectors, big cages full of rocks down on the bottom that went down in July, haul them back in October, and I'll show you what that looks like when you haul them back in a minute. Seine sampling, replicating what the state did in the 1960s at a few cardinal stations around Pleasant Bay throughout a year. We did all of our sampling from June 2015 to 2016, plus a few opportunistic places in 2017 for a grad student that I was working with. But we tried to standardize our methods to other work that was done in the area, as well as what the state did in the 1960s. And we also did a series of trawl, dredge, and trap samples over a lot of the same stations that Agnes mentioned earlier in Pleasant Bay, looking at some of the larger fauna in the system with a variety of different gears. I'm not going to talk about the gears too much in the interest of time, but if you want to see some of the gears that we use for this type of sampling, again, relying on the tools that commercial fishermen use, as well as gear that had been used in past studies. Some of that will be on display when hopefully you'll all join us for the social event at the end of the day at Pleasant Bay Community Boating, and you can get your hands on a scallop dredge, the otter trawl that we use, and again, standardized gear that was used by other groups in the area. Lobster traps, I think most folks know how those work. We have special science traps that nothing can get out of. And we'll get into the results really quickly. First, from the passive collectors, we did actually have a pretty high lobster settlement index. It was among the highest in the state, actually. Now, granted, we're taking cobble habitat and creating it on mud habitat in many cases, so I don't know how directly comparable it is to some of the other settlement studies that have been done, but we were pleasantly surprised to see quite a number of juvenile lobsters, a good settlement index. So again, nice to see some juvenile animals in the system. Lots of fish, and among the most interesting of the fish that we saw were tropical species, and I think many of you have seen these slides before, but this really helped kind of raise the level of interest in this study. Is just putting down a couple dozen passive collectors, we were coming up with snowy grouper and butterfly fish and a lot of other tropical species, and this ended up spawning, no pun intended, a graduate project, a master's student that I supervised at UMass Boston, looking at these tropical species in Cape Cod waters. Intertidal seine sampling, results of that, again, what you might expect, lots of forage fish, Atlantic silversides among the most numerically dominant anytime we would haul the net. And just to give you an example, one pull of that 60-foot beach seine, you get 2,700 silversides in a single set. Needless to say, we didn't measure them all. We released a lot of those. I don't know if you've ever worked with silversides, but they don't take to handling too well. So we tried to release as many as we could, and but we did take length subsamples of all of these. But lots of different forage fish, which is a really important part of the system. And silversides were also super abundant when the state did the work in the 60s. A lot of the usual suspects there, menhaden. Nice to see a lot of juvenile menhaden the last few years. This little guy here, that's an Atlantic needlefish. They're generally further down south, but they come through a lot in the summertime. Great food for striped bass. I'm going to show some of the species community differences sort of qualitatively here, just to give you a sense. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, but I'm always amazed when we get out into a system like this and see how different the communities of animals are from place to place. So just going to focus on a northern spot here off of Pawa. And again, we're sampling across an entire year, so you're going to see different animals at different times of year, but some of the more important species, more notable species anyway at this area in particular, in eelgrass, sand habitat. You've got Atlantic tomcod, these little very charismatic lumpfish here. This is the place where we saw the most bay scallops, but again, very few bay scallops overall. This is an animal that really isn't super abundant anymore in the quantities it used to be. It's another question to dig into. Lots of crabs, spider crabs, green crabs, and that's actually just one single blue crab shedding its shell there. So we did see a fair number of blue crabs there and elsewhere in the bay. And blue crabs are absolutely everywhere now. Pleasant Bay, they've always kind of been there on and off, but they're absolutely everywhere in the system. They're one of the more interesting animals these days. You go down to Crow's Pond, very different species community, lots of tunicates on the bottom, some anoxic muck down there as well. Actually saw a fair amount of squid in there, and longfin squid, and here we've got, these are squid eggs, and one of the things I want to point out there, those are squid eggs that are essentially rotting due to anoxia. On the bottom, you bring them up, and they have that sulfury smell, so they're spawning in there, but I don't have high hopes for the survival of those eggs. Most of those are already dead as we were bringing them up in there. And this little guy here, that's called a seaboard goby. These are little tiny fish about this big. They're very cryptic. We tend to find them in empty beer cans and empty shells. Were we not using a dredge to sample, we probably wouldn't have caught any of them. So it shows the importance of different sampling gears as well. And they're one of the fish species that's most resilient to low dissolved oxygen. And you'll find these guys in very anoxic conditions compared to most other fish. Lots of golf balls off Eastward Ho as well. And again, just another snapshot in a different place when you get down towards the southern inlet there. Now you're starting to see some of the other commercially important species and more open water species. So you've got your winter flounder, your blackbacks. This was the place where we saw the most blackbacks. Blue mussel beds all through this area, but especially down here. And sand lance, sand eels or sand lance, another important forage fish. Lots of rock crabs, so now you have a different crab community, and yes, Tim, you do have to measure those, all of them. So just a quick summary here. We published a comprehensive report and a paper in Northeastern Naturalist on this very descriptive study. We weren't doing any hypothesis testing. We were really just sort of describing what was there, providing some crude comparisons to the work that was done in the 60s. So there's some numbers here. They're semi-interesting, but relative to what? And that's kind of the point that I want to make with this talk in the context of today's meeting. We did count a lot of animals, not as many as Agnes, but we counted a lot of animals. We had survey effort distributed relatively evenly throughout the year, which is good. We saw relatively similar patterns seasonally to what the state saw in the 1960s and to some of the other regional studies that have been done. And that's the case for most of the species we saw. A lot of the species that we saw were represented only by young of the year or juveniles, so a lot of juveniles in the system. And in fact, we only saw juvenile winter flounder, no adults, so nothing there that would sustain a commercial fishery. Fishermen would tell you that's no surprise because they haven't seen them in a long time. We did see a fair amount of juveniles. And species like these are actually not river herring, these are sea herring that come into the bay to use it as a nursery and then go back out. So they're not actually spawning in there. A really important habitat for juveniles. And then, it is a home to a really diverse assemblage of different animals, and many of them are using the bay for different life stages. And I put squid back up here because they're using the bay for all life stages. They are a migratory species, but you're seeing them in here as eggs, as you saw earlier, as these tiny little juveniles. There's no scale bar there, but that's about the size of a dime or a nickel on the palm of my hand. And that's just barely an adult long-fin squid there. So you're seeing a lot of animals in there in all life history phases, but really important for juveniles. We did use more sampling gears and more types of gear than they did in the 60s, so it's not necessarily surprising that we did see generally greater species diversity. We did see some differences in diversity and abundance at different times of year, not enough to really quantify because you're really just comparing these two snapshots, and one in the 1960s for a year and one in the 20-teens for a year. One of the things that was notable when we added a third year of sampling, mostly to accommodate the graduate student that I was working with in a couple of these select sites in Big Bay, we saw almost an entirely different species community in just a few of those samples. And this was right after they opened up Muddy Creek. You'll hear about that later on. And boy, was it ever tempting to say this was because of the Muddy Creek restoration, because right off of Muddy Creek, we saw a bunch of species that we hadn't seen in the two previous years. But again, these snapshots in time, they're great. It provides a really nice baseline, and especially when you can sample throughout the year. But when you're seeing such differences just between 2 years, it just really underscores the importance of long-term monitoring. We got to do this more often than 50 years, arguably more often than 10, as the state recommended. We have to get out here and do this work more frequently. Even if it's not as comprehensive, we do have to get out there and be able to track these changes. And you're hearing about the utility of other long-term data sets today, and we need something similar for some of the bigger biology. And I think that's it. I'm right on time, and more or less. And I think I have time. It looks like I have time for maybe one question up against the coffee break. So you can ask me at the break as well. Wow.
The shot of the passive cages that you were using and so forth, it's kind of interesting. This makes me think, has there ever been any discussion of the possibility of putting in an offshore fishing reef in Pleasant Bay?
Yeah, Ted, that's a good question. I don't know if anybody's. I'm sure someone has talked about it. I haven't talked to anybody about it. I know. Skip Norja wanted to do it for years. There are a few folks that wanted to do it. I know the state has a very specific permitting process for it. Certainly some of the aquaculture grants and other structures out there act as a de facto reef. So it'd be interesting to look at the differences in species communities around those in particular. And I talked to some of the same growers that Josh talks to just about some of the weird critters they find around theirs. But it would be really cool to do kind of a quantitative study around some of those existing structures. And that might give you a sense of whether or not doing some sort of reef program would provide more benefit. Well, there's some existing already in different forms. And those little lobsters, the reason we did that lobster study was Charlie Beggs used to run a mooring company in Pleasant Bay, Ames Marine, and also had a lot of experience cohogging out there, would see these little juvenile lobsters on his moorings. So that's where that all came from. So yeah, there could definitely be benefit. Excellent. Well, if you have any more questions, catch me at the coffee break. We've got a 15-minute break up next, I think, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Does that sound right? I don't have the agenda in front of me. So yeah, let's grab some more coffee, stay energized. We're home stretch here. We've got a few more great presentations. We'll have a little bit of, we'll have another panel discussion, then we'll wrap up at the end. All right, we've got 3 more oral presentations and 1 last panel discussion here. So I want to introduce one of our co-organizers of this conference, Carol Ridley. So she's going to talk a little bit about climate resilience in Pleasant Bay. There's your little clicker there.
So it's the
right arrow advances the slides. Green line is laser if you want.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone. So we've had so many wonderful technical presentations. I'm gonna take us into a little bit different direction, maybe just talking a little about from a management perspective and so see how we use some of this wonderful science. And I just have to comment, sitting through the many presentations today, a thought I often have, which is how fortunate we are to have such great talent and knowledge to draw from in addressing issues in Pleasant Bay. So just a day like this just really underscores that for me. I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the Alliance's approach to this very broad and daunting topic of resilience. And this slide is familiar because Bob had exactly these same bullet points on one of his, but I'm going to make a different comment about it, which is that Pleasant Bay is a very large and complex system, and it just underscores how whether we're talking about water quality or we're talking about, the diversity of benthic life or the health of eelgrass or even how we deal with erosion management, all the different presentations we've heard today, we've heard about how there isn't one solution. This is a very dynamic, varied system, and so it's complicated. And so all these issues that we're trying to grapple with, including resilience, are multifaceted in that respect as well. So this is just an overview of, on the left, you're going to see in blue or purpley blue, that's essentially the scope of the area of critical environmental concern that we've been talking about, which is basically the estuary and then 100 feet in landward from the 100-foot contour line. And it also encompasses 11 freshwater ponds that are hydrologically connected to the bay. And then on your right, we have the outline of the watershed. And so someone made the comment earlier that folks are doing things very distant from the actual, physical presence of Pleasant Bay that have a bearing on the health of the system. And when we think about the health of Pleasant Bay, we're really looking at it from both sides, in the sense of we're looking at the dynamics of the barrier beach system, because that's controlling hydrodynamics. It has a great influence on our water quality and also water levels and storm surge and all of those kinds of things, very significant impacts on the health and resilience of the system. But we're also looking at it from the landward side, because there are other threats and factors there coming from our watershed. And with respect to that, eelgrass, we heard so great presentation on that earlier. The Massachusetts Estuaries Project has identified a loss of about 25% since the 1950s within Pleasant Bay. And in terms of the resilience of the system, the ecosystem, the biodiversity, it's an important factor of that, but it's also an attenuator of wave action. We were just talking about that in a meeting yesterday. So it is an important feature, and it is under threat, and we believe from nutrient loading from the watershed. And so we have a very multifaceted approach to dealing with that nutrient management problem. It's been alluded to in previous presentations, beginning with that very extensive water quality data that's been collected, the work group we have convened through the Alliance, which has the resource managers from all of our towns grappling with these issues, pulling together the data, sharing research. We have the Massachusetts Estuaries Project modeling that's been conducted to help us understand the scope of the problem and the thresholds we need to achieve. And then we have our watershed permit, which is the implementation game plan. So that is a key part of resilience of Pleasant Bay. In many respects, it's long-term health and the health of eelgrass and other aspects of the ecosystem. But we're also looking at it from that other side of the equation, or the barrier beach, or the coastal resilience side of things. And so we have a number of measures underway that are helping us deal with that. Graham's wonderful work and his colleagues with the ongoing data set we have for tide gauge monitoring analysis, and that is work that we want to continue forever, frankly. I mean, it's just so valuable to have. We conducted a sea level rise assessment with the Center for Coastal Studies back in 2017. Based on that information, our work group developed guidelines for erosion management. That's a document intended to be used by conservation commissions and property owners and practitioners dealing with erosion management control. We have been working with a series of coastal zone management grants to address salt marsh protection, restoration, and Greg alluded to a piece of the work that we did on that. And then we also worked with the SNEP Stormwater Technical Assistance Network on a stormwater and community resilience funding and financing strategy. So we've had sort of an incremental stepwise approach here that tries to look at the different pieces of the problem, understand it, and come up with some creative solutions. And I'm just going to walk quickly through those pieces and share a little of the information. So the sea level rise assessment looked at 3 different scenarios, and Mark was the lead on this, Mark Borelli, and basically found that by the year 2100, we could see an increase of up to 3 feet in tide levels in Pleasant Bay. And based on that information, there was also an assessment in that sea level rise study that looked at what the implications of that would be on the inner shoreline, and we learned that we could lose up to half of our intertidal resource areas. And that was quantified at 200 acres, but that might be a little low, I'm not sure, but that's a significant loss of important resources to the system for many reasons, many ecosystem services, storm attenuation, et cetera. There also could be significant impacts to low-lying infrastructure, to public access, to our stormwater management infrastructure. And one of the key findings of that study was that the barrier beach would largely remain intact. So if that isn't the case, if there are greater breaches or further breaches to that barrier beach, certainly we could see some more significant impacts to the inner shoreline. And if we begin to lose either through rising waters or through mortality, loss of vegetation, whether it's salt marsh or eelgrass that attenuates, tidal energy, wave energy, storm surge, there could be greater impacts. This is just a mapping from DEP of the extensive coastal wetlands in the system, which includes about 3,500 acres of salt marsh, a very crucial part of the coastal wetlands in the system. Excuse me, the 3,500 acres of coastal wetlands and 1,400 acres of salt marsh, which we've focused a great deal in our resilience efforts. You're going to hear a little bit later on today about the Muddy Creek restoration from Bob, and some of the early science leading to the design of that project was undertaken by the Alliance. But of course, we're all familiar with the many benefits that salt marsh has for climate resilience. We're learning more about the sequestration of carbon, but something that we should certainly want to keep in mind for Pleasant Bay. We haven't done much measurement of that within the Pleasant Bay system, but elsewhere there's a great deal of information about the importance of salt marsh for carbon sequestration, among other resilience means. And so this is just a quick summary. I mentioned that using the information that's been generated through the sea level rise study, we developed a series of guidelines that we have provided to our conservation commissions and our member towns, and have circulated to others. It's available on our website, that basically aims to encourage the ongoing protection of natural coastal systems, natural coastal functions of our wetlands. And there's, as has been noted, with concern about erosion, often the go-to is hardening of the shoreline. So how can we give our conservation commissions and regulators the tools they need to really very thoroughly evaluate, question, require the adequate analysis done to demonstrate, what is the best method for protecting erosion at a particular site that takes into consideration system-wide dynamics and does its best to maintain natural coastal processes to the maximum extent possible, while also providing some reasonable erosion management protection. And so beyond the guidelines that seek to, really emphasize the importance of not hardening the shoreline. There are cases where there will be a need to provide some erosion protection through engineered structures. We include design guidance for that, and this is a wonderful pamphlet if you haven't seen it. Greg Berman developed a few years ago. It's incorporated into our guidelines, and it's called The Spectrum of Erosion Control Methods, and it basically walks you from the least damaging to natural coastal processes down to the most damaging, which is, of course, hardening. But it encourages property owners and conservation commissions to, call for alternative assessments that really start with the least impactful and then go down from there. So that's another component. So Greg also mentioned some of the work that was done under our CZM grants, which was, I think we're on our third one, where we're looking at piloting a living shoreline in Pleasant Bay. And there were several steps: the salt marsh vulnerability study, the living shoreline suitability assessment that Greg spoke to us about earlier. We developed 2 conceptual designs and centered on one at Jackknife Harbor Beach in Chatham, which is currently in permitting to be, I think, the first living shoreline project in Pleasant Bay. And this is the site. And Wilkinson Ecological Design is the lead design consultant on this. These are their figures. So if you're familiar with where Muddy Creek is, the channel on the bay side, and you can see in these figures, this is, I think that's 2020, just the fringing salt marsh here, which has already seen a great deal of erosion. And this is just a year later, not the same time of year, but still you can see some loss already just in that 1 year period of time. And so this Living Shoreline project is going to be designed to try to protect and restore that salt marsh. And this is just an aerial plan, so you can see, here's the bridge down here. This would be the extent of it, and it is a combination of, there is basically cobble wrapped in coir that is again wrapped in coir treated with ribbed mussels. And there's a coir-filled sediment envelope there, and then there's cobble reinforced marsh growing here. And so it's a very unique for Pleasant Bay, a very unique design. We're very excited about this. There are some test projects right up here. We got some permission from the Shellfish Department in Chatham, and Rachel and her crew and Casey are monitoring different coir treated with rib mussels, different configurations that are being tested for application in this final project. So it's very exciting. We're working very closely with DEP, with CZM, because as was pointed out, this is not the kind of project that is typically permitted in Massachusetts. So we think this is something that could be applied elsewhere in Pleasant Bay and in similar estuarine environments. And we also, just moving a little bit to the stormwater, worked with the SNAP network to assess the threat to stormwater infrastructure. We don't think of that often when we think of coastal or climate resilience, but much of our stormwater infrastructure is low-lying and could become very damaged or compromised if sea level continues to rise, which we expect it to do. So we worked with the network to assess that issue. And where we're heading with all of this is to develop a stormwater and community resilience plan that sort of ties together many of these different pieces. Refining our understanding of the barrier beach dynamics based on the great work that we heard earlier. Looking at a deeper dive into some of the threatened resources, both natural resources and low-lying infrastructure and public access points that could become threatened or compromised as a result of that sea level rise. Identifying some strategies and resilience methods, whether it's regulatory, green infrastructure, relocations, reinforcements, redesign, living shorelines, all manner. And then engaging stakeholders in a conversation about how we prioritize and come up with a real action and investment plan that our communities collectively can use to move forward and get ahead of the issue. So there we are. Thank you.
Do we have time for a quick question? Got one.
Hey, Jane.
I'm just wondering, with the sea level rise impact to the barrier beach,
the sea level rises scenarios that you projected seem to be quite a bit lower than many of the models are suggesting now. Are there any plans to update that?
Well, we're talking about that very fact. In fact, Mark and others met yesterday, and we were talking about that as part of an action grant that we're going to be pursuing with the MVP program. So I'm not sure if the emphasis of that would be on refining the sea level rise estimates or getting a deeper dive into what we expect is going to happen with that with the barrier beach. But that's something we're looking at, and certainly we'll want to reach out to the Chatham Climate Action Network and other local groups to get some input on that as well.
Thanks, Karen. All right, thanks, Carol. Our next speaker is our back up here again, Bob. Thank you so much. You've really taken one for the team today with 2 presentations and a panel, so thank you.
Thanks. All right, so pretty much all day we've been hearing about what the conditions are in Pleasant Bay and what we need to do. Let's talk about something we've already done, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. So I'm going to just take a couple of minutes to talk about the Muddy Creek project. This was one of those projects that had a ton of players. I mean, we would have meetings with 15, 20 people, ranging from the 2 towns, Chatham and Harwich, because the town line goes right down the middle of Muddy Creek. So think about dealing with 2 boards of selectmen, 2 finance committees, 2 conservation commissions, and interested parties in both communities. And then we had the Mass Department of Ecological Restoration as a potential, as not a potential, but as one of our funders. And we also had the Fish and Wildlife Service. Believe it or not, we got a Hurricane Sandy grant. I still don't understand how and why, because Hurricane Sandy was way to our south, but they brought a lot of money to the table, so we didn't argue. To go along with what Alan was talking about earlier, there was a bridge at Muddy Creek at the turn of the century, and the area was known as Waiting Place, going back to the Monomoyaks, and this is where it was. All right, this is actually the Chapter 91 license for the bridge. And here's an old historical photo of the bridge. There's the bridge right there with a couple of horse-drawn carriages going over Muddy Creek on a bridge. Fast forward to the early 1900s. This photo is about 1900. And if you remember early, Alan was talking about how Chatham basically created a depression in the bank. There it is right there, and they actually used horse-drawn plows to scrape that embankment down and put the fill in Muddy Creek. That was in around 1900. And that's actually a photo, and in fact, right there is one of the horse-drawn plows. You can't, unfortunately, it's an old photo, and it doesn't show up very well, but anyway, we found that. And the result that they created was this earthen embankment on Muddy Creek with a stone revetment, for want of a better term, at the bottom, and 2 little 4-by-3 foot culverts underneath that embankment. And that was their restoration of the flow. This is the entire system. So here's Pleasant Bay up here. Here's Route 28. That's where the embankment was created, but Muddy Creek went all the way down through here and down into here. And if you come into Chatham on Old Queen Anne Road and you look off to your left, you will see basically the headwaters of Muddy Creek right there. This being the Harwich side, this being the Chatham side. This photo gives you a great idea of why we're interested, because as you could tell, this is the River Bay subdivision that went in back in the 60s, typical subdivision. This is all protected watershed land in Harwich. So the dichotomy between the 2 towns couldn't be more sharp. I won't bother going into existing conditions. But anyway, how did this start? Well, we were doing our comprehensive wastewater management plan in the late 90s and early 2000s, and Muddy Creek was one of the areas that we evaluated. I already mentioned it led to the Mass Estuaries Project. This was one of the first areas that they evaluated. And then there were all these other evaluations that went on. It became a Mass DER prior to the Wetland Project in 2008. We did updated the hydrodynamic model to determine the optimal size opening to serve water quality issues, nutrient management, but prevent scour of shellfish beds and the beach, Jackknife Harbor Beach, that is immediately adjacent to it. We spent 3 years doing a water quality and habitat assessment study because, again, people said, well, if you're going to do this, what are the impacts, both positive and negative, going to be? We then got into, once we knew the size of the optimal opening and what the benefits might be, we got into design alternatives, and I'll show you that in a moment. 2.5 years worth of permitting. That was fun because remember, Route 28 is a MassDOT road. And yet we were proposing to do work on it. And so we had, early on in the conversations with MassDOT, we said, hey, we want to do this. And MassDOT said, oh, you're doing it for water quality? We don't deal with that. We only deal with road projects as road projects. They said, oh, if you guys want to do it and you want to do all the work, do all the permitting, and do all the financing, go ahead, knock yourselves out. We won't stop you, but we won't really help either. And in the end, MassDOT didn't help a whole lot. They did help in the construction. They actually sent one of their inspectors up to the plant because we ended up doing a bridge, which was prefabricated under the accelerated bridge program, and they sent a MassDOT inspector to make sure that the units were made to their standards. Because our intent was, and what we did was, once we were done, we turned it over to MassDOT. We said, it's now your bridge. So they wanted to make sure it was constructed right. And then because we were working under the accelerated bridge construction program, we started on the day after January 1st. We started on January 2nd. We reopened the roadway on May 15th. So we took the lessons that had been learned by MassDOT on work that they were doing over other roads that couldn't be closed for long periods of time, and we basically had a 5-month construction window, which was amazing. Just quickly, some of the restoration benefits: 56 acres of wetlands restored. Now, these wetlands were not necessarily in bad shape. The lower portion of it was a salt waterish wetland, but then when you get further up, it was really a brackish water system. There was actually an old weir about halfway up because back in the turn of the century, the upper portion of the creek was actually cranberry bogs. So there was a weir there to manage water levels because they wanted to keep the upper portion fresh, but they had to have some structure if they got into storm events to prevent flooding. So anyway, this was a part of the analysis that was done of the benefits. So you can see here is the old weir that existed. So basically the lower portion was pretty much a saltwater wetland system in pretty good shape. The upper portion was more brackish and freshwater. And for the ecology minded in the room, we all know that saltwater wetlands have a higher ecological value than freshwater wetlands. Unless you're talking to a freshwater scientist, then it's the other way around. But the ultimate goal was to restore the entire system to more of a marine wetland system. And obviously there were going to be improvements to fisheries because fish did not like to go into those little culverts because they were long, they were dark, and they were high current. And that is not good for fish passage. And then shellfish habitat, everything inside Route 28 has been closed to shellfishing for 4.5 decades now. So hopefully we were going to change that. So we went through this big evaluation of different culvert modifications because our original plan was to put a culvert in. Basically take the 2 4x3 foot culverts, jack a big culvert underneath, and be done with it. And one day sitting down with MassDOT said, well, have you considered a bridge? And we said, no, we weren't going to get that extensive. And MassDOT said, well, you should consider a bridge. So we did consider a bridge, and ultimately we settled on a single span bridge. We already had the configuration of the opening, the optimal opening being 21 feet at the base. And so then it was just a question of go ahead, design and build the bridge. Like I say, we started the day after January 1st. We had to dig out that entire embankment system that had been there for roughly 110 years, get all the way down. We had to maintain flow in and out of the creek during all the construction. So basically the contractor worked on one side first, maintaining the flow, and then shifted to the other side. And it was further complicated by the fact that there is a 6-inch high-pressure gas main that runs along the side of the road. And because we were working in the middle of winter, because it's Route 28 on Cape Cod, we had to maintain that gas pipeline because the gas company said we can't shut it off, you know, because too many people lose their gas heat for the winter. So we basically had, the first thing we had to do is build this temporary bridge just to support the gas main for 4 months. So that was another interesting piece. These are just some construction photos. We actually did find the old pilings from the original bridge at the turn of the century. They were, some of the ones below the mud line were still in amazingly good shape because they were below the mud line. But we did find a number of those. This was just shortly after it was reopened, and you can see how we basically flooded areas that hadn't seen water for 100 years. This just shows some of the precast. Everything was brought in precast. Getting the 90-foot bridge sections, the spans onto the Cape was interesting. They had to have special escort all the way from upper New York State down through Massachusetts with state police escorts. We shut down the Sagamore Bridge while they came across because nothing that big had ever come across on the Cape before. So it was interesting. And then we brought one of the largest cranes that we've ever seen in this part of the Cape here, and basically in half a day lifted them in and plopped them in place and done. And then they came in and poured the bridge deck, which was, again, you know, amazing to watch how quickly it went in. And so this is what it looked like pre-construction. Here's the culverts right here. This is Jackknife Harbor Beach, where we're going to be doing, well, actually the wetland restoration, the living shoreline is going to take place right here. And this is what it looks like today. This was just after construction. And one thing that everybody was very interested in was, were we going to lose this meander? You know, once we opened this up with the increased tidal flow, was Mother Nature going to kind of say, hey, I don't like this stupid S-shaped thing. I want to straighten it out. Well, I can tell you that that meander is still there to this day. And although there is erosion along the edge of this bank here, it predates the bridge. Because one of the things that was one of the ecological issues of concern, just quickly, this is tidal. So this is the long bars are the tide just outside Muddy Creek. And then this little tiny blip right here in the middle, that's the tide range inside. So before and after was just amazing. And then this was afterwards, and you can see now the tide range on the inside is just about the same as it is on the outside in Pleasant Bay. Water quality wise, we had 2 stations. We had PBA 5, which is down here, just inside the mouth of the creek. And then we had PBA 5A, which is here way up by the headwaters. And just quickly to show you, this is salinity. So here's where we opened the bridge up in May of 2016. And you can see immediately we saw a substantial increase in the salinity, even all the way up at the upper station, you know, 3/4 of the way up the creek. So if you compare the circles, this is the upper portion, and then after we reopened it up. So we've seen that increased salinity, which is what we were expecting. Dissolved oxygen at the 2 stations, you know, not as drastic a difference, but one of the things we're dealing with is there's 100 years of silt basically built up on the inside, what used to be closed off. And that all has to kind of flush out and decay and break up to get back to kind of natural sediment. So that's one reason why, you know, this is one of those things where the public has to understand it's not going to be instantaneous improvement because there's 100 years of muck upstream that's got to be dealt with. But you can see, you know, in terms of dissolved oxygen, this is the station right down towards Route 28. At least it got more consistent. We don't see the drastic change. This is the station further up. Not as much change there. You will notice, one of the things we've noticed is in the last couple of years, we're not seeing, you know, as many data points above the line as we did earlier. The thought there is we used to see huge algal blooms in the upper portion on the inside. And you'd go up there and they'd just be full of floating bubbles because as soon as the sun came up, they'd produce a ton of oxygen. We're not seeing those huge algal mats anymore. So we suspect that that's why in the last couple of years, we're not seeing these high levels of supersaturated oxygen in the system. Nutrient-wise, you know, we have seen some improvement at the station immediately on the inside, if you will. We're seeing a drop-off in total nitrogen. We're seeing a drop-off in the cyanobacteria, the pigment concentrations. We're not seeing as much improvement at the station further up, but I think that's just because, again, there's so much muck and sediment and all already built up there, and it's still decomposing. It's still breaking down. You know, we have seen some decline in total nitrogen, but we're not necessarily seeing it in all the other parameters that would kind of bump the eutrophication index up into the better level. And so with that, I'm done. There you go.
Time for a question. We have time for one question. And we have time for one question for Bob. Oh, got a few in there. Okay. Not off the hook yet.
I just love to hear your thoughts about thinking about Muddy Creek and then thinking about frost fish. And if you see any comparisons and differences and just some random thoughts.
Yeah, we're actually working with the Chatham Conservation Foundation, Mass DOT, the Division of Ecological Restoration, the United States Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, the town of Chatham on Frostfish Creek, because Frostfish Creek is very similar. Route 28 crosses it. They put in there's actually 3 18-inch metal culverts under the road, one of which we think is totally blocked, so there's just 2 left. There's also a water control structure immediately upstream about 100 feet from Route 28, because again, the upper portion of that creek used to be cranberry bog, and so the water levels were managed. So we're working with them right now. We just started that project. Well, the Chatham Conservation Foundation started it about 18 months ago. They got a grant to do some ecological evaluations. Now we've got the larger group pulled together. We're looking at that. We're also looking at a bridge potentially at that location. The other issue we're trying to deal with MassDOT on that one is the road floods at that location on storm events now. So we're talking with them about, hey, you ought to fix that while we're doing all this. The big difference there between there and Muddy Creek, the one great advantage we had Muddy Creek is all the houses on either side are up high on the embankment. There was only one house that we identified in Harwich that potentially, when the bridge went in, we could potentially flood part of their basement in a hurricane type, event. So the project ended up flood-proofing their basement for them. The difference with Frostfish Creek is there's a larger number of houses potentially in that predicament. So that, I think, is going to drive a lot more issues in terms of the Frostfish Creek situation that we didn't necessarily have to deal with at Muddy Creek. I just had my staff pull all the septic systems surrounding Frostfish Creek. There's a lot of them that are in people's backyards that could potentially be flooded, in terms of their septic systems being flooded out. If we widen the open substantially. That's why I've been advocating for them. Look, you guys need to learn from what we did in Muddy Creek. And I'm trying to get them to do the same kind of thing, do the hydraulics, do the environmental assessments to say, does this really make sense or not? Before we just go ahead and say, oh yeah, we're just going to widen it up just like we did in Muddy Creek. Well, we need to step back and make sure that we take everything into account. Okay?
Right-hand arrow advances the slides, and we've got a green line for laser. Oh, cool. Okay. All right, we've got our last oral presentation, our other conference co-organizer, Sarah Griscom from Pleasant Bay Community Boating.
Well, it's great to see you all here. What a collection of local heroes. Bob Duncanson, incredible work that you do. Owen and Carol, they really bring a lot to our town, and I just wanted to thank them for their work and their long-term monitoring. Part of, and this was said in the panels, part of doing good science and getting proper management decisions made is the education and communication. So that's where Pleasant Bay Community Boating comes in, and that's what I'm going to talk about, some of the educational activities at Pleasant Bay Community Boating, creating them, and how they're doing today, and where we hope they go tomorrow. Our mission at Pleasant Bay Community Boating is to make boating, marine education, and environmental stewardship affordable and accessible to all. So it's a big, we're a big tent, bring everybody in. The affordable and accessible part of our mission, we've got 50% of our program costs are supported by grants and donations, so we keep our prices way down. This allows a lot of families that couldn't participate in activities on the water and learn all these great lessons that are so vital. They can participate. And secondly, accessible, we strive to accommodate people with all abilities. And we've got capabilities, adults, we've got veterans that participate in our programs. We have a blind and vision sailing program. You should see them out in their kayaks. It doesn't matter where they go, they love it. It's all beautiful. And then timely, what we're really trying to focus on, and this is where these conversations help me, is we strive to build programs that are really important for the community and not waste time, because I feel like there's this pressure to get a lot done soon, and educate the community and the kids and give them a chance. So this is sort of from my scientific perspective. Pleasant Bay launched in 2003 on a beach, and they were answering a need in the community. Lots of yacht clubs, lots of kids coming down the summer and going to yacht clubs. But a lot of the local kids, they had never been out on the water. Many young kids in the community, here they live on Cape Cod, they'd never been on the water. Secondly, there was a lot of suicides in the communities at that time. And so a couple people put their heads together and they thought, what do youth need? What could we do here? And John Dixon and Roz Coleman came together and created Pleasant Bay Community Boating with a lot of other people helping out, donating, and enthusiasm. Jump forward 11 years. They'd always been looking for a home. They had that nice beach on Jackknife Cove, but the McLennan property came up and we grabbed it. Pleasant Bay Community Boating suddenly had 3.5 acres of waterfront with 5 buildings, a dock, and a boathouse. It's like the budget had been $60,000. Now it's up at $600,000. The real wonderful thing happened was this collaboration with the Center of Coastal Studies. They were in the midst of finishing up that 3-year study that was partly funded by Friends of Pleasant Bay. We latched onto that study, and we took great advantage of their know-how, their equipment, and their enthusiasm, and they participated in creating a really neat program at PBCB. What people need in the summer, they need an all-day program for their kids. They work full-time, and they can't do a 2-hour tennis lesson here and a 2-hour lesson here and driving around. They need their kids to have a safe place where they're doing exciting things and they're learning a lot. And so that's what we really realized that we needed at PBCB. So we created this all-day camp, we got it licensed, and then finally 2021, we got the solar-powered research vessel certified. Thank you, Friends of Pleasant Bay and Suzanne Leahy, and many other people. So we have that now as a floating classroom, but also a research vessel. We got permanent accessible dock put in, so 2 handicapped people can go by each other out on the dock. They have access to the water, kayaks, and the boat. And finally, we got this wonderful award, which, I feel like I've been throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks for the last 5-6 years. And it just kind of, U.S. Sailing acknowledged the fact that we have this wonderful, great, innovative program. So it was real enthusiasm, excitement of a lot of people pulling for this to happen, and it happened. So there's our dock, accessible dock, permanent through the year. This is a floating structure that will be removed each year, but the floating classroom is now able to park there. Here is that floating classroom, a 37-foot boat coming into the dock. And again, here's our award. Okay, so I'm proud. That's okay. So partners in science, who are these partners in science? Well, you are our partners in science. The ecosystem itself is a partner in science. You can think of it as another partner, and it's exceptionally beautiful, and it's a sacred place. And I think everybody in this room understands that. You work on that bay for a while, and you understand something very deep is happening to you when you spend time there. And that's what we want the kids to feel. That's what we want to do, is create new stewards and get them away from their electronics. So the community is another partner in science. This is a resource for the community. It's a place to connect with nature. You've got this teaming with organizations with overlapping missions that we do. And we have leveraged the expertise of so many people, scientists, managers, businesses, and created these neat programs that promote stewardship. So our collaborations with local schools, governments, STEM networks, higher education, conservation groups, businesses, and vacationers. So, busy. What have we done? We've done a lot more than this, but this is sort of what I feel really good about what we've done there. We've created that all-day camp. We've teamed with the middle school and created this afternoon club in the wintertime, and they come and they have good time there. Recently, we're focusing on creating a climate impact academy, and we did our first pilot field trip. There's a lot to look at. Impacts of climate change are right there, it's happening. We've done this wonderful agriculture collaboration with the towns, with Harwich and with Orleans, teamed with these universities, and again, we've had since 2018 a speaker series, and more recently, we're really pushing for some more climate-themed speakers. So I'll be calling you. So there's that report that everybody's talking about, came out in 2018 for the Friends of Pleasant Bay side of that work, and it was that wonderful ecosystem assessment. And from that came this wonderful class called Fins, Whiskers, and Claws. I don't know if Agnes created that or Lisa, or anyway, they took everything that they had learned and then they tried to create a class, an intensive course for the kids at PBCB. And there was a 5 days, all day intensive. Get there in the early morning. We'd have some class time, talk about what we're gonna do. We'd go collect data. We'd work up the data and wrap up the day. One day was fisheries. And using all the different techniques, we were out on the water as well, looking at different types of things that are important to our local fisheries that Owen did. We had seal research with Lisa Setti, and she talked a lot about other marine mammals and shark-seal interactions. Sedimentary geology, we had some geology testing of different sands from around the world, understanding what's happening out on the barrier island, how the Cape formed. Benthic invertebrates, we learned to love benthic invertebrates with Agnes. We got kids going through the mud, having a great time, looking under the microscope. So, and then pulling it together at the end of each day. Kids are tired, we're exhausted. And it's like, draw what you saw, write down the names of things, remember what we did all day. And we'd come up with, cool things we saw this week. So we've really had a great time. The other thing that is Muddy Creek Explorers that we created, and completely building on what was being done in that restoration, I wanted to take advantage of that and teach people why that was so important. So we got kayaks donated, we got equipment donated, and I taught the kids how to collect data. How do you collect data? That's a huge question. So I did my best. We did our best. But we used the methods and the equipment that was supplied to us from Town of Chatham and Pleasant Bay Alliance. So here are kids learning how to use a dissolved oxygen metered YSI. And then we got in the kayak, the canoes, went up the river, Secchi discs, salinity, and I didn't tell them what to expect. We just collected data, told them what the data might mean, but I didn't want to tell them what they were going to see. And we come back, and they take all their data sheets, and there was like 3 teams, each team per canoe, and they'd work their data up. They'd plot it. And it's like, oh, wow, what's happening? So this was from 3 different sites, right down at right at the front of near Jackknife Cove. Then a second site halfway up the river, creek, and then a third site that was way up towards the top of what was it, 5A? Mm-hmm. Yeah, PBA 5A. And so I used the same locations that the town has been using and sampling for the last 25 years. So they could compare their data to what's already out there. It's not data that we would use. We didn't get there. This is one morning, 3-hour trip. But look, what are they coming up with? We've got salinity up here, dissolved oxygen here. Sure enough, as you go up the creek, your salinity drops. From here, our dissolved oxygen, this side, went up as we went up the creek. Well, this was a morning that was cloudy, and then it got sunny in the afternoon. So you're seeing more oxygen produced by those phytoplankton. So many lessons. They own the data. It's very exciting. So that's the kind of stuff that we're trying to do there at PBCB. The middle school science club, something different every day. And then the speaker series. And more recently, trying to talk more about what's happening, climate change, doing this communication and education of the public. And this is for adults. And why are we talking so much about climate change? Well, right there at PBCB, we're seeing it. It's happening. It's overtopping the road. It's going almost into the cranberry bog. So yeah, we all know that. The other thing is aquaculture upweller it had a long life, but Rachel helped us set this up, and so we grow quahogs and oysters, and that provides informal education opportunities. And then we provide support for research. UMass Dartmouth, Northeastern, and MIT has been using our site. Owen, you're getting close to me.
Another minute.
Floating classroom, this is what, if you stick around for the social this evening, you're gonna get a chance to see the floating classroom. Here are some of its features. And then what's next? So we're gonna continue strengthening our fledgling camp program, expand the shoulder season, utilize the Friend for programs, strengthen association with research groups, team with researchers, and develop integrated citizen science programs. So here we are, we got kids there, we've got adults there all the time, we've got people that are passionate, that are ready to collect data. Should there be something that we could do for you? And then dreaming, can we have office space for other nonprofits with similar missions? Maybe Orleans Pond Coalition. Well, they've got a place, but.
Dibs.
Dibs, okay, you got it. And how about that dormitory for instructors, housing, and maybe having graduate students come down and do a week down there and survey. So I think we're scrappy, we're adaptable, we're welcoming, we're getting a little more professional. And huge thank yous to everybody. Here is our dock excitement, what do we call it? Our first day out on the dock, ribbon cutting. think road test does it break. And this, we've learned about fundraising. We've gone from here to major fundraising, and we bring in, at times we've brought in several $1 million, and it's huge. This is a weird thing I want to ask you. I think it's pollen. I thought it was paint. But anyways, there's always something exciting happening in Pleasant Bay. So many thanks to all these people, and many more. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our oral presentations. If you have questions for Sarah, we really hope you will come to the social at the end of the day over at PBCB. We'll tell you a little bit more about that at the very end of the day. We've got one more session to come up. So Pat, I'm going to invite you and your distinguished afternoon panelists to come up and join us here. We've got one more panel discussion trying to look a little bit into the future based on some of the things that we've talked about today and some of the other work that's been done. Pat was the Marine Policy Director, worked with us at the Center for Coastal Studies, among other things. And Pat was the one who sort of herded all the cats and helped make that big ecosystem assessment project happen. She had to deal with Mark Borelli and me and a whole bunch of other scientists and help stitch all of that together. She was the editor of that big report that Sarah put up there. So Pat is great at wrangling scientists, and here she's going to wrangle some panelists here. So I will turn it over to Pat and her panel. Thanks, Pat.
And thanks to our panelists. One of the impressions I've had is that we've heard, I feel as though we've heard about a lot of inspired science that communities are using to make really critical decisions regarding resiliency and environmental quality. But there's more to be done, and also there's obviously a need, we've talked about it throughout the day, of sustaining a lot of the work that's been done, and then looking at more of the questions that are out there. So this panel is going to tackle that topic. And I'd like to begin with Carol Ridley. And as each speaker presents, if you would give your name and a little bit of your background. So the first question is, in the context of climate change, coastal resilience, and other factors challenging the health of Pleasant Bay, what are the big questions and what are the data gaps?
All right. It's a simple question. All right, well, thank you, Pat. And just, I'm just going to go from my notes, because as over the course of the day, I just, a number of questions came to mind. And I think I'm going to stick to the two topics I mentioned in my talk, which I think are the foremost issues that the Alliance is seeking to address, which, first is the whole question of nutrient management, and then, and resilience, as a whole big topic. And I think certainly on the nutrient management front, I think there's real potential. I was, fascinated by the Holly and Agnes's presentations on eelgrass and benthic life in the bay, and those relate so directly to the nutrient management work that we're doing, and the measurements that the communities are going to need to make to demonstrate progress. And I would like to explore ways to see if we can work together on the data you're collecting and what's needed by the towns. I mean, for example, the whole question of benthic sampling is something that the towns have been grappling with. And it's complicated in terms of methodologies and whatnot, but the database that you've generated is so valuable, is that something we can build on? And so I think it seemed like nutrients was a factor that could be introduced into some of the analysis that you were doing, and I think that would be extremely valuable. Certainly also with respect to the water quality presentation, I think that trying to, Sophia, your work and the work that Bob presented, it looked like there's ways to put our data together and really enhance our broader understanding of the system. So I think that's a real great opportunity. So those are a couple of things just on the nutrient management front. And then I think there's just a lot on the whole resilience question. And as I said before during the other panel session, I think it's going to take a little thought to come up with, what are the things we should be measuring and monitoring and understanding to help lead that public discussion about resilience and preparation and investment and getting ahead of that. And certainly, all the work that Graham's been doing and Mark has been doing on the barrier beach, that has to be foremost, I think, in our understanding is what the future dynamic of that will be because of its implications for the health of the system and the resilience of the inner shoreline as well. So those are some areas, I think, barrier beach dynamics, continuing to focus on that, and thinking about other things that we can measure or need to measure or look at, or other relationships that we're not quite examining right now that are going to help us get a better handle on the questions around resilience. And I think, as Owen noted, our management plan, the Pleasant Bay Resource Management Plan, if you've ever looked through it, is really broad. I mean, we probably have cracked a third of the issues in some way, shape, or form. And I think fisheries is an area that is so vital to the health of the system and the value of the system that we really, I think, should give more attention to. And it's, as someone noted earlier, resources. It's always a question of time and resources and priorities. But I would like to see more emphasis on fisheries research and looking for ways to, ensure the long-term health and viability of our shell fisheries and fin fisheries. Thank you, Carol. Agnes.
Wow. Yes, all of it, yes. And I'd like to say that it's meetings like this that make me realize all the knowledge that is out there. There's only a few people who know everything that is going on. Like, I had no idea that you were testing water quality for that long. And that data would be really helpful to me. Or, for example, I could tell you exactly how many oyster drills there are at your location and why they're eating all your organisms. And I do have data for other of your systems too, by the way. So I think it's coming together that like this that makes us realize that maybe there aren't as many gaps as we think there are, at least in the past, and to better coordinate our research efforts. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think, yeah, I'm just fascinated by everything that is going on and all the things I had no idea about. So thank you.
Ted Kean, Coast Resource Director. I'm sure many of you know me. Agnes, I have to divulge something that I'm directly involved in our dredging program, so I'm chomping up all your invertebrates. And then when we put the material on the shoreline, I'm smothering them.
That's what I do too.
Sorry about that. I don't have the answer to I don't know the big question, and I've raised this in a number of occasions when sort of what does the future hold? In an area like Pleasant Bay, the system is going to do what nature's going to make it do. It's going to happen. What concerns me and the health of the system is how are we, the human side, going to respond to that? As we all know, most of our shoreline is privately owned, and there's only so much control you have over those private shorelines. So as these things change, working within the regulatory world that we live in, how are these systems actually going to be responding with the actions that these people take? So will migration of wetlands occur, or are things going to be put in place to, I don't want to lose my backyard, so therefore I'm going to stop the flooding and keep it as it is? Are we going to let the shorelines migrate and the private property degrade? Not likely. In the real estate values and so forth that we have along every coastal shoreline. So I think it was brought up, I know it was brought up quite clearly in the other discussions that public education is critical to understand the importance of these things, and that's where things like this and the good education is going to help. But I still get concerned, and Chris, indicated it earlier, time horizons for these folks generally aren't decades from now. They're tomorrow, next week, and, my bank account can still afford it for the next 10 years, so maybe that's as far as I care about. So how the human side of this reacts in a system like ours, I think, is going to be very interesting to see. And I have to admit, I have a level of pessimism that it's going to be as good as we wish it would be. And I don't mean to put a pause over it, but I just have seen how people have reacted to date when they see the shoreline eroding. They immediately go for the biggest and best way to stop it. And I just don't know if that's going to change without some really large, oversight from some source to say, well, we're not going to let you do that. And that's going to be difficult. So.
Rachel? I'm Rachel Hutchinson. I'm the Assistant Shellfish Constable in Chatham. So I echo you, Carol. We could always do some fisheries research. In all of our systems, it's kind of that emerging concern of shellfish diseases, harmful algal blooms, things that we don't know what's coming. And sometimes we can look south for those answers, but sometimes we can't. So, anything we can continue to do to fill in those data gaps. But I think one of the interesting points was what Owen said with the survey. It's that real snapshot in time. So, if we took a survey on Tuesday, we may find one assemblage of animals, but if we go out on Wednesday, we might find something totally different. So the more data we can collect, probably the better the trend line we're going to end up getting. And then the more things we can have, in this kind of environment. I think even, Holly, you were watching one of the presentations today and made a connection with your data of seeing the eelgrass. So we all sometimes work inside of our own little box, and I focus on the health of the quahog or the health of the oyster, and I forget to look at the revetment that went in next door, or the fact that there's a new mooring, or that there's there was a boat that overturned or something. So we don't always suddenly stand up and look from 3,000 feet and realize that there was a lot more that happened in our system. I think these were great talks today. I think we talked a lot about the natural changes in the environment and some of the coastal, or the climate change, but we also see those real, artificial changes, the new revetments that go in, or even, hey, there's more moorings, there's more people are using their boats, how much more gasoline is there in the system. Mm-hmm. So I think, the more data we can get, and then the more communication we have with ourselves to start to piece those puzzles together, because I think we have some of that information, we just need to make that connection.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that leads really well into the next question to pose to you all, and that is, how do we, or can we, I think we can, I might interject, how do we work together to answer the big questions? And maybe they're not big questions, but how do we do what each of you has collectively has really pointed to?
Well, I'm a big fan of having, structure. I think, and that's, I think, a reason why the Alliance has, achieved a lot in the couple of decades it's been around, because we've had a management plan, we've had an organizational structure to make things happen. And I think, and I really like what all these fellow panelists have said. I mean, I think there's a lot of information to work with here, and I think we should think about a structure for ongoing communication, whether it's semi-annual gatherings like this, or coming up with a priority action plan that we collectively work on and reconvene periodically, but not losing this moment where we've really made some connections and identified some fruitful areas to pursue, but we're all busy, and you get back to your life on Monday, and it's like a million other priorities rise to the surface. So I would, and I believe this is part of the plan that Owen has in mind for this, is to have some sort of ongoing process for continuing the conversation and setting some real objectives that we can work toward.
Thank you. Agnes?
In an ideal world, there would be a database that everybody can access with all the data on Pleasant Bay that there is, be historical, anything, historical pictures, water quality data, invert data, anything really. And in an ideal world, I would know about that database, and if I have a question on a specific, I don't know, on a specific mudworm or on how a new revetment would affect the water flow, a small question, a big question, I would be able to go to that database and get the data necessary for modeling or for baseline comparison to what was it like 20 years ago. I don't know if a database like this exists for Pleasant Bay. I think we all have little bits and pieces of that database. And if we could come together somehow and collectively make that data accessible, that would be really great. As for an immediate solution, of course, there's big questions that we won't be able to answer tomorrow. They will take decades maybe, but a database like that would be really, really helpful.
I think it's already been said that, and Carol touched on it already, just the public awareness and the education is going to be critical for all of these issues. Just listening to the Pleasant Bay program and how that has, established, I think, a very admirable, effort to get the kids involved at early age is wonderful. Teaching them is going to teach their parents, and the parents will hopefully, take it to heart. So keep that program going. You're doing a great job. There still needs to be, I think, again, was touched on the earlier panel, the ability for all of these issues to be presented so that it's understandable. The best format for that, I don't know. But I think that needs to be critical. We can't always talk to ourselves. We understand, we get it. So how we get that information out to the person that is banging sheetrock and has, not much, time to listen to this stuff, I don't know, but that's where it really needs to happen. So I think it's just a push for awareness and the best way to provide that information so it's understandable.
Took my
I was looking at your
You
notes.
were looking at my notes. I think this is, again, like Ted just said, I think this is great, but we need the other 99% of the population here. And we need to meet those people where they are, right? They're not coming to listen to this as much as we think it's great, and we really appreciate it. We need to meet those individuals, whether it's the kids, whether it's the person out on the beach, whether it's the guy in the grocery store, and hit them where they are passionate about this, whether it's, well, hey, the gas for my boat is now $6 a gallon, and so I can only go so far. Or, whatever it is that drives them to be passionate about something, we should be able to tailor our desire, because when somebody's passionate about something, they will get behind you. And, like Seth said, the fishermen are there. That's their passion. So if we can meet the fishermen where they are, whether it's commercial or recreational, fin fishermen or shell fishermen, we can get that group buy-in. Well, where's our buy-in for the kayakers or the motorboaters or the buggy drivers out on North Beach or, any of those other groups of people, so that we can collaborate and communicate with them all. Yeah.
I didn't steal all of it.
You didn't steal all of it. I had to make it up on the fly.
Any other thoughts among the panel before I ask if there are questions from? Very thought-provoking. It's an incredible challenge, and having the database or having a way of communicating with all these different groups. You can be excited about it, but it's a lot of work to tailor to different audiences and all, and I think it's definitely doable. We need a whole cadre of people who can help take that on, I think. But
I want to do a fish reef.
Let's do it.
What are you guys talking about?
I said I want to do a fish reef.
I said, let's do it.
Does anyone in the audience have a question or a comment that you'd like to make? This is an important topic. Yes, Suzanne.
I have a couple of comments. One is I want to agree with what Rachel said about reaching people where they are. I work with Rachel, by the way, I'm a deputy shellfish constable, and I find I do almost as much work out there educating people about what's going on in the oceans as I do checking permits and so on. And people tend to be interested. I mean, sometimes one person asks a question, I start answering, and then there's like a little group around and they start asking more and like that. And I throw in every issue I can think of, and I try to talk in plain English and not use the scientific jargon. And one issue that I throw in there that wasn't mentioned is about coastal acidification, because I think that's important for the future of shellfish, fish, and some of the plants out there. That'll be important to consider in the future.
Thank you, Suzanne. Others? Yes.
So, the one thing that I'm struck by today, which, by the way, for me has been totally fantastic, and I'm sorry for like I've commented a lot, so forgive me. But what I don't hear from anyone in terms of a tone relative to the reference to behavior change and how we manage as humans in the face of this and how we manage education and communication is any sense of a climate crisis. What I'm hearing here is this is the data we have, and these are the things that we should be thinking about doing, and we have to recognize it's taken us a very long time to get here. So it's going to take us a very long time to get out of this, which I totally appreciate. But I guess my concern is even as a community, I don't hear that this is not business or science as usual. We're in the middle of a climate crisis, and we don't have a coordinated sentinel surveillance system for Pleasant Bay that will go on for the next 20 years, where we don't have to look for funding every 2 years or wonder who the repository of that data is going to be. So I guess my question to you is, how do we elevate the tone and really to be in sync with what we're hearing about climate crisis? Or are we wrong? Maybe in fact we have 15 or 20 years to do
Wow.
Sorry. Carol.
No, I think the points are well taken, and I think that's our hope in taking this next step, which we don't have funding for yet, but we're going to be seeking to do this resilience planning, is a big part of that, or at least half of that concept is engagement, because nothing happens unless you've got the public support for it. That's going to drive leadership at the town level in town meeting to make decisions, difficult decisions and trade-off decisions. So we're hopeful that we can, and I think so that's one piece. So it's not that, that's maybe not fast enough, but it's where we're heading. And, the other piece is just making sure that when we do, get ready to communicate, that we have, the science that we need to make the strong case, so that we're operating from a base of knowledge. Obviously, there are, lots of assumptions, and there, as we've heard today, there can be different findings when you're looking at the same thing. But we want to start from a base of knowledge that we are confident of, that we feel is defensible in helping us make that case. And hopefully we'll do that in the next year.
Yeah.
I think it's also really important to let the public know when something worked. Like the Muddy River restoration, it worked. And it's important to get the word out there. This is a success story that could be repeated elsewhere. And if people see it works, maybe they will get behind it more quickly and more easily.
That's a good point. Yes, Alan.
Yeah, we've all talked about communication and knowledge. In the world that I've experienced, I have experienced 2 failures where we thought we were communicating and we weren't. And it's all too easy to work in smaller and smaller groups doing more and more precise research and getting further and further away from the people who need to know. And a couple of thoughts. Ironically, we now have 2 signs on Route 28 in South Orleans and Harwich that say Pleasant Bay Community voting. Pleasant Bay Community is a very special place. We talked about it today. Think about history for a while. Say that the Chatham Naval Air Station had become a helicopter base that continued till today. Could have specialized flights dealing with submarines and other things that were off the shore. Our life would have been considerably different. Think about what would have happened if when the Chatham Hotel went down and somebody in 1919 said, let's create a Chatham Country Club. We would have been looking in that picture at what we see on the shores of State Harbor. Think what would have happened if in 1893, when the Payson family creditors decided to take Payson Island, Pochie Island, Sampson and Hog Island, or developers of Strong Island in my life and Simpson Island in my life had developed them. We would have been talking about a completely different Pleasant Bay. So it's important that we take this information that we get today and expand it. Got to figure out how to get more people to understand how unique and special the largest estuary on Cape Cod is. It is truly unique. And we've got to get that message out and keep it out because, as I think Ted said, and in my conversation with people in real estate, the properties get sold are those that are ready to go and people can move in tomorrow. They want to spend time landscaping and redoing the kitchens and the bathrooms and so forth. They're here, they want it now, and then they may be gone in 10 years. What we have been talking about today is a lot of people who have been here for a long time who have a very close relationship to this very special place. And we've got to make sure in our communications that we don't forget that. We've got to get the information out. We have the mechanisms now. But I will tell you, having spent 6 years as an elected official, it's awful easy to forget things like this because you're dealing about the dog problem. Well, Pat knows this as well. How do we deal with the dog problem where a dog attacked? You know, when you spend an hour and a half on that issue, there isn't the opportunity for the long-term thinking. And we're seeing this right now in Orleans, I will tell you, having spent 6 years after losing it the first time, working so hard, every 2 weeks, 40 people in a room with a professional facilitator for 2.5 years, 40 meetings, we get to the point where we're ready to go, and now people who have been not involved in that process is saying, wait a minute, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we going to spend $32 million? You cannot get away from the communication. It's absolutely critical.
I'd just like to add the National Seashore in the what if that hadn't happened on Cape Cod too.
Sophia.
And we fought it. Our leaders fought it.
To both of the previous points, there may be an opportunity here out of this to develop a set of talking points that we can all promote
that highlight I mean, I think we all know we're in a climate crisis.
Right.
And that we can't wait.
Right.
The question, but we all also know that there isn't a political appetite or a community appetite for the changes that need to be made. So, you know, we can stand up all day and say, you know, in 40 years, all the salt marshes are going to be gone in Pleasant Bay, but that's not going to help our cause. And that we've learned that, I guess. So the question is, what is the set of talking points
top line
that we can all continue to put out there until people can repeat them themselves? And that could be something that is produced out of this as the talking point for the whatever the next period is until we have, you know, revised them. But I feel like I'm always trying to tell people the same thing over and over and over again. What did they say? You have to hear at least like what 5 or 10 times before they'll repeat them. So if everybody's telling them the same 10 things everywhere they go, then we may have some more success in that area.
I think that's a wonderful thing. I mean, we've all taken a beautiful Saturday to be here because we're all passionate about it, and it's something that is driving all of us, and we want to spend all of our time working on the health of Pleasant Bay. And Monday's going to roll around, and we're going to go back to the office, and you know, something else will have broken, and we'll take our time. So if we can keep reminding ourselves about this great collaboration and communication that we're having, and you know, oh hey, I haven't seen you since I left the seashore 15 years ago, and like, let's maybe start that conversation again. So, you know, maybe that starts to spur this.
Yeah, and we each talk to how many people every year if we're saying the same thing. I just think it would be a benefit to the public education piece.
And just wanted to add, because it was kind of touched on earlier today, I forget which talk, not that we want it, because we don't want it, but I think since we are always a respond to crises type until when it happens, I think, excuse me, we may see a change if we do get one of the big ones coming. And all of a sudden, gee, I lived here for 100 years or something and they've never had water, now I got water, or oops, you know, 37 homes are now gone. I think that's going to wake. I mean, it woke up New Jersey and New York in a big way with Sandy. So again, no, I am not looking forward to that event, but I think an event of that will wake up some people. And again, that's not a good way to do it. I'd sure like to do it the way we're wishing and hoping. But I think something like that will change a perspective that, you know, may happen sooner than later.
Jeff?
Yeah, I was trying to get back to, I was just talking about database and how, I'll just admit that I'm a recovery data manager, so this is something for me that's important. And this may be already well on your radar, but I think one of the outcomes from this meeting should be a comprehensive inventory of all the various data that all these different groups are collecting. And beyond that, the associated metadata that's associated with parameters. So one group's collecting, everyone's collecting dissolved oxygen, but they might not be collecting it the same way. So understanding what's comparable, what's not comparable. Building the database, that's a bigger challenge, but it's not insurmountable. And we face this in the Park Service all the time, and I used to work in the same program that Holly does, and groups around the country all work for the same Park Service, and they all collect the same data but different ways. And so trying to bring it together is a huge challenge. But the first step is do that comprehensive inventory. Find out what every group is doing, how they're doing it, and then you can start to build that infrastructure down the road to kind of create that data portal or whatever you want to call it to be able to effectively share that information.
That Cape-wide database already exists at the Cape Cod Commission. They took that on 2.5 years ago or 3 years ago. The state started doing it 10, 15 years ago, didn't go anywhere. The Cape Cod Commission did it. It's already there. You can go to the website, look at pretty much all the data, the water quality data, at least that exists Cape-wide from all the different monitoring groups. So that's already there. How complete it is, how accessible it is, that's a different question.
And correct on that, and that's good for that, but I think your other point is just, who's doing what? I didn't know some of the stuff that the Seashore is doing. I've known they've kind of do that kind of stuff, but I didn't know to what level, what reports have been generated, what's ongoing, what's down the pike. That kind of a clearinghouse, whatever that may be, would be very helpful. And say, oh, I don't need to write the grant to do this, they're already doing it. And maybe I'll just tangent off one of their themes or something. So I see your point in a sense. I think that would be very helpful.
I think, I was just gonna say, let's not lose track of our informal data, like the stories that Alan told or the stories that Owen has, because we may not have dissolved oxygen from 1850, but if we can get a piece of paper that says somebody was fishing and, those, yeah, or something smelt bad, like, those stories are just as important, and that's gonna give us those long times.
Sarah?
Yeah, I was going to sort of circle back to something that Ted said that has been on my mind as part of the Cape Climate Change Collaborative, and that is private property rights, and dealing with sort of intensive storms and communicating. And so PBCB, I'm thinking about communicating and bringing community together, having social activities where people are feeling good, maybe they're drinking possibly, and they are learning about some really important things about their community. And that's sort of my Friday afternoon speaker talks, where you can talk about really serious, heavy stuff, and then you have a moment together to talk about it. And I feel like these are ways to get communication going. There's many different ways to communicate, but this is one of my preferred, I love a party. This is one of my preferred ways of communicating with people. And people are open when they're happy and joyful, and they're much more receptive to that information, to heavy stuff that we're dealing with. The other part is kids. Kids, you get them when they're young, and they understand things from the very beginning and can layer on more information as they get, Anyway, I just wanted to ask you about how do we communicate with the property owners who are right on the beach, who are going to be making these, they have a lot of money in making these decisions.
You want an answer to that? I don't have it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, on that topic, I mean, that was one of our objectives in putting together the erosion management guidelines. One of the purposes of that, we felt it would be a resource to people who own shorefront property, and trying to explain not just here's the rule, but why, why it makes sense, why it's in everyone's interest to try to maintain natural coastal processes. Now, obviously, there's a lot more we could do to get that message out, but, there are tools like that, and CZM has generated a lot of great information. So, to your point, we just need to find some more creative outlets for that.
Yeah. Greg, and then.
So it's been years since the last one of these, so thank you. And this whole mini conference reminds me of the value of learning the various groups that we don't necessarily talk to every day. So right now we have people in the room who need to maintain a certain amount of scientific objectivity. We have people who are elected officials or town employees who can go to a certain degree of explaining the information. We have other folks in advocacy groups and nonprofits. And I think each one of these groups needs to talk to private property owners or various folks from different angles. But this is an excellent opportunity to kind of get on the same basis of information to be able to go to our various stakeholders.
Okay, I almost feel badly bringing this up. It kind of is along the lines of what Ted said, bad news. But the Cape Cod Commission came out with the economic costs of climate change. So I'm thinking about, I don't know how the best way to communicate this is, but the costs of adaptation, the loss of economic benefits,
the averted costs of doing something now as opposed to then, I don't know, I would think that that would change the needle a bit.
I don't disagree at all. I mean, but it's, when you're a private property, and this is your kingdom, and then you've got 50 along a shoreline, each one thinking the same way, those big pictures often get lost. I think they understand it and say, well, that's great and that's important, but I'll let them worry about it, whoever them are. And that's where I see the potential difficulty of getting those 50 individual kingdoms to get it and give up, whatever that means. And I don't know what that means.
Well, that kind of data may not be immediately realized with those 50 property owners, but I would think at town meeting in terms of getting the general public, perhaps not the individual, I mean, I know the general public is the individual homeowners, but in terms of sustainability, funding within a town or a director or that kind of thing. I think that when people realize that there are going to be costs, and do we apportion part of that cost now, or do we wait for the big bang, bill that will come due? I think maybe that needs to be part of the conversation.
Yes.
That raises a question for me, kind of working with the seashore and working with all 6 towns that are, or plus Harwich or Brewster, which are in the seashore, but doesn't pay. I feel like we haven't even convinced our town leadership that big changes need to happen, not to mention the people who have these, $5 million homes on the, or more on Pleasant Bay. We haven't even as towns decided that we're ready to start promoting change. Even though we know better in the towns, so if we can't even convince the towns to come forward and say, everybody get ready, it's here and we have to make big changes. I feel like that is the first step that needs to happen before we can expect there to be some sort of homeowner jump on board kind of process. And I don't know, I guess I asked that question to the town employees, and I know that there's a lot of messaging involved in that, but we're only missing the messaging to say, we should have done this 10 years ago, and now we're not doing it now, and we're gonna wait another 10 years, and then where are we? So I guess that's my big question is, I have hope in converting a few homeowners, but there needs to be a bigger movement at that level, I think.
Carol? Yeah, well, just listening to Jane and Sophia's comments, I was sitting here thinking, and Agnes suggested, where have things worked? Let's go back to models that have been successful, and not that it hasn't been fraught and isn't still, but if you think of the parallel with the wastewater issue and what's very, very similar. Impacts to private property, expensive, having people do things they don't want to do necessarily or wouldn't do otherwise with their property. The difference is that there was a regulatory requirement. You had to, or the town was going to face some other consequences. And, not that I want to suggest that, that's the answer here. And to Jane's point about, what's the stick? The state's approach to this has been more the carrot than the stick in terms of MVP funding and giving towns tools and access to resources to do resilience planning and get ready. And towns are doing that, but as we're all pointing out, very slowly. It's a slow, incremental process. So I wonder if there is a conversation about regulatory changes that are going to be needed, that look at what's allowable, for coastal erosion protection and things of that sort. I think that needs to be part of the conversation, because that's, and Alan, you could probably speak to this, or or Pat, I mean, that's what is really a motivating factor for local officials is having those regulatory requirements.
Yeah. I think one of the, just if I may, I mean, there are a lot of different challenges about it, but since the state has allowed hardened structures and still allow them under certain conditions, and depending upon the percentage of damage, you can continue to, you can rebuild. And towns rely on the tax revenue that comes from these properties, waterfront properties, that it's somehow, and I don't know what the answer is, but somehow we need to begin, I think there do need to be regulatory changes at the state and also the local level, and somehow we need to develop, I guess part of it's an analysis, but to sort of develop some kind of document that we can use that that shows over the, or hopefully shows over the long term, that it is much less expensive to not armor and not have continue to lose our natural coastal resources. Whether that can be done or not, I don't know. I think it probably can. I think convincing people will be a major challenge, but I don't know. I just think we have to think about money in a different way than we have been. I think that's such a big driver to waterfront properties, and it just continues. I mean, the escalation of prices and the demand is frightening. Rachel.
I was just gonna say on a shellfish front, I'm never gonna say don't put more shellfish in the water, but I really appreciate that Chatham took that wastewater plan and moved forward with it with an infrastructure, because we watch all these other towns on Cape now trying to utilize alternative, and they're kicking the can down the road, and the price tag's going up and up and up. And again, I'm not going to say that the shellfish aren't going to work, but we can't solve all of our problems with an oyster. So eventually it's going to come due, and the price of the sewering is going to be much, much greater than the town of Chatham paid out. So, looking at that money, whether we're going to spend it now or down the road is important. I think Sarah had her hand up.
I was going to go back to the property rights, and one area in California, they have, the houses are getting washed away, their bank is getting eroded, and they're losing homes. And the state is buying the houses for a lower price. These are coastal properties, buying the property and using it for affordable housing. I know. And then finally, at some point, they need to tear the house down. But I thought, oh my goodness.
So we let the poor people fall into the ocean because we don't care about them.
Right up to the.
Right up to, okay.
Anyways, there are solutions out there. That was just one that kind of break. What? But there are things that are happening today in other further south. Solutions.
Yes.
Yeah, I just think in regards to the regulatory requirements and thinking of money in a different way, this is part of why I really think that a climate tax would be that is probably beyond the scope of what we're dealing with here today, but it's something that I would really support, because it has been proven that the more you deliberate over things and the more you ask people to think about them, and the more clicks it takes through a website to donate through something, the less likely they are to do it with each click. So if you can make it an automatic thing like taxes that, people aren't happy about it, but it is just the way things are, it's something automatic, I think that is one way that makes it a lot smoother.
You've been talking about shoreline erosion, property owners' rights, and I think that when it comes time to develop that resiliency plan, so that's something that is going to happen. And I imagine it's going to be a holistic look at all of Pleasant Bay and all of the different habitats within the bay, and just thinking about the modeling that we did for the eelgrass habitat in Pleasant Bay, and those areas where we see that we are probably going to lose eelgrass, it's probably going to be too hot. And thinking about, okay, forward thinking, what can we do in those areas? And then, like, moving aquaculture grants to deep sea areas because oysters can tolerate warmer water temperatures. And thinking along those lines, and removing, if possible, the low-hanging fruit threats. So I am a seagrass person, so I think about docks, piers, moorings, you know, those are things that I think we can reduce the impact of. We can reduce the number of moorings, or we can replace them with conservation moorings. And that gets at the benefit of our having healthy seagrass meadows and the wave attenuation properties that they provide. So getting that point across to people that have the control over those impacts makes the system as a whole, I think, more resilient to the various threats of climate change, ocean acidification. Photosynthesis helps to buffer. So the healthier eelgrass meadow you have, the better buffering capacity potential in the system. So I think there is some relatively direct things that can be done to improve the system as a whole.
And things like conservation moorings, you have an immediate feel-good reaction. You're actively doing something to help protect the eelgrass. And you can see how it works, you can see its success, and associating a positive emotion with environmental protection, I think is a very powerful thing.
But yes.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Leahy. I've got my Friends of Pleasant Bay hat on and my Pleasant Bay community board. Rachel and Alan, all of you have said so many good things, but the two things that stand out to me are that both of you talked about community. And a couple of weeks ago in this room, we had a boating safety forum. The 3 harbor masters showed up, and we had representatives from the 3 major boat yards on the bay. And part of the discussion we had was educating boaters and educating the harbor masters on what's going on the bay. And that population, I just came here in the afternoon. I haven't heard anybody talk about the boating population. And they really need a lot of this education as well. And so that goes back to my community thinking that we have to look at this, as you said, holistically, and include them too. And a lot of them don't live here. A lot of them trailer their boats, and they frankly don't care about the eelgrass. And they don't care about a lot of things on the bay. But we want them to continue to come here. Nobody's saying we don't want boaters, but we keep coming back to education and community, and how do we do that? How do we communicate that population that really isn't that interested in science? And well, that's all.
The communication thing, and it's kind of touched on already. Rachel just mentioned about the Alan, your pictures. I think when we show sort of how it was, what things could be if this were done, and really make it so that you see why it is you want to be here. I mean, it frustrates, I think, all of us where people come to Cape Cod and they say how cute and quaint, and then they immediately change it to what they're used to from wherever they come because it's more like what they used to have. but trying to get that message across that you come here for the water, you come here for the resources, you come here to be able to walk along the shoreline in the morning when it's quiet and the birds are doing whatever they do. And here's the progression that we're going, and guess what? That resource may not be there. That ability to walk along the shoreline is already being impacted, and in the future, it may not exist at all. So if you can really show this progression of what was, what is, and what may be, it's just another way to sort of get people to say, whoa, 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 we've got to stop that curve and try to at least maintain what we got, let alone trying to maybe come back to where we were to some extent. So that's where I think, again, the ability to bring that down to their level so that they actually see it and realize what may happen is going to be very, very valuable. So, just a statement.
Fran.
Today has, for me, been very inspirational. Such incredible talent here, and such a wonderful collaboration of ideas and inspirational ideas that could move forward. And being part of the conversation, you sort of catch on to the passion of it. But I'm a retired psychotherapist, and oftentimes it feels really good to talk about things. And I often want to know, what's the action plan from here? And it's often baby steps, but moving passion from ideas to action creates change. So I guess my question is for Owen. As the person standing at the podium and organizing this wonderful conference before us, is there an action plan from here?
That's actually probably a perfect segue into the closing remarks here. So I want to thank Pat and our panelists, and I will say a few words of kind of what I think and maybe what we think some of the next steps are, and I'll talk about how I think we can all move the conversation forward. But thank you, Pat, and to the panelists. Maddie, could you guys, one of the red switches should come down just so we can see the slides up here. That's the one. Thank you. Great. So yeah, to that end, thank you for asking that question. That was very timely. I do want to come full circle to the scope of this project. I think Carol and I alluded to this a little bit today. That this is a small project, but one of the goals of this project is to continue to advance the conversation. It's a two-part project that was funded by EPA's Southern New England program. And so one part is this meeting right now and what we're doing today. And I do want to just, before I kind of move to the next steps, I took pages of notes, and I'm not going to recite them, but I'm going to just cherry pick a few things, some at random and some with purpose here, of just the bullet points that I made. And I wanted to start just by, acknowledging some of the things that Alan said at the beginning. There's this history of so much history, but there's a lot of Asians. There's exploitation, alteration, recreation, procreation, maybe, but also conservation. And so despite the 300 odd year history, and this was an interesting theme that came up a lot today, in the context of we have such a short time to sort of undo centuries of human alterations to this habitat, but also it's encouraging, and Alan summarized it again towards the end of today, there has been this long history of conservation and protection too. So those things, despite that long history, there's a lot of reasons to be thankful and grateful and proud of the work that this community has done. But it also underscored the challenge of, how we're trying to fix, literally centuries of damage in such a short period of time. A lot of recurring themes today in terms of needing to consider the synergy of multiple stressors on environments like Pleasant Bay. We're all thinking of these different pieces and parts, and sometimes we're taking a more holistic look. That was very much the point of today that I think, was well taken by the audience here and by the participants, is that we do need to consider all of these things in a more holistic way. And there's a lot of different models and metaphors for how we do that. Some of that has to do with how we all work together. And I think we're hearing over and over today the value of getting in the room and having the conversations. It's been too long for so many different reasons why we haven't been able to do that. And it's more challenging today than ever in a lot of ways, but arguably it's more important than ever to be able to do this and to find a way to do this in whatever ways we can. Because it's those conversations that are important. And, it's the conversations that we've been having back and forth up here. It's also the ones you have next to the coffee urn and, in the hallways as well. And sometimes those are the things that get lost when you do Zoom and all these other things. And that's been one of the biggest challenges. And honestly, from a scientific and sort of intellectual perspective, maybe that's been one of the biggest losses of the last couple of years just strictly from a science side of things is, that ability to have that conversation in the hallway of the conference. You can see each other's little boxes on Zoom. And I love Greg's kittens there, or whatever that was awesome. But to have those hallway conversations, and that's the thing that gets lost. So we'll circle back to that at the very end tonight, because I hope we can continue those conversations, both literally and metaphorically. There are a lot of really, really good points brought up today. Someone asked, what's a watershed? The value of communicating, science communication in particular, is so important. And we heard that all day today. That's one of the reasons we wanted to close with Sarah's presentation about how Pleasant Bay Community Boating has this approach to science communication. But, someone else also said, scientists aren't always the best communicators. We were lucky today that we had a room full of scientists that are decent at it, but there are other folks out there that we need to work with to help get the message out. We're okay at it, but it's always a challenge, and it's hard to find the time, and it's hard to do it effectively. And so for scientists, we need training to be better science communicators, but we also need to get out there to the community. And what Rachel said and what others have said holds true is, we need to get out there and get that message out. Not everybody can come into a room for a variety of reasons, especially these days. But, so we do need to get out there in the community. And that's the approach that we take a lot with working with the fishing community. They really hate getting into a room, no matter what. They were social distancing before it was cool. But, so you really do have to get out there and get that word out. But also to partner with other groups. You walk this fine line sometimes when you're a scientist, and this was brought up as well, as a scientist as advocate is always challenging because you risk biasing the public perception of your science, when you start speaking on behalf of your science. But it's a slippery slope, and it's a challenge because you're also arguably the expert on that thing. And so it's always a challenge we face as scientists. And that's why it's so important to partner with other groups that do education and to provide information, not only to resource managers, but also to advocacy groups so they can use that information. And sharing data and sharing information in so many different ways. Another really important recurring theme today. We talked about databases and sort of centralizing information. That's both a literal thing, but also sort of a metaphor for, I think, we all need to behave. We need to be a little more centralized and keep those conversations going. The metadata are important for scientific data, but it's also important to have the context and the communication among us as individuals, as a community. The other thing I would say, this was they call this grant that we got to do this project a peer-to-peer networking grant. This is a room full of peers. We're surrounded by a community of our peers too. And, we heard about different ways to engage with our community. We do community-based science. We're doing science that tries to address the problems faced by the people around us. So we need to continue those conversations outside this room with the people around us. And, I know that was a recurring theme, but I was thinking about it in the context of what this grant is called. We checked a box by getting a bunch of scientists and practitioners in a room, as well as some of the public. But, we need to broaden that conversation beyond this room. I'm going to scroll past, I have so many little bits and pieces here, but I think I was just trying to stitch together some of the themes. There's a couple of other things that struck me today. And again, this is a science thing, but it's also a metaphor for people, I guess. But, speaking the same language, thinking about all of the different ways that data are collected and how challenging it is to synthesize all of that information into a way that everyone can understand. And there's, I think, half of the presentations today used the, red bad, green good, yellow so. There's blue in there. I forgot what blue meant for a couple of those. But, that's a great metaphor for how challenging it is as scientists to synthesize all of this data and paint a picture of an ecosystem, but it also really underscores the communication challenges. So I think I'll just kind of close this sort of rambling perspective on what happened today by saying, I think we started off really well today with a good look at who's doing what. That's a really important part of the conversation. And I think what I want to do, I'm just going to say a couple quick things here. The next steps, to answer your question, we are going to reach back out to this group. We're going to continue conversations, and that's a really important part of what we're here to do today. We're starting the conversation today, in many cases continuing conversations that have been going, but we are going to work to form a working group to help set some priorities for long-term monitoring of the system. So we'll be reaching back out. We have everyone's email address. If you didn't register online and you got here and wrote your name down, make sure they have your email address as well, because we're going to reach back out to this group. We're going to continue the conversation. We are going to put together a working group to try to continue some of the specific conversations about science and monitoring, but we're also taking note of some of the other things that were raised today that are so important with respect to communication, education. So that's not going to get lost today. The scope of this project that we're part of today is relatively limited, but I want to focus on kind of the bigger picture here. I want to talk about continuing conversations. Before I do that, the last thing I just want to do, I want to remember to thank everyone. First of all, I want to thank all of you. It's really challenging to know what the right thing to do is these days in terms of getting a bunch of people in a room. So I want to thank you all for being willing to do that today. I think we've heard over and over today the importance and the value of doing that. So we really appreciate all of you coming today, taking the time to be here, taking a beautiful Saturday to be inside with us. I want to thank all of the presenters, the panelists, the moderators, my co-organizers, and everyone who attended today. We also have a lot of folks that helped kind of behind the scenes in different ways. Allie Hogue from Pleasant Bay Community Boating was an enormous resource. She set up the web page and the registration information, sending me a spreadsheet every morning with the number of people signed up. And so there's a lot of folks that you haven't seen yet that are behind the scenes making things happen. I want to thank the staff here at the Chatham Community Center and Dallas as well for operating all of the AV stuff here today. That was huge. The conference is being recorded. Dallas has been doing that for us all day. The town of Chatham will post it to their website, so we will have access to this as a future resource. So that's one thing that we can do to leverage the conversations we've had today and get them out into the community more. I think I've thanked our funders already. And I also want to thank the folks at AmeriCorps Cape Cod who've been everywhere, here, there, and everywhere today. So thank you, Jamie, Maddie, and Casey. Thank you. Casey with a K. Thank you. So thank you, all three of you, very much. I'm just getting used to remembering people's names and faces and things. Anyways. So I think the last thing we want to do is just circle back to that theme of continuing conversations. I don't want the conversations to stop today. And so to that end, we have an opportunity to continue the conversation, to do that in an outdoor environment if we want to. We do have a relatively informal social event planned for the remainder of the day. I want to get at those hallway and after meeting social times that are so important to moving ideas forward and conversations forward. So we really hope you'll come over to Pleasant Bay Community Boating, to the campus there. The address is up there on the screen. I believe it's also in your agendas. Is there sort of a central mustering point that we want to all meet at before we, there's a few different things that are worth looking at on campus, but is there one spot we should all meet first? Come on up to the conference center, and there's signs when you pull into the parking lot at PBCB to get you up to the conference center. So we'll start there. I think there's going to be some light refreshments again. And there's a really great opportunity to view the floating classroom. You've seen bits and pieces of it today. It's up on blocks or on a trailer right in the parking lot. It's actually pretty cool. I've never seen her either not in the water or in a building. It's pretty impressive to be able to walk around the boat and see how it's set up. Solar powered, electric outboards, really cool. And we've got some of our sampling gear that we'll set up and display around the boat as well, so we can talk about that. And I think on that note, I don't want to keep us in the room any longer. If you want to hang out and chat, please do. But I really hope you'll meet us over at PBCB to continue the conversation. That's the underlying theme today, is have the conversation, but also keep it going. So let's do that over at PBCB. And thank you all for being here. Thank you.